Chapter 151. Master Tsunade, stop staring at others, pay attention to etiquette. Mute Tsunade, looking straight between the dry hands. A sour feeling unexpectedly occurred in his heart. You are so annoying, Tsunade said. She didn't know what happened to her little attendant today, always reminding herself to pay attention to this and that. Are there any important people here? Why pay attention to so much? However, Tsunade still felt that this handsome boy who looked at most in his 20s was very familiar. You were sent by Konoha to persuade me to go back, but I'm curious. Who are you? Tsunade finally asked her question. Davin. Women's spa. A shrunken silver-haired middle-aged man was taking a peek at the white girls soaking in the hot springs. On the back of his clothes, there was a huge oil word 057 printed on it. That's right, he is a lecherous immortal, as is Jiraiya, one of the three ninjas in the legend of Konoha. Jiraiya only found Tsunade last night, and the two chatted for a while, discussing whether to return to Konoha. Jiraiya's original plan was to go back to Konoha by Tsunade's army, to question her grandfather, that is, why Ganzuzuma wanted to kill their teacher Sarutobi. It's a pity that Tsunade refused on the grounds that he was afraid of blood, and Huey Konoha was useless. After that, Tsunade reversed it and persuaded Jiraiya to return to Konoha. Her reason is very simple. It is a fact that Shizushima killed their teacher Sarutobi Hisaki, but it is also a fact that Konoha has become stronger and prosperous under his leadership. There are even rumors that people in Konoha now love them more than the 3 generations of Hokage. The Naruto dry hand post. Therefore, Tsunade thought that if he wanted to figure out everything, he had to go back to Konoha himself. Jiraiya was also touched by Tsunade, but when he thought of how to deal with the first generation Hokage, who was so powerful and abnormal, after returning home, Jiraiya was still very upset. No, he just came here to spy on beautiful women in hot springs. No, how can this be considered a voyeur? This is obviously to relax and cultivate sentiment. However, just as the bloodline of Jiraiya Kazhang was about to rise, an old toad suddenly jumped out of his shoulder. Xiaozilai, you can't do this. Xanchi is only a little bit like this. Shinzuo Immortal appeared, glanced at Jlai's crotch, couldn't help but speak. Fart. Obviously you suddenly appeared at a critical moment and scared Lao Tzu into impotence. Jlai also roared in his heart, but still said, Shinzuo Immortal, can you not appear suddenly? It's easy to happen. The God Immortal rolled his eyes before returning to his previous serious appearance, and said, well, Xiaozilia, it is not a good thing that I suddenly appeared to disturb you. I am here to tell you that I feel it here. A familiar breath. Breath? Whose breath? Jilai also hates to understand, whose breath actually shocked Shinzuo Xianran, and bothered his old man to appear in person. It's between the dry hands, I won't admit his breath, Shinzuo Xianran said solemnly. It turned out that when the hand-raying pillars used high-level wind ninjutsu to eliminate a few young men, they were sensed by the gods. Tingling. Drazuzujian. Just hearing the name of the Drazuzujian, Jiraiya's scalp started. Not good. Tsunade. Realizing that the Ganzuzuma appeared here, and the target must be Tsunade, Jiraiya hurriedly lifted his pants, cast a flashing technique, and ran towards the casino. Gambling hall. Tsunade just asked the question, who are you? With a loud bang, the wooden door of the casino was smashed by Jiraiya, who rushed in. Tsunade, be careful. He's just doing his hand. Jiraiya shouted, using almost all his strength. Even Jiraiya knew very well that Tsunade and Gansu had a close relationship, but when he thought of the cruelty between Gansu, he worried that Tsunade would encounter accidents. What? Tsunade and Silent exclaimed almost simultaneously. Tsunade suddenly woke up from drunkenness. Only then did she see clearly that the appearance of this handsome man in front of her was not exactly the appearance of her grandfather in her childhood. However, he was much younger than the grandfather she had remembered. The silence is also very shocking. Oh my god, he is the legendary first generation of Naruto, the god of ninja, recently in the famous hand-raying pillar in the entire ninja world. The silent little heart is like a small deer bumping into it, and his eyes are a little blurred when looking at the dry hand post. It turns out that you, an old bastard, killed teacher Hisaki. Tsunade didn't remember the fact that he had openly teased his grandfather just now. On the contrary, he felt sorry for the teacher Sarutobi Hitizen who killed her in the dry hand post. Weird power. Then, Tsunade didn't give any chance to explain between Ganzuzuma, and with a strange punch, he blasted at Ganzuzuma's handsome face. Tsunade's character is such impulsive, at least in the early stage before he became the 5th generation of Hokage. She doesn't care if the other party is her grandfather or father. She punches and then asks questions. Tsunade, don't. Jiraiya also knew very well that Tsunade was definitely not the opponent of Shizuma. He wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Snapped. Between the dry hand posts, he steadily caught Tsunade's weird power, and then he also used the strange power, throwing it away, and easily flung Tsunade away. Puff. Tsunade is like a kite with a broken line, directly smashing the roof of the gambling hall and flying towards the sky. Yes, everyone present was stunned, especially the two of Jiraiya and Silent. They know how terrifying Tsunade's strange power is. It is infinite. Unexpectedly, there were people who were still trying to beat Tsunade on strength, and easily threw her for 4.2 days. But it's right to think about it. After all, Kanezama is Tsunade's grandfather. Tsunade's strange power is still inherited from his old man. The gambling hall owners and gamblers finally realized the danger at this time and rushed out of the gambling hall one after another as if they were fleeing for their lives. Just as they rushed out of the gambling hall with their front feet, the whole gambling hall suddenly exploded, sawdust flying around and collapsed. It turned out that Tsunade, who was thrown into the sky by the hand-reeing pillars, returned. She obviously did not expect that she would be thrown into the sky. With a hot mind, Tsunade directly displayed her proud ninjutsu in the air. Weird power middle dot tenshu feet. With Tsunade's roar, he gathered his strength and trampled on the gambling hall. It just so happens that the move of the sky guarding the feet is to use the strongest power that comes from the sky. Chapter 1 Chapter 152 Ganzuma threw Tsunade into the sky, which undoubtedly created favorable conditions for her. Boom! With Tsunade's foot trampled down, the entire gambling hall suddenly exploded, and the broken pieces of wood were shattered under the domineering force. The strength of this foot can be imagined. What a terrifying strength it is. Even Jiraiya, a shadow-level ninja, his face changed drastically when he saw this. Science escape middle dot the art of big clay. Immediately, Jiraiya hurriedly displayed the powerful clay technique, summoning a thick clay shield in front of him to resist the strength of Tsunade Tensa's feet. Not to mention the dry hand column, even the process of connecting the seal is left, just a simple stroke in the air with his hand, and a wooden shield with a delicate but not lower defense power than Jiraiya's big clay art appears in his hands. Senjujuma and Jiraiya, two shadow rank ninjas, naturally didn't worry that they would be buried under Tsunade's angry foot. However, the situation of the other person left in the casino is different from the two of them. Although Silent is an elite ninjutsu, most of the ninjutsu she has learned are healing ninjutsu and poisonous ninjutsu. She can't protect herself with advanced defense ninjutsu 12. Suddenly, Silent's face went pale. Not good. Gild only reacted at this time, and there was a Mute who lacked the ability to protect himself. Gild also wanted to save Mute, but unfortunately, it was too late. However, just as the horrible power of Danza's feet was surging, it was about to crush Silent's body. The figure in the dry hand post appeared like a ghost, appeared beside Silent, pulled her over, and then covered her whole body with the wooden shield in his hand. As for Ganzuzuma herself, she was completely exposed to Tsunade's attack. No! Silent realized something at the last moment and wanted to shout, but there was no time to shout. Boom! Exclamation mark! The gambling hall completely collapsed and turned into ruins, and in the ruins, a huge pit that looked a bit like footprints suddenly appeared. The earth shield in front of Jiraiya was disintegrating, turning into dust and falling. However, Jiraiya didn't care about this. He also saw the scene where the silence was saved between the hand-raying posts just now. At this moment, he was surprised. No, this is not the hand-to-hand pole he knows. Would he not even want his own life in order to save a stranger? Jilai was also confused. If Ganzhao Zijian knew what Jiraiya thought, he would probably laugh. Don't even want your own life to save others? Ha ha, then you simply underestimated me. In fact, the small-faced wooden shield condensed between the Kaiane Zaozu was originally not for my own use or for silent use. Yes, that's right. He didn't even put Tsunade's full blow in his eyes at the root of the dry hands. He planned to bear the strength of this foot with his body. Anyway, the strength of this foot could not cause him much damage. Sure enough, when Tsunade landed, when the dust fell, a silent figure appeared between the hand-raid pillars. The dry hand pillars were unharmed, and even the wooden shield he made casually to protect the mute was also forcibly resisting the power of the heavenly guard. Huh? Are you okay? After I realized that I was silent, and found that the dry hand column was not only okay, but even unscathed, the heart that mentioned the throat just let go. Silent is a medical ninja after all. At a glance, I can see that the hand-raying post is not pretending to be okay, but really unharmed. Damn it. I thought the rumors were overblown, but I didn't expect you to be so good. Tsunade said bitterly. However, no matter what, today I must beat you down and ask for an explanation for the teacher. Tsunade's anger did not calm down. Jiraiya? What are you still stunned? Did you see him frighten his legs? Do it. Tsunade roared and performed ninjutsu again, rushing towards the dry hand post. Jiraiya was originally very unwilling to fight Senju Junma again, but at this point, Tsunade rushed forward. What else could he do? No way, Jiraiya, I can only bite the bullet. Two of the three ninjas in Konoha's legend once again joined forces and launched an attack on the Ganzazuma. Be careful. Silent yelled out of caution, but she probably didn't even figure out who she said be careful to. To the teacher Tsunade, or to the dry hands Yuma. But in short, it's not for the old pervert. The two shadow-level figures joined forces, but they didn't pay much attention to the hands. Just so, let's use them to try my newly learned moves. Gan Shaozi thought to himself. One of the eyes suddenly appeared ripples of eye circles. That is, the eyes of reincarnation. True monthly reading. At the moment Tsunade and Jiraiya launched an offensive against the Kantoi armor. The Kantoi armor launched a monthly reading. Suddenly, Tsunade and Jilai stopped. At the same time, the two of them fell into the illusory world conceived by the dry hand post. Goblin world. In a world where evil spirits are rampant, anyone who is not strong in will and spirit is not strong enough to survive. People who cannot survive will really die there. After all, this is a true month reading that can only be performed with the eyes of reincarnation. Uchiha's monthly reading with a kaleidoscope writing wheel can only cause harm to people but cannot kill people, but true monthly reading can. It seemed to 600 that Ganzuma didn't show any mercy to Tsunade and Jiraiya! Although Tsunade is nominally his granddaughter and Jiraiya is nominally his apprentice grandson, he doesn't have any feelings towards them. Now he gave them both a test. If they can break out of the ghost world, then they will survive. If they can't break out, there will be no two of them in this world. Ganzuma really values Tsunade's healing ninjutsu, but valuing her does not mean that he will tolerate her repeatedly attacking him. Valuing her does not mean he will accommodate her. This is the character of Kaiane Zaozujian. After a second call, Tsunade and Jiraiya, who stopped all their movements, suddenly gasped, and their eyes were filled with deep fear. What have they experienced? It's horrible. That world is really horrible. They have been trapped in that world for 10 years, and they are unwilling to enter that world anyway. That's right. Although the real world time has passed by less than 1 second, Tsunade and Jiraiya have spent 10 years in the evil ghost world created by Tsukudo. For 10 years. Chapter 153. Let time judge. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-senpai, are you okay? Mute saw that Tsunade was faltering, and quickly stepped forward to support her. Silent really didn't understand. What happened to the two of them? Why are you trembling all over in fright and even can't stand still? As a medical ninja, Silent naturally saw that the two of them were advanced ninjutsu similar to illusion, but didn't know that they had been trapped in another illusory world for 10 years, so of course they didn't understand why they were so scared. Looking at the horrified and trembling two people, they fell into contemplation between the dry hands. It seems that I underestimated you. Ganzuzuma thought that the two of them were dragged into the world of evil spirits, and at most only one of them could survive. Unexpectedly, both of them survived. It seems that the three ninjas in the legend of Kishi are not a vain name. Compared to their teacher Sarutobi Hisaki, they are also considered blue. After a long time, the silence was broken between the hands. "I'm glad you all passed the test," said the dry hand between the pillars, picking up a chair leg. The chair also had a bumpy fortune-telling journey, almost completely shattered by Tsunade's feet, leaving only one leg. Moreover, even if there is only one leg, it is not complete. After that, there was no movement between the dry hand posts, and the legs of the chair seemed to come alive and began to grow green shoots. In a short moment, the leg of the chair turned into a perfect chair. Pulling the chair between the dry hand posts, Kai sat in front of Tsunade and Sarutobi. Tsunade looked at the dry hand column, and you could vaguely see the shadow of the grandfather who loved her most when she was a child, but her eyes were full of fear. Unexpectedly, she and Jiraiya Konoha's legendary Sannin. The two of them teamed up and were instantly defeated by the man in front of them. How powerful is his strength? Tsunade understood a little bit. The man in front of him was no longer the grandfather who would DOD her to heaven when she was young. Enraged him, he would really kill her too. I know, you don't care about it on the surface, but in your heart you have always been brooding. Jayazama knew what Tsunade was going to say, and he interrupted her. Not only Tsunade, but Jiraiya also you. You all want to ask me why I killed your teacher Sarutobi Hisaki and why I ruined Konoha. I won't deny it. I did it all. Not under the control of Dashwin at all. Kaienzao's Eugene didn't make excuses for himself, saying that he was controlled by the Oshimaru, and he couldn't help himself. He directly admitted that everything was done by himself. But the dry hand post still didn't give the two a chance to speak, and continued, "Is everything I did right or wrong? It shouldn't be judged by you two." Hearing this, Jiraiya couldn't help but smile and said, "It shouldn't be judged by the two of us." "Then who should judge it?" "And the group of villagers who succumbed to your strength by Konoha?" Senzuzuma shook his head. "Let time be the judge." Let time be judged. Tsunade and Jiraiya were also stunned when they heard this sentence. Yes, after doing the ancient work, people commented, a person's right or wrong should not be judged by one or two people, a group of people, or even a whole world, but should be judged by time. Because history has clearly told people that more often, a few people are the truth, but most people are wrong. Only in the long river of time, the waves are exhausted, and then can we judge whether a person did right or wrong in the first place. And they wanted to judge him by one or two things they had done before doing hand-to-post work. What a short look. Suddenly, Tsunade and Jiraiya also felt how small they were, and even sad, compared to the dry hands standing on the top of the mountain and looking at the world. Seeing the shocked expressions of Tsunade and Jiraiya, Ganz's Eugene knew that his mouth escape was successful this time. The so-called judgment by time is nothing but nonsense by him. You know, how many real great men have drowned in the long river of time? On the contrary, it was some jumping clowns. Some people even vindicated them thousands of years later. Reality, isn't that true? That's all I want to say. I don't deny everything I have done. As for how you think about everything I do, that is your freedom. Now, I want to talk about the purpose of my coming to you this time. The Fourth Ninja World War will break out at any time. You are also Konoha ninjas. I hope you can return to Konoha and contribute to Konoha. Ganshu's Eugene said plainly, "Okay, I am willing to go back." This time, Jiraiya did not hesitate anymore. He decided to go back to Konoha to see if the current Konoha is really like what others said. Instead of declining, it is more powerful, prosperous and prosperous. How about you? Senja Zazu saw Tsunade's delay in speaking, and couldn't help but ask. There was a bitterness on my hand and face. Finally, I just whispered and said, I have panicemia, and Konoha can't help me when I go back. I still plan to not go back. As soon as Tsunade's sorrowful words came to an end, Kakaizuma suddenly stood up. Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't help but both felt nervous. They didn't know what they were doing between the hands. Is it because she didn't want to return to Konoha? He was going to kill her? Seeing Ganzuma stretched out his hand towards him, Tsunade even closed his eyes out of fear. You don't want to return to Konoha now, I will not force you. But you must remember that Konoha needs you, and Konoha's door will always be open to you. Tsunade, see you at the 4th Ninkai War. Of course, Ganzuzugin didn't want to kill Tsunade. After all, Wangzos was not a murderous madman. He stretched out his hand and touched Tsunade's head. After saying that, he left the gambling hall, the ruins, without knowing it. It was clear to Yoshizuma that Tsunade said she had panicemia, but it was just an excuse. Indeed, she was afraid of blood, but the most direct reason for her reluctance to return to Konoha was probably because that was her sad place. The lover died there, and the dearest brother died there too. No wonder, she would always run away, unwilling to return to Konoha. Ganzuzuma knew that it was impossible for him to heal the sadness in Tsunade's heart with his mouth. Tsunade can only get out of the shadows he once was on his own body. Tsunade came back to her senses at this time. For a moment, when she touched her head between the dry hand posts, she saw the shadow of her grandfather who had spoiled her in a daze. Chapter 154. See you at the 4th Ninja War. It is good. Tsunade secretly made up his mind to overcome the obstacles in his heart and return to Konoha before that. As soon as he walked between the hands, he decided to go back to Konoha's Jiraiya, and hurriedly followed. Ganzuzuma didn't know that during the time he was escaping Tsunade and Jiraiya, the entire ninja world was surging, and a ninja meeting was quietly convening in Yanin village. In the 5 great ninja villages, except Konoha's Naruto and the dry hand poles did not appear, all the other 4 great ninja villages have come. In addition to Feniying, Reikage, Water Shadow, and Tukage from the 4 ninja villages, other small ninja villages also sent representatives. It can be seen how important this ninja world meeting is to the entire ninja world. At this moment, the ninja world talks have reached the most intense moment. Unreasonable. Ganzuzugin obviously doesn't take our 4 ninja villages and the entire ninja world in their eyes. The first to speak, the 3rd generation of Eyes Dokage, known as the Tolabruon Ogi, is most dissatisfied with the dry hand pillar because his granddaughter Black Soil is imprisoned in the dungeon between the dry hand pillar. 183. You know, she is the successor of his carefully trained Shiying, the next 4 generations of Tuying. Although he categorically denied that he had captured Laozi, what he did undoubtedly exposed his nature. Laozi must have been captured by him, otherwise, why he was imprisoned, and I sent to question this matter. Onoki blew his beard and stared, getting more and more angry, and even furious in the end. That's right. Sitting next to Uday Feniying Temari, the Gandai mother-in-law, who was also dissatisfied with Ganzaozu, also agreed. Although Temari is the 5th meme Kazkage, she is obviously the person who talked about Sunin village. The most important thing is that according to the espionage, he himself confessed his plan to collect tail beasts. Obviously, a country of Konoha and fire can no longer satisfy his ambition. His ambition is to dominate the entire ninja world. No, the entire world. The mother-in-law Gandai became more and more excited as she spoke, and in the end she even stood up. Oh, I think you think people are too bad, even if he personally admits that he wants to collect tail beasts. Could it be that he must be using Biff to rule the world? Among the people present, the only one who was willing to help with talking between the hands, presumably only the 5 generations of Eyes Shui Ying Zhao Meiming left. In fact, she herself didn't believe that the collection of tail beasts between the dry hands was not intended to use them to rule the Naruto world. It's just that, In her heart, she was even a little excited about being conquered by the hand-to-hand column. A real man should conquer the world and rule the world. Of course, this kind of rebellious remark, to Yu Ming, who is the 5th generation I water shadow, is very clear. She can't say it. Which side are you on? If you support Ganzuzuma's rule of the world, you shouldn't have come to this Ninja World Conference. The 1000th generation mother-in-law asked angrily. I'll just talk about it casually. Terumim rolled her eyes and said, for this noisy old woman, she was a little bored. Well, everyone, we are holding the Ninja World Conference to discuss how to deal with the hand-raising posts, not to let us fight in our own nests. The 4th generation of Reiki, who has not spoken, met both mother-in-law Gandai and Terumim. People got into a fight, and finally stand it no live speak. No matter what, the plan to collect the tail beasts was personally acknowledged by Ganzuzuma. Regardless of whether he has the ambition to rule the world or not, we have to watch out for him. What Reikage 4 said is quite reasonable. Hearing that, Terumim was also lost in thought. That's right, even if she didn't think about it for herself, she still had to think about the people in New Iron Village, who made her a water shadow. Not only that, the current tail beasts have sealed the human pillars of each village. I think everyone knows that human pillars are the foundation and hope of each village. Since Senjuzuma plans to collect tail beasts, it will treat the human pillars of each village. If you try hard, it is very likely to endanger their lives. Even for this reason, we must organize the hand-to-hands to not let him threaten Renzuli's life. 3-generation Dokujanogi spoke again. For the Yanian villagers, Laozi was taken away. He was obviously brooding about the matter. Although Laozi had always disagreed with him, Laozi is the human pillar of Yanin village after all. Yes, after the ninja talks are over, the villagers that have tailed beasts have to do their best to protect your human pillars. Best, let them hide. Reikage said again. It's only hateful. We, Zulai from Serenin village, were forced to pass by the hand-handed post. The old man only hopes that your other villages don't repeat the same mistakes. The mother-in-law of the 1000 generations said bitterly, not mentioning that she personally sent Gara to me. Out. Finally, it is the top priority of this Ninja World meeting. The oldest 3-generation sage Onoki finally couldn't help but speak again. Presumably everyone in the audience is very clear in their hearts that this ninja meeting is not just for the villagers to hide your human strength. The main purpose of our meeting is to prepare for the forthcoming 4th time. Prepare for the Ninja World Conference. The intention of Ganzuzuma is obvious. It can be seen from his deliberate initiation of the war between Konoha Village and Sand Ninja Village. He will definitely initiate the 4th Ninja World War. For this, we need to discuss a complete solution. In my opinion, the only complete solution is, all our ninja villages join hands to form a ninja coalition. It's not that I have the enemy's ambition to destroy my prestige. All of you here are very clear in your heart. In each ninja village, which one can fight against Konoha? Onoki finished his long talk in one breath, which was also the main purpose of this ninja meeting. Yes, our various ninja villages must unite to form a ninja village. Only in this way can we hope to defeat Konoha Village and Chijima. Mother-in-law Kandai was the first to raise her hands in agreement. Which of you doesn't approve of the formation of a ninja coalition? Onoki said, and together with Chidai mother-in-law, his eyes scanned the faces of everyone present. Obviously, the two old guys are going to force the people present to stand in line. The people present have only two choices now, either agree to form a ninja union village, or get out early. I am in favor of forming a ninja coalition. Reikage stood up, also expressing his support for the formation of a ninja coalition. Although he has no grievances or grudges with Ganzazu, and the two have no grievances, but in order to protect Union Village and be prepared for trouble, he is 10,000 willing to form a ninja coalition. Chapter 155. Reiking expressed his views, and the various small ninja villages present also expressed their views one after another, expressing their willingness to form a ninja coalition. When all Shinobu villages expressed their opinions, Everyone's eyes couldn't help but fall on the only person on the scene who hadn't expressed their opinions, that is, the current Shui Ying Terumi Ming. Hey! Terumi couldn't help sighing, and then, under the fiery gaze of the elders behind her, she could only helplessly raise her hand and said, "On behalf of Uin Village, I support the formation of a ninja coalition!" Terumi did not know if it was right to do this. At least she was a little unwilling in her heart. Each of your villages is dissatisfied with Konoha, dissatisfied with the hand-to-hand polls. You can then go single, forming a coalition of ninjas to bully the less, what kind of heroes. However, as the current Shui Ying, she was a bit involuntary and could only agree to form a ninja coalition. But she is also clever, saying that she agrees on behalf of Uin Village, not her consent. In this way, the ninja talks came to a perfect conclusion among all ninja villages who agreed to form a coalition of ninjas. After the ninja talks were over, representatives of various ninja villages left one after another. Soon, there was no one in the makeshift big tent. It's not empty. After everyone left, two figures suddenly emerged from the soil. One of them wears a swirling mask on his face. GGG. Listen, what did we hear? Hyde said first. Ninja Allied Forces. Is the Fourth Ninja World War? Interesting. Perhaps we can use the four major Shinobu villages to complete our plan during the attack on Konoha. This is simply God's help, Uchiha said calmly. Yes, let them fight. The more intense the fight, the better. And we are fishermen, let them fight with clams, we fishermen profit. Then we should look forward to the outbreak of the Fourth Ninja War. Or maybe we can make the Fourth Ninja War erupt faster. Yes, make some misunderstandings and conflicts between the two sides. Let them fight as soon as possible, the sooner the better. Amidst a conversation, the two people gradually disappeared. Obviously, the masters of the various ninja villages are only discussing how to form a ninja coalition and how to deal with Konoha and Ganzuzuma, but no one noticed that their conversation was overheard. Moreover, it is still from Akatsuki. The other side, Jilei also returned to the village of Konoha with the dry hand post. As soon as he entered the village, the cold electronic synthesis sound of the system rang in his mind. Congratulations to the host, successfully collected 5 shadow-level ninjas, and received rewards, doubled the self-healing ability and gained the ability of concentrated healing. Concentrated healing. Use natural energy to concentrate on the area to heal and achieve an instant recovery effect. After hearing the system's prompt tone, the hand-raying post could not help but start to froze again. Do you focus on healing? After receiving the information that the system had conveyed to his mind, he understood it instantly. It seems that unless he is crushed to pieces in an instant, he will not be killed. No matter how severe the injury is, you can live. Even a broken heart can be repaired. Even more than half of the head can be repaired. With such a terrifying strength, coupled with this almost abnormal healing ability, the current dry hand pillar can only be described in one word, that is invincible. Clearly 2 words. Okay. Hokage-sama, what's wrong with you? Giles suddenly froze when he saw the dry hand post, and couldn't help but ask. However, he is still a little uncomfortable with calling Hokage between the dry hands. Fun with all my strength. Gan Shaozu suddenly said to Jilei. Hokage-sama, what do you mean? Do you want to test my loyalty? If you want to test me, then there is no need. I am also born as Konoha, and death is. Jiraiya was about to express his determination to swear to the death to support Konoha, but he was given the plan by the hand-to-hand column. Don't talk nonsense, punch me with all your strength. There is no words between the dry hands. Is one of the 3 people in the legend of Konoha, Jilei, also talks so much nonsense? If you let you hit it, just hit it, don't give it for nothing. At the beginning, I didn't know who it was, so I was thinking about killing Ganzuzuma and avenging Sarutobi. Then. Did I do it? Jilei asked tentatively again. He could perceive that the words of the hand-raying post were not fake, but he did not understand why the hand-raying post asked him to do this. Beg flowers. Could it be that I suddenly saw through Hong Chen and wanted to die? However, remembering that Sarutobi Hitoshi always died in the hands of the dry hand poles, Jiro really had a dangerous idea in his mind to take the opportunity to kill the dry hand poles. Of course, this idea was quickly erased from his mind. Since he had promised to come back to Konoha at Senjuzuma, he would sincerely support Konoha's only Hokage. Unless he finds out that Ganzhou Zujin wants to do something unfavorable to Konoha, he will kill him again. Do it, said the dry hand post in the tone of order this time. Jilai was also very enlightened. As a subordinate, he still complied with the order given by the hand-to-hand post. Master Hokage, be careful. Jilai also reminded him, and then mobilized the whole body of chakra, condensed on his fist, and blasted it out with all his strength. This punch is not just an ordinary punch. Jiraiya also wrapped his fist with his proud ninjutsu spiral pill, which greatly increased the power of the fist. Boom! After a life of silence, Jiraiya, who was leaning forward, also retracted his fist, and then quickly looked at the dry hand post. At this look, Jiraiya was also dumbfounded. In the chest between the dry hands, a huge blood hole was blasted out by him with a punch. The blood hole directly penetrated his entire body, and the scenery behind him could be seen through the blood hole in his chest. The blood hole keeps bleeding out, and you can even see that half of the heart is missing. Jiraiya was instantly stunned. Is this Lao Tzu killing Konoha's only Naruto hands with a punch? After Jiraiya punched, he felt something was wrong. He thought that the reason why Ganzuzuma asked him to do this was to test the defensive power of a certain ninjutsu. He thought Ganzuzuma would defend. Unexpectedly, Ganzuzuma did not let go, letting Jiraiya also punch his chest. No matter how big the difference between Jiraiya's strength and Ganzouzu is, he is also a shadow-level ninja at any rate. And how powerful he is with a full blow. Ganzuzuma did not defend against Jiraiya's full blow, and the result was naturally conceivable. Wide. Chapter 156. Hokage-sama doesn't know what to say at this moment. Now that he has decided to protect Konoha, he will naturally be loyal to Dry Hands Yuma. But now, it looks like he was killed by him. Of course. This is just Jiraiya's wishful thinking. That's not bad. Ganzhou suddenly praised Jiraiya. Then, with horror, Jiraiya found that the normal heart between the dry hand columns was beating vigorously. The scene that Jiraiya saw next was even more memorable for him. The heart between the dry hand columns recovers first. Almost in an instant, the heart is fully recovered, followed by the chest. The speed of rebirth is not only visible to the naked eye, but also faster than 3D printing. In just 3 or 4 seconds after the 773, the huge blood hole in the chest between the dry hand columns was completely restored, as if the blood hole on the chest was completely gone. If it weren't for the torn clothes on his chest, suggesting that everything that happened just now was true, he would almost think he was dreaming. What? Dare to love, I don't want to die because he wants to die now. He won't die so easily now. This healing power is too damn good, too utterly incomprehensible. Seeing that Jiraiya was shocked as a puppy, Shizhang just smiled. After such a small test, Kaienzu's Eugene was completely convinced that he was truly invincible. But at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. It's not someone else who rushed over, it's just a hand-in-hand time. Ganzu was originally approving documents in the Hokage office, but suddenly, he felt an extremely powerful power erupt. At the moment, he didn't care about the official documents in hand, and directly smashed into the Hokage office, swiping to the place where the power erupted as quickly as possible. Poor Hokage's office is broken and repaired and broken wall. That can no longer be described as a tragic life, it is simply a human tragedy. From a distance, Jiraiya also slammed his elder brother's chest with a fist, exploding a shocking blood hole in his chest. Suddenly, the whole person was out of control during the dry hands. Jiraiya, how dare you hurt my eldest brother and take his life? Amidst a roar, Kaiane Zujian was wrapped in water and turned into a water dragon, roaring and rushing towards Jailia. Master Ganzujian. Jai hadn't recovered from the shock just now. At this moment, seeing the angry Ganzujian rushing towards him, he didn't even react for a while. Fangjian, stop. At this moment, the hand-raying post opened. Then he stretched out his right hand toward the dry hand room that had lost control. Suddenly, the dry hands stopped, and the current lingering on him was also instantly crushed. Leaning on the ground, Big Brother, are you still alive? Ganzuzuma didn't hurt Kaiane's Hazuma. After the latter recovered, he found that his eldest brother was still alive. No, not only was he still alive, but there was nothing on his chest hurt. At this time, Ganzu just regained his senses. Brother, Jai will also attack you. It shouldn't be you who guessed the truth instantly after regaining sanity in his hands. Yes, I ordered Jiraiya to attack me too. I just want to test the new abilities I just acquired. Gansu Zujian told the truth. The hand was suddenly embarrassed. But there was no way. The reason why he lost his mind was not because he was too worried about his elder brother's safety. Master Kaiane Zephagian, before you move next time, I would like to ask you to remind you, the disciple is not your opponent. If you are like this, you will not be able to fight you at all. Jilai also jokingly said, and it can be considered as a solution. The embarrassment between the hands. Jailia, you brat, just come back to Konoha. Konoha is now in a period of rapid development and needs talents like you. Jilai is also familiar with Jilai. His feelings for Jiraiya should be the same as those of the deceased Sandaime Hokage for Naruto. After all, when Ganzu was the second generation of Hokage, Jiraiya, the most unexpected crane tail, also happened to grow and shine under the leadership of his disciple Sarutobi Risen. Seeing that Jianxujian and Zilai had no complaints, Qianxujian was relieved, and said to Zilai, the elders group has been completely abolished by me. If it is not abolished, I can arrange for you. Let's go in and take charge of things like this. You and Fujian will manage the root organization together. This arrangement not only reduces the burden on the hands of the hands, but also, when you are in charge of Konoha's official duties in the hands of the thousand hands, Yukon-Lei also has full authority to manage the root organization. Yes. Jilda saw that Kaiane Zujianma didn't mind the grudge between the two of them, but instead entrusted him with a heavy responsibility, and for the first time in history, he had a trace of respect for Ganzuzuma. Ganzu knew that his elder brother made such arrangements to relieve his burden, and felt warm, and respected and loved his brother even more. After that, I found out that in this case, we still need to deal with the matter. Brother, you came back just right. Putting away the touch of emotion, Ganzhasa quickly reported to Ganzhasa the official documents he had just processed. This morning, Konoha headquarters received a spy report, and the 4 big ninja villages, together with each small ninja village, held a secret ninja meeting in Yanin village. Speaking of this, it was a bit embarrassing for the hand, because the spy was accidentally crushed by him when he lost control just now. Fortunately, he has completely read the content of the spy, and 1.6 is deeply in his mind. Ahem. Coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, and continued with dry hands. The main content of the meeting is to create a ninja coalition against us Konoha. Brother, your guess is correct. It seems that the first 4 wars in the ninja world will break out at any time. Yeah? Ganchujian just nodded, and the 4 great Shinobu villages would join forces. He had guessed this a long time ago, but what he didn't expect was that they even assembled the small Shinobu villages. It seems that they are not reconciled to completely crushing Konoha. Also, Konoha's rapid growth and expansion threatened the status of the other 4 ninja villages, and they had to make this difficult decision. After all, as the shadows of the 4 ninja villages, they are also people with foresight. Chapter 157 Improved Magic 9 Dragon Seal. After all, as the shadows of the 4 ninja villages, they are also people with foresight. They knew that either they would do nothing, and when Konoha, the big tree, would really grow up, they would be completely crushed and then annexed. Or, unite and fight back. Perhaps, there is still a chance to completely crush Konoha. Moreover, this opportunity is quite big. At least for them, the opportunity is great. I see. The Fourth Ninja World War will break out at any time. Let Konoha's various departments be prepared for the battle. Also, please tell Kakashi to let him send the Anbilete, no matter what method is used, as soon as possible to find out the movement of people in other villages. There was a long silence before the Dry Hand Post spoke again. Understood. After receiving the order from the Gansuzujian, Gansujian turned and left without any hesitation. He didn't ask why Gansuzujian asked about Zulis movements in other villages before the war. After all, he knew that his 15th eldest brother worked and had his own way. Jilei also followed up with the sign of Gansuzujian. After Gansushi had done the work that he explained to him, he would naturally arrange for him to enter the root organization. After that, the hands rushed to another place in Konoha. Konoha Training Ground. After half a month of reconstruction, the Konoha Training Ground, which was once completely turned into rubble, was rebuilt. Moreover, the new Konoha Training Ground covers an area nearly 3 times larger than the previous Konoha Playground. After all, the current Konoha village is huge. Konoha controls the country of fire, and the domestic land resources are used casually. The brand new Konoha Training Ground not only occupies a larger area, but also has 5 types of terrain, namely hot zone, desert, wetland, thunderous land and hilly zone, corresponding to the 5 elements of wind and thunder, water, fire and soil. This was ordered by Gansuzujian himself, and it was constructed with huge financial resources. The purpose is nothing more than to give Konoha's ninja a better training ground. At this moment, in the desert terrain, there are 2 figures who are fighting fiercely and inextricably. Behind them, 2 vicious tail beasts even appeared in their original form, namely a Shu with 9 tails and 9 llamas with 9 tails. That's right, the 2 are not other people. They are the former Shanin village persons Yulai Gaara and Konoha's persons Yulai Naruto. The relationship between the 2 seems to be good. Although the fight is fierce, they still show mercy to the other side, and they won't die. Sandstorm Funeral. Gaara took the lead in launching a big move. Suddenly, the sand in the entire desert began to sink. Naruto couldn't stand still and was directly sucked in by the quicksand. Soon, it was completely swallowed. After completely swallowing Naruto, the quicksand gradually stopped, and then Gaara, who was floating in the air, fell on the surface of the sand. However, when Gaara landed on the ground, Naruto's head suddenly gave it a gift, and it emerged from the sand. It turned out that Gaara didn't really kill him. If he knew the truth, Naruto was buried by the sandstorm, he wouldn't be able to come out again. Unless Naruto uses the power of Kyuubi. Puff. Naruto spit out a big mouthful of sand, and then he roared angrily, "Unfair. This is too unfair. The terrain is too good for you. We should go to the hot zone and try again, or go to Thunder. The land is fine too." Naruto is very dissatisfied. Indeed, the desert can be said to be Gaara's home ground. The terrain is too favorable for him and a sand guard crane. Gaara still looked like a cold store, and said coldly, "Yesterday and the day before yesterday, didn't you go to the scorching zone and thunderous place? At that time, when you abused me, you didn't say that." Gaara had a cold face, but he was very happy. Otherwise, he, who has always been taciturn, would not have said so much at once. Gaara feels that life in Konoha is really good. He is here, and he can completely get rid of the shadow of Sand Ninja Village. In Konoha, people are not afraid of him, but welcome him. This makes Gaara feel good. Now, even if he releases Gaara from the post and gives him freedom, it is estimated that he will not leave Konoha, but choose to stay in Konoha. Just as the 2 were talking, the figure between the dry hands suddenly emerged from them. That's right, the 2 of them who wanted to find were the 2 of them. There was almost no need to ask others about the dry hand post, so he found the 2 of them. After all, the tail beast aura that erupted from the body when the 2 were fighting fiercely was too obvious. This made Ganzuzuma realize that perhaps, through this, he can easily collect other tail beasts. The reason why Kaienzu's Eugene came to find the two of them is very simple, that is, since he has already begun to collect the tail beasts, the tail beasts in their bodies will naturally be taken out. As for how to take out the tail beast in their body, Gansuzu searched for all kinds of ninjutsu he knew, and found that the ninjutsu he had mastered that could extract the tail beast from the human column was also a kind of magic dragon seal used by the organization. But gazed at the two of them, and found that Naruto and Gaara now grew up faster than the original. I don't know how much. But at this time, if they use the magic 9 dragon seal to forcibly pull the tail beast 540 out of them, they will definitely die. There is no way. I can only ask about the system to see if there are any other solutions. If not, he doesn't mind letting Naruto and Gaara contribute to his plan. System, is there any way to extract the tail beast from the body of humans Uli without hurting their lives? Gansu's Eugene asked silently in his heart. Of course there is. The host can improve the ninjutsu magic 9 dragon seal and upgrade it to the magic 10 dragon seal. In this way, the tail beast can be extracted from the human column power body without hurting the human column power's life. The system is mechanically like electronic synthesis. Sound plays. The magic 10 dragon seal? Are you fucking kidding me? The name is so casual. Senjujima couldn't help but murmur silently in his heart. Authenticity. Of course, since it's what the system says, it's natural that the hand-reading pillars will not doubt it. What about improving the seal of magic 9 dragons? Gansu's Eugene began to ask. This time, the system did not answer the question between the dry hands. It seems that the system rarely answers questions that are not related to the task. However, why did the system answer the question just now in the dry hand pillar? That question has nothing to do with all the tasks in the dry hand pillar. Chapter 158, The Growth of Human and Gaara. If the Gansu's Eugene remembers correctly, there is still a choice task on him that has not been completed, and that is to take the initiative to start the Fourth Ninja World War. Could it be that there was a bold conjecture between the dry hands? Could it be that the system will release tasks related to tail beast collection next, so it will answer the question I just asked? The more he thought about it, the more he realized this possibility. After all, he had already made the decision to collect the tail beast. The 9 tailed beasts were created by the 6 immortals. How could the system not release the selection task for such a big thing as collecting the tailed beasts? Without continuing to speculate, he interrupted his thoughts between the dry hand posts. Since there is a way to extract the tail beast without harming the human posts, then there is no need for him to rush. After all, the Fourth Ninja World is about to break out. Naruto and Gaara are not to be underestimated. Moreover, even if the system did not answer how to improve the seal of magic 9 dragons, I was still confident in the hands, and as long as I studied the seal of magic 9 dragons a little, I could improve him. After all, no matter how you say it, Ganzuzuma is also a master of ninjutsu. And it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the person who has the most various attributes of ninjutsu in Naruto world. What's more, the handsman can study the forbidden technique of the reincarnation of the foul man. How can he not even improve the magic 9 dragon seal? In fact, the current Ganzuzuma is fully capable of creating a new batch of powerful ninjutsu, but since he crossed over, he has been so busy that he has no time to study new ninjutsu. After all, researching new ninjutsu is not something that can be done overnight. It takes a lot of time and energy. Hokage-sama. At this moment, Naruto found the hand post. Master Naruto. Gaara hesitated for a moment, then respectfully greeted the dry hand post. It seems that Gaara has completely regarded himself as Konoha's person, and naturally also recognized the Naruto of the hand post. Yeah, carrot. Ganzuzuma nodded to the two. You two. Do you want to improve your strength? Although they have no affection for the two, this does not prevent Ganzu's Eugene from improving their strength. After all, after the outbreak of the Fourth Ninja World War, the stronger their strength, the more help Konoha will be. Yes, of course I do. I missed it too much, Naruto said. immediately after hearing this. On the contrary, Garo is very calm. He seems to feel something is wrong, because he sees the expression between the dry hands, but his face is cold and serious. That's good. Naruto's answer was very satisfied between the dry hands. Then, the ripples of the reincarnation eye began to appear in his right eye. And the ripples continued to spread like ripples. Danger. Naruto. Gaara, run. At this moment, the sealed tail beasts in Naruto and Gaara awakened at the same time, telling their boarding man Zulai that they are in danger. It's a pity that Naruto and Gaara understand why their tail beasts are so uneasy and panic. After that, the two of them felt like the sky was spinning, and their souls were drawn into another world, Goblin World. Ganzuzumu actually used the tricks that conquered Tsunade and Jiraiya to deal with their two children. That's right, that's what Ganzuzujian did, and he didn't care that the two children might die in the ghost world. From Ganzuzujian's view, the fastest way for the two to improve their strength is to temper their spirit and perseverance. Of course, it's not a foolishness to play the hand. Since Tsunade and Jiraiya can also pass the test of the evil ghost world, he doesn't think Naruto and Gaara will fail. Although they are still children now, don't forget that there are powerful tail beasts in them. With the help of tail beasts, it shouldn't be a problem for them to survive the ghost world. After the operation, there was no lingering between the dry hand pillars, and he left the training ground using the instantaneous technique. Ganzu did not stay to see the result, because he felt that the result would not be beyond his expectations. He was quite confident about Naruto and Gaara. After the dry hand post left, Naruto and Gaara froze in place, like wax figures, motionless. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, after 3 seconds passed, the two people who were dead finally moved. Get angry. The two knelt down at the same time, resting their hands on the ground, and then began to gasp for breath. Call Q. Just like Tsunade and Jiraiya had just returned alive from the ghost world, the two of them kept gasping for breath, their faces filled with fear. It's scary, but it's also exciting. Although the voices of the two of them were trembling, their faces full of fear revealed a trace of excitement and excitement. It seemed that Gansuzuma's expectations of them were correct. Not only did the two survive, they even performed better than Tsunade and Jiraiya after returning from the ghost world. Perhaps, this is how a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Konoha Dark Part. Almost all the members of the Anbu were led by Kakashi, except for the task of collecting the whereabouts of the ninja villagers. In the entire Anbu, only Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Ryo were left, and they both notified Kakashi in advance because of the dry hands, and asked them to stay. At this moment, Madara Uchiha and Ryo Uchiha were staring at them. For Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha family, Uchiha has no love or hatred for his complicated feelings. If Uchiha Madara once betrayed the Uchiha family, you should hate him. But don't forget that he actually betrayed the Uchiha family for Konoha. Is it? If Uchiha Madara is his ancestor, he should respect him, but he really can't respect what Uchiha Madara once did. In short, Uchiha Ryo felt that there was nothing to say to Uchiha Madara. As for Uchiha Madara, he who is arrogant is even less likely to take the initiative to speak to his junior. In this way, the two remained silent for a long time, until the figure between the dry hands appeared. Why? Cultivating grandparents and grandchildren. As soon as I came up, I didn't forget the words between the hands. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Rong said almost in the same voice. You should know, I'm here to find you too. What's the matter? There was no more nonsense between the dry hands, and he asked the towel very frankly. I know, you plan to take us to collect the tail beasts before the fourth ninja war breaks out, Uchiha Ryo said. Chapter 159 Resurrecting Uchiha Class nodded between the hands of the hand, and continued, originally, it was more than enough for me to collect the tail beasts by myself. However, the fourth ninja world war came sooner than I expected, so I planned to take the two of you and collect the remaining tail beasts as soon as possible. Hokage-sama, if you don't worry about me, in fact, it's enough to send me to collect the tail beasts. There are only a few tail beasts. As long as you know the movements of their people, I can bring them back for you alone. Boban said proudly. No, that would be a waste of time. Shimona knew that Uchiha Madara did have this ability, but he didn't intend to waste too much time collecting tail beasts. Ganzu's Eugene is very clear that Akatsuki is also beginning to collect tail beasts, so it is not too late to plan to collect tail beasts. The sooner the better. Moreover, after the tail beasts are collected, there is a big plan for the hand-reeing post, a plan to catch Akatsuki in one go, and even catch a big fish. Of course, this secret plan will not be told to anyone, including Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Ryo, or even his most trusted brother. After all, if you tell them, it's not a secret plan. Yeah, that's okay. As Gakimama said so, Uchiha Madara 613 could only give up. Who will let him? He is now a subordinate of the dry hand post. However, before we set off, there is one more thing to do, the dry hand post suddenly said. At this moment, the door of Anbu suddenly opened a gap, and two figures slipped in at extremely fast speed. The three of them are powerful shadow-level figures, and they naturally sensed the aura of the two, but they didn't move at all, because the breath of the visitor is very familiar, not an outsider. Sure enough, the two figures quickly came in front of the three of them, not others, but the hand-reeing room, and Kakashi behind him. Brother, there is an emergency. As soon as Kaienzu said his face, he rushed to the dry hand post. Don't worry, I will finish my business first. The hand-handed post was not in a hurry, but to Uchiha Madara, who was not far in front of him, he said, Uchiha Madara, come here. Uchiha Madara, hearing that, although he didn't understand why Ganzou's Eugene asked him to pass, he still walked forward obediently. Don't be so nervous, don't worry, since you have succumbed to me, I won't kill you again. Seeing Uchiha Madara's vigilance in the dry hand column, he couldn't help but speak. After that, Ganzuzuma just continued, Ziziboban, I plan to resurrect you. Why? Do you want to resurrect me? Zizibo Madara was shocked. He couldn't believe what he heard. If, not to mention the Uchiha class, even Uchiha Rong and Kakashi present were shocked. Only if he knew in advance, Jisuma Zuma had planned to resurrect Uchiha Madara's Jisuma, and his performance was fairly calm. That's right, said firmly between the dry hands. Furthermore, after you are resurrected, you have to do one thing for me, and that is to use your reincarnation eyes to help me resurrect the dry hands. Hearing the words, I was immediately moved. It seems that his elder brother still cares about himself. Although Gansujian is not dissatisfied with his current status as a filthy person, to be honest, he has seen his eldest brother and the Konoha people in the past half-month, and his strength has been continuously improved, especially the eldest brother. The promotion is changing with each passing day, but his own strength has always stayed at 90%. In the end, Konoha had all kinds of things happening, and he could only serve as logistics. This alone still made him very depressed. As the inventor of the unclean reincarnation art, he knew very well that the only way to improve his strength was to really come alive. No, the eldest brother seemed to see through his own thoughts and arranged for Uchiha Madara to resurrect himself with his reincarnation eyes. How could he not be moved by the hand? As long as I can resurrect, this Bfar will be no problem at all, Zichiba Madara said without hesitation. To be honest, Uchiha Madara had pinned her hopes on Uzumaki Nagata before. Not to mention, how long will it take for him to grow to the point where he can use the outer path and reincarnation? Uchiha Madara has actually learned from the secret information collected by Anbu that Uzumaki Nagata may be dead. Hearing that Uzumaki Nagata was dead, Uchiha Madara thought he had no hope of resurrecting himself. Now, knowing that Ganzuzuma was planning to resurrect himself, and he didn't seem to be watching a joke at all, how could he not? Shock. Even his thoughts and concepts have changed. Before, he succumbed to the infinite strength of the hand-reeing pillars and agreed to become his subordinate. Now, he even willingly becomes his subordinate. Very good. Gekibame was very satisfied with Uchiha Madara's answer. Immediately, he didn't hesitate anymore between the dry hand posts. With a thought in his heart, the ripples of the reincarnation eye appeared in his right eye. Reincarnation eye. Seeing the change of eyes between the dry hands, everyone present was stunned. There is a reincarnation eye between the dry hands? Exclamation mark. This is too surprising. He is not from the Uchiha clan, and he hasn't written the reincarnation. It is impossible to evolve the reincarnation eye, except by transplanting the reincarnation eye. The reincarnation eye is not written about the reincarnation. You say there is one, and the number of reincarnation eyes is limited. They really didn't understand. Where did the hand-handling post come from, and what method was used to get this reincarnation eye? Also, getting the eye of reincarnation is one aspect. What is even more difficult for them to understand is how advanced the method of transplanting the eye of reincarnation between the dry hands is, that it is only opened when it is needed, and it can be hidden without using it. This technology is almost 100 years ahead of the world. I am afraid that Daishiwan, a genius lunatic scientist, can't do it. Of course, the people present were very acquainted, and no one would ask these questions between the hands and posts. After opening the eyes of reincarnation, Shizujin ignored other people around who had been completely shocked, and directly used the eyes of reincarnation to use the reincarnation eye on Uchiha Madara. This is the ultimate move of the reincarnation eye, and a reincarnation eye can only be used once. However, Kaiane Zhao's Eugene didn't care. Although his eyes of reincarnation will no longer be able to use the art of reincarnation and reincarnation. However, he will have two more powerful shadow-level powerhouses because of this. What's more, one of the shadow-rank powerhouses is still his most trusted brother. This sale is very cost-effective. Chapter 160, Launching the Fourth Ninja World War. The people present only felt a trance, and then, in their shocked eyes, Uchiha began to shatter. Residues kept falling from Uchiha Madara's body, which was the sacrificial material used to construct his reincarnation body. When the sacrifice material completely fell off and disappeared, Uchiha also completely disappeared. Don't worry, of course it is not really disappearing. Soon, in the continuous natural energy provided by dry hands, a heart began to gradually generate. After the heart was formed, it began to beat, and then, the dense blood vessels began, and then the bones. When the bones of the fixed body are also generated, the flesh and blood are finally generated. In the end, under the shocked gaze of Kaiane Zujin and others, a naked Uchiha Madara was born. Resurrected. Just after his resurrection, Uchiha Madara was still a little unbelievable. He felt the heartbeat and blood flow in his body before he was sure that he was truly resurrected. Really resurrected. Chiba Madara quickly cast a grateful look at the hand-reeing post who resurrected herself, and was about to say some words of thanks, but was interrupted by the hand-reeing post. Well, then, next, it's time for you to resurrect the hands of the hands. The hands of the hands, said in an ordered tone. However, Uchiha Madara didn't feel awkward at all, and nodded, using the reincarnation eye of his right eye, to use the same reincarnation technique on the dry hand. Both of Uchiha Madara's kaleidoscope writing round eyes evolved into reincarnation eyes, but before he died, he gave the reincarnation eye of his left eye to Uzumaki Nagato, and transplanted a kaleidoscope writing round eyes to the left, in the eyes, to prevent the resurrection from becoming a cyclops in the future. Therefore, after the resurrection, Uchiha Madara's two eyes, one is the reincarnation eye, and the other is the kaleidoscope writing round eye. The process is almost the same as before, but it takes longer. Nearly an hour later, the hand-reeing room was also resurrected. After seeing the resurrection, the excited Ganshujian cast a grateful look at him, and Ganshujian just nodded to him, indicating that he didn't care. After this, Kakashi remembered that their purpose of coming here was to report urgent information to Master Naruto. Hokage-sama, I just received the latest information from the Anbu subordinates, Kakashi tentatively said. Well, let's talk. Kakashi gestured to Kakashi between the dry hands, but said it's okay. After all, there are no outsiders here. That's it. Naruto-sama, you previously ordered me to send all the elite members of the ANB to investigate the movements of the various ninja villages. During this period, some members of the ANB discovered that there is a group of powerful mysterious figures who are hitting us. Konoha, under the banner of, launched an attack on Yanin village. That's right. The dry hand, who was relieved, said directly to Kakashi, according to the content of the secret information. The mysterious group of people caused huge damage to Yanin village, even they destroyed the Shiing headquarters. It's strange that the mysterious group of people didn't seem to be killing people, but just to cause huge damage to Yanin village. After some damage, they hurried away before Tuing led the Yanin village masters to arrive to Yanin village. After listening to the report in the hands of the hands, the heads of the hands turned sharply, and soon came to the conclusion, it is obvious that the mysterious group of people are members of the Akatsuki organization. They did this because they wanted to plant Konoha. And, if I guess it's good, they will go to Union Village, Uin Village and Sand Ninja Village to carry out massive destruction. Of course, it's a fight. Our banner. Speaking of this, the dry hand post only stopped. They did this in order to frame us Konoha. And, if my guess is good, they will go to Union Village, Uin Village, and Sand Ninja Village to carry out large-scale destruction. Of course, they are fighting our banner. Speaking of this, the dry hand post only stopped. But, what good will it do for them? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but ask. Of course it is good. They did it just to provoke the hatred of the major ninja villages towards us Konoha, so that the Fourth Ninja World War that could break out at any time could break out as soon as possible. Wait for our major ninja villages to fight. When they met, they knew how to organize the benefits of the left-handed fisherman, Lang said in the dry hand gallery. What an insidious method. Brother, what should we do now? Do we want to retaliate against Akatsuki? Or, clarify to the big Shinin villages that this is not what we did, but Akatsuki made a ghost, seeking flowers. Hearing this, he asked anxiously. No. Ganzuzuma denied Ganzhouseim's proposal, with a mysterious smile on his face, and said, since Akatsuki is so anxious for the Fourth Ninja World War to break out, then I will fulfill them. Besides, we Konoha will not wait for the other four ninja villages to launch the Fourth Ninja World War. We Konoha will now launch the Fourth Ninja World War. What? Question mark. The people present are all shadow-level powerhouses. Even Kakashi is half a shadow-level powerhouse. However, after they heard the last words between the dry hand posts, they were all shocked. We Konoha are now launching the Fourth Ninja War. What a courageous sentence is this, and those who dare to say it must have much courage. Between Ganzazu, he was indeed the first person who dared to abolish the Daming Mansion, and he had to be the first to launch the Fourth Ninja World War. Taking the lead in launching the Fourth Ninja World War, this approach not only defeated Akatsuki's conspiracy, but also greatly deterred the other four ninja villages and the ninja alliance they formed. Of course, in addition to this, there is another unknown purpose between the hand-reeing posts. That's right, the reason why he made this decision, decided to take the initiative to launch the Fourth Ninja War, is to complete the selection task previously released by the system. Take the initiative to start the Fourth Ninja War. Brother, is it really good to do this? The hands still felt that if Konoha Village took the initiative to start the Fourth Ninja World War, it would be criticized and would affect Konoha's image as well as others. The major ninja villages joined forces to launch an offensive against Konoha, giving justified excuses. What's wrong? Don't forget, it was they who formed the Ninja Alliance without telling Konoha. The purpose of forming the Ninja Alliance was not to prepare for the Fourth Ninja World War, Zizabo Madara said coldly. After thinking about it for a while, it is true that they have already formed a Ninja Alliance. Then, if Konoha does not start the Fourth Ninja War, The 4 great ninja villages will also find all kinds of excuses to start the 4th ninja war. And the Akatsuki organization faked the name of Konoha and went to the major Shinobu villages to do damage. Didn't it also give them the best excuse? Where? Chapter 161. That's it. Senju Azuma spoke again. In the interim, you prepare all the members of the Star Clan of the Flying Commando to attack Yannian village tonight. Didn't Akatsuki go to Yannian village to cause great destruction? It just so happened that while Yannian village was in desperation, they have an air raid. In that case, we have to thank Akatsuki for being the vanguard for us. Added between the hands. Also, didn't Akatsuki want to use Konoha to provoke wars in the ninja villages? Haha. Kaienzu's Eugene felt it necessary to let them understand who used whom. The members of the Dangxia organization knew that Ganzou's Eugene regarded them as the vanguard, and after they scorched Yannian village, they launched an aerial raid on them overnight, probably vomiting blood. The people present obviously wanted to 000 to this level, and the gaze looking at the dry hand post was undoubtedly more in awe. Yeah, in that case, the Akatsuki organization is also playing tricks from it anyway, and decisively launching the 4th Ninja World War. Isn't it the best choice? Okay, he nodded and took orders. In addition, let the other ninjas in the village be prepared. After we launched a raid on Yannian village, the major ninja villages will definitely not let it go. As long as their ninja coalition is formed, they will definitely attack Konoha immediately. Total offensive. In short, this station cannot tolerate a long time of negligence. In the meantime, you and Kakashi, as well as Jiraiya, Metkai and others, must deal with this war and protect Konoha. The dry hand post spoke again. Then, brother, what about you? Ganzu Shijian could hear it, and Ganzu Azuma seemed to not stay in Konoha after the outbreak of the 4th Ninja World War. I was just about to tell you that Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Rong and I are now going to implement the Tail Beast Collection Plan. The 4th Ninja World War will be handed over to you, Ganzu Azuma said. Even if Akatsuki made a ghost in it, leading to the premature outbreak of the 4th Ninja World War, it would not stop him from collecting tail beasts. It seems that the eldest brother trusts him very much. I believe that even if he is not there, he can bring Konoha to victory in the 4th Ninja World War. I get the attention of the hands, and feel extremely proud of the hands, and even the burden on my body instantly feels a lot lighter. Actually, if Master Naruto can rest assured of me, I alone can bring all the remaining tail beasts back to Konoha. In this way, Master Naruto can personally lead Konoha to the arrival of the 4th Ninja World War. Uchiha Madara hesitated and spoke again. This time, Uchiha Madara really didn't have any other thoughts, but planned to complete the tail beast collection plan by himself, and while showing his strength, he also made a great contribution to get the attention of the hands. No, Ganzu Azuma still vetoed it. He could see Uchiha Madara's loyalty, but now, he hopes to collect the tail beasts as quickly as possible. Let's go. There was no other nonsense between the dry hands, and after speaking, he took the lead in leaving Anbu. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Rong looked at each other, and quickly followed. As for Ganzu Azuma and Kakashi, the two did not stay too much. After Ganzou's Eugene and others left Anb, they also left Anb and began to prepare for the raid on Yannian village tonight. The sun is setting. Starry night is coming. The Tuiying headquarters in Yannian village is a tall building. Oh no, now the Tuiying headquarters is no longer a tall building, but a ruin. And on the ruins, a rough house temporarily made with dust escape ninjutsu is the temporary Shiing headquarters. It seems that the Akatsuki organization has brought huge damage to Yannian village. Reporting Master Tuiying, the information on the extent of damage to the village has been collected. In addition to the complete destruction of the high building of Tuiying headquarters, other parts of the village have also suffered severe damage. A masked intelligence ninja from Yannian village was kneeling halfway on the ground, and a group of Dokijonoki with poor faces reported the situation. Standing behind Tuiying are his son Huangtu, the tall hill-like guard Kaitu, and Ui Renzulai, Ban also called Han, but the translation is different. The hateful Konoha, because I was informed that we are uniting with other ninja villages to form a ninja coalition, so sent someone to retaliate. Zodiac grabbed his precious daughter and the pearl in the palm of the hand. Haitu, he has always been stubborn, wishing to immediately lead the ninjas of Yanin village to attack Konoha. It's a pity that he is not a Tuiying, his Lozi is a Shiiying, and he does not have this right. Konoha dared to attack Miss Shiiying, and even dared to launch a sneak attack on our Yanin village. The crime deserves 1,000,000 deaths. Master Tuiying, Shitu asked. To fight. Shitu will surely bring Miss Blackta back to Yanin village intact. And let Konoha know that our Yanin village is not good to bully. The strong, mountain-like terracotta got excited, and the rough house built with the soil temporarily shook violently and seemed to collapse. No. Ban, who has been taciturn, couldn't help but speak at this moment. Even if he was indoors, he was wearing an umbrella over his head, a brown mask on his mouth and a tan armor on his body. Asked. Oh, Ben, do you have any different opinions? Shiiying Oneki's eyes lit up and asked. Although this group is under the banner of Konoha, they are not Konohas. If it is Konoha, they will treat us Yanin. The village retaliated. Why did they just wreak havoc on Yanin village, but hardly hurt us? This alone makes no sense. Ban started to analyze. You mean, someone wants 4.2 to break the gap and let us fight between Yanin village and Konoha village? Dokijanoki asked again. In fact, he had figured out this truth a long time ago, but he just asked it knowingly. Yes, and their purpose is not only to provoke Yanin village's hatred of Konoha village. I am afraid, there is another bigger purpose, that is, to provoke the Fourth Ninja World War. Ban continued to analyze. How is this possible? Kaito was the first to stand up and object. No, Ben's analysis is correct. I have just asked some witnesses. Those who broke into Yanin village and made sabotage said they were Konoha, but they were dressed and used ninjutsu. None of them meet Konoha ninja. After all, Onoki is not an old fool, and he hasn't lived in vain for hundreds of years. He saw through Akatsuki's conspiracy at a glance. Chapter 162. But at this point, Oyima's face showed a hint of coldness. Even if they are not Konohas, but fake, it just so happens that they provide us with an excellent excuse to make us famous for Konoha. It turned out that Onoki had a good abacus, and since I used this time Iwagaki village was devastated to attack Konoha. My father. Good strategy. Huang Tu readily agreed with his plan. Yellow Earth, Red Earth, Squad, and Wenya, you should prepare as soon as possible. Tomorrow morning, you will lead the ninja village you have formed to attack Konoha. Oh, by the way, don't forget to inform the other 3 ninja villages so that they can follow our footsteps as soon as possible and provide support. Onoki added finally. Yes. After all the ninjas in the rough room took their orders, they bowed to Onoki, and then they were about to leave together to prepare for the attack on Konoha tomorrow morning. But at this moment, the 18th Lord Gloucester Shadow, the big thing, the matter is not good. Taking advantage of the darkness, Konoha sent someone from the air to launch a raid on our Yanin village. Outside, Shinobu from a Yanin village rushed in panting and reported. However, before he finished speaking, there was a violent explosion outside. The sound of the explosion was loud and continuous. And this time the subordinates have figured out that they are definitely Konoha's people, because the one who launched the sneak attack from the air is the Star Clan of Konoha's newly formed Flying Commando. It can't be wrong, Zongren vowed to say, ignoring the serious injuries from the explosion on his body. You did a good job. Onoki praised the one who reported the information, Zongren. However, he just praised Zongren, and Zongren thought of Zizi. The expressions of Onoki and all the ninjas in the rough house suddenly changed. Onoki even had forgotten the compliment just now, and shouted, "Stupid guy, what did you bring in?" That Zongren was also the same at first. My face is confused. I don't know why Zizi sounded on my body. Sound. At this moment, he looked sadly behind him, and his pupils immediately contracted. Behind him, there are 3 detonating charms attached. It turned out that there were countless detonating talisman just now, tens of thousands of detonating talisman falling from the sky. He thought he had escaped all detonating talisman by his own method, but in fact there was not. There were still 3 detonating talisman falling on him. It's a pity that now I realize that there are 3 detonating charms behind me. It is too late. Boom! Exclamation mark. With a loud noise, the fire blazed into the sky, and the temporarily constructed rough house with dust escape was blown to pieces. Shai Ying's armor. Yan Shinobu outside was stunned when he saw this scene. Why didn't the explosion on the edge of the village spread? But the Tuiying headquarters exploded first. Finally, after the fire and smoke dissipated, the people outside saw that their soil shadows seemed to be fine, and they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the moment when the detonation talisman exploded, Tuiying Onoki used dust escape to create a round ball to wrap everyone up, so they were naturally fine. Moreover, even if Tuiying didn't do this, the people in the house were all masters, and it was obviously impossible for them to kill them with 3 detonating charms, even if they weren't even seriously injured. But even so, at this moment, Onoki's face was extremely ugly, and his face flushed with anger. Bastard Konoha, how dare you launch a sneak attack on Yanin village in the dark? Between the hands. Wait, my Onoki is not at odds with you. It seemed to the old man that he was really blown up with anger, and he even yelled at him. The usual nobility in the past was completely gone. The fivet-tailed man Zilaban is at a loss at this moment. Why, Konoha will choose to launch a raid tonight? Is he wrong? Could it be that the group of people who launched a sneak attack on Yanin village was not a fake at all, but Konoha's vanguard? But at this moment, thinking that these are no longer useful, Konoha has already launched an offensive, and if they don't make a countermeasure, the entire Yanin village is really likely to be bombed by their air and blown to the ground. Master Shai Ying, the most important thing right now is that Ban's words are halfway through, but they are interrupted by the always self-righteous Tokiji Onoki. You don't need to teach me, I also know that we should evacuate all the civilians in the village as soon as possible, and then counterattack Konoha. Onoki snorted coldly. In this regard, Ban was a little depressed. But what Tokiji Onoki said was exactly what he wanted to say, so he could only swallow his breath. Damn Konoha, the air assault troops, right? Well, tonight, none of them want to escape. Onoki, who was extremely angry, immediately set the flag. Just when they organized ninjas and evacuated all the civilians in Yanin village, they were about to fight back, but a loud horn sounded in the sky. Hearing the sound of the horn, Konoha's air assault troops, none of them lingering on the battlefield, ran away without a trace. Poor Oyemu, relied on his own blood to continue to be eliminated, with the dust of a changing nature, flew into the air, just about to kill him. But I found that there were no figures in the dark night sky, not even a ghost. Dry between the hand posts. U4. Oyemu was so angry that he couldn't take it out. Suddenly, a mouthful of old blood spurted out and fell straight down from the air. 3 generations of dignified men and women, Oyemu, known as the Tostrand Libra, was vomiting blood. Exclamation mark. Foggy village. In the thick fog, several strange figures appeared. Their dresses are very similar to Konoha's ninjas, even with Konoha's forehead guard on their foreheads. However, when the camera zooms in and sees their faces clearly, people will be surprised to find where they are ninjas. They are obviously members of the Akatsuki organization. At this time, almost all the surviving members of Akatsuki's organization had already assembled, including Yukiha's former partner, Kaki, and Conan, who was sad when he learned that Uzumaki Nagato had died. However, Xionan was obviously deceived by Uchiha Sado and Kurozu. She thought that Uzumaki Nagato's death was caused by the hands. At this moment, there was only one thought in Xionan's heart, and that was to kill Ganzuzuma to avenge Uzumaki Nagato. Dry persimmon Gijiao, for our next goal, to attack your hometown of Uian village. What do you have to say? Dida rapped and said, Daidla, you are looking for death. Ganshi Guizhou glared at Day Idler and said coldly, Chapter 163 True Ming, I was so flustered. You don't know, I am the rebel of Uin Village. Am I the bone of hatred for Uin Village? Destroying Uin Village is just what I want. Ganshi Gaimin continued. What are you arguing about? Let's kill a few high-level ninjas in Uin Village this time. I haven't got a suitable corpse for a long time to make a new puppet. The Red Sand Scorpion spoke. For the last time he didn't get Ukiha's corpse. He has always been worried. At this moment, Konoha must have received the news a long time ago, knowing that they were being impersonated. Ukiha, wearing a whirlpool mask, suddenly spoke. I really want to see the face of Kaien Zaozujin after learning the news of the stabbing. His face must be very wonderful. Said. Don't talk nonsense. Let us also do a great deal of destruction to Uin Village. As long as we make trouble in the 4 ninja villages, I believe that within a few days, the 4th Ninja World War will break out. I don't know when. The conspirator Orochimaru, who has returned to the Akatsuki organization, said deeply. That's right. Everyone in the Xiao organization stood up one after another, and it was time to launch a major destruction of Uin Village. However, at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in front of the Akatsuki members. It turned out that Beiju's clone used to inquire about intelligence came back. However, the words that Beiju clone brought caused the members of the Xiao organization to explode. What are you talking about? Konoha took advantage of the darkness tonight and launched a sneak attack on Yanin Village. The 4th Ninja World War has begun. All the members of Akatsuki's organization looked incredulous. Yes, said absolutely dryly. It seems that we have become the vanguards of people's sneak attack on Yanin Village. We will give them a good way to make their sneak attack plan tonight more perfect. Speaking of this, I was extremely depressed, and I seemed to have a breath in my chest. I couldn't spit it out, and couldn't swallow it. Tell me, this is what happened. It was obviously that they were pretending to be Konoha, using Konoha to provoke the hatred of Konoha in the major ninja villages, which led to the 4th Ninja World War. But who knows, the card game between Kaien Zaozu never came out according to reason. He actually, instead, taking this opportunity, he took the initiative to launch the 4th Ninja World War. A person who leads a village can take the initiative to initiate the 4th Ninja World War. What a courage! Ukiha took the soil even more depressed. He proposed this plan, but who knows, it would be like this. Are we going to wreak havoc on the Hidden Fog Village? Naive Deidaro asked. Also initiated a devastating fight. The 4th Ninja World War has broken out, and now there is a fight for destroying it. Ukiha was furious and couldn't help but growl. Deidara looked at the masked Ukiha leader, a little confused. This younger scumbag, it turned out to be so fierce. However, what Ukiha Daito said is correct, Nemas, and the 4th Ninja World War has broken out, and they are now destroying Uin Village. You know, what is the purpose of their massive destruction of Yanin Village and Uin Village? Is to make the 4th Ninja World War erupt as soon as possible. But now, Konoha has already taken the initiative to start the 4th Ninja World War, and they are also devastating the Uin Village. A ghost. Damn it, I didn't expect this hand-raising post to have the courage to initiate the 4th Ninja World War. It seems that we still underestimate him. Finally, Ukiha can only say bitterly, that's right. Moreover, he is still a person who does not play cards according to common sense. Xiaonan, who had not spoken from the beginning to the end, also opened his mouth. But in her beautiful eyes, there is only hatred. Now that this is the case, it is no longer necessary to launch a major destruction plan on Uin Village. Let's go. The 4th Ninja World War has broken out, and there are many things waiting for us to prepare. Must speak. After that, Akatsuki had no honor-shaped organization, and only then stood up from the ground and left the Uin Village. A few minutes ago, Uin Village, Water Shadow Office. Uday Imushu Iingzomiming has a heavy face. The fog in the misty village is not ordinary fog, but is formed by a special kind of chakra combined with water vapor in the air. Fog can not only hide the Misty Village and protect the Misty Village, but also can detect enemies entering the Misty Village. Of course, the use of fog to monitor enemies entering the hidden fog village is such a high-level ninjutsu, except for the current Shui Ying Zhao Ming, almost no one will use it. And now, Chumi Ming's face was solemn. She sensed through the mist that several unfamiliar auras appeared in Yuan village. If it were just a few unfamiliar breaths, it wouldn't make Shui Ying Zhao Ming so nervous. The key is that those few strange auras, the strength of each Dao, are not below her. If these people are here to do things, Terumim feels that he and the several high-level water in the village can't handle it. At the moment, Chumi Ming hurriedly announced that the village had entered an emergency alert state. She didn't want Yuan village to end up like Yanin village. I have to say that the hidden part of Yuan village is still very powerful, but in just half a day, it has received information about the massive destruction of Yanin village. Point 1. Do you want to call out the elders who are in retreat? Terumim was lost in thought. Just when Terumi Ming was two big heads, she suddenly sensed that those mysterious and powerful strange auras suddenly evacuated from Yuan village. After that, it disappeared. Terumi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. She didn't want to encounter big troubles while the Ninja League Li Hozao army was still being established before the Fourth Ninja World War came. The departure of those mysterious auras is undoubtedly the best situation for her. It's okay, the enemy has already left. Revoke the emergency alert state. Terumim quickly ordered. Yes. A member of the dark side of Yuan village wearing a white mask took the order and retreated. Just when Konoha attacked Iweenin village and took the initiative to trigger the Fourth Ninja World War, the three figures of Senjujima, Uchiha Madara, and Uchiha Rong appeared in a valley. In the valley, the trees are overgrown. It seems that it is said to be a village, and there is no luck for any people. Aren't the three of them going to collect tail beasts? Why did they come to this deserted valley again? At this point, even Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Rong were a little confused. But they didn't ask much. Anyway, just follow the hands. Chapter 164. The village hidden behind the waterfall is at this time stopped between the dry hand posts and looked up. Ordinary people seem to have nothing but trees in front of them. However, Kaienzu's Eugene is no ordinary person. Through countless dense trees, Kaienzu's Eugene saw a huge waterfall appearing far and far away. It seems that you are not in the wrong direction. Kaienzu's Eugene muttered in his heart, suddenly raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. There was no movement in the valley woods, but immediately afterwards, a black shadow wearing a cat mask suddenly appeared and fell in front of Senjujima, kneeling respectfully at the foot of Senjujima. Anbu member, Kasumi. See Lord Naruto. It turned out that the reason Chijutsu Senju came here with Madara Uchiha and Uchiha was to meet the ANB members who had been agreed long ago. You don't need to be so polite. Chizuzuma motioned the ANB member to stand up and speak. He'll explain the matter. Let's get it done. After seeing the ANBU members stand up, Chizuzuma continued. It's done, Master Naruto. This is the information you need. The members of ANBU handed the 3 scrolls of Senjujima, which were recorded in 790 of them. Of course, it was not something else, but the movement of the people in Shinjuku information. Very good. Senjuzuma gave great affirmation to the ANBU members' ability to do things. Master Naruto is absurdly praised. The members of ANB are still respectful, and they are not half proud of Master Naruto's praise. It seems that Kakashi really managed the ANBU very well. No wonder, in the original book, he will become the future 6 generations of Hokage. After all, he is very capable of management. You can retreat. After that, the ANBU members disappeared into the valley again under the sign of Senjujuan. There was no sound when he came, and when he left, it seemed that he had never appeared before. Next, let's move separately. Gansumazuma said to Uchiha Madara and Uchiha. This is your goal. I believe that with your ability, there must be no problem. Oh, yes, remember to use the Phantom 10 Dragon Seal I taught you to extract the tail beast. During this time, Senju Zuma has studied the Magic 9 Dragon Seal, and successfully improved it, or upgraded it big, and passed it on to Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Rong. It's just that Kaienzu's Eugene still doesn't know whether the seal of the Phantom 10 Dragon, which he researched with his own hands, can completely extract the tail beasts without putting any effort into death. No, just take this opportunity to try the water. Understood? Uchiha Madara and Uchiha said in the same voice. However, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but spit it out. The seal of Magic Kowloon? The Magic 10 Dragon Seal? Let me go, Lord Naruto. Do you want to get your name so casual? After that, Senjutsu handed the other two scrolls to Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Ryo respectively. As you can see from the title on the scroll, the tail beast that Uchiha is going to collect is Isasukmayo, and the tail beast that Uchiha is going to collect is Muangoku. As for Senjujima himself, he is collecting Nanao Shigeki. Mayo Isasuke is now in a wild state without the strength of the human column. Relatively speaking, it is the best to deal with. Therefore, Senjujima gave it to Uchiha to collect it. As for where the tail beasts or human pillars are, the scrolls have clearly marked their current locations. Therefore, it should not be difficult for the three to find the target based on the location provided in the scrolls. After the division of labor, the three of them looked at each other, nodded each, then used the instantaneous technique and moved separately. Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Rong headed towards the country of soil and water respectively, but Senjujima headed straight towards the depths of the valley. The direction that Senjuzazu went to was exactly the place he had just looked into. Regardless of where it looked, it was deserted and uninhabited, but Senju's Eugene knew very well, in fact, behind which huge waterfall, there was a huge secret hidden. That's right, the country where Ganza's humor is now is the country of Takino, and the village of Shine is in this country. And Kaienzu's Eugene remembered clearly that the filter village was located behind a huge waterfall. That's right, it is the huge waterfall that Senjuju army is heading to now. In addition, it is worth mentioning that the corner capital that has already returned to Konoha and worked in Konoha Zanbi is the rebel of the filter village. It can be said that the filter village is not one of the 5 forbearance villages, but this little forbearance village is also full of talents. Otherwise, after the end of the National War, when the tail beasts were allocated, Nanao Shigemming would not be allocated to the filter village. There is only one reason, that is, the filter village has the ability to control Nanao Shigeki. The waterfall looks far away, but the speed between the Senju pillars is extremely fast, but in less than half an hour, his figure has appeared in front of the waterfall. Rumble! Exclamation mark. The huge waterfall. The water flow is like coming from the sky, flying straight down 3,000 feet. The sound is even louder than thunder. Before the waterfall, the voice is a little bit quieter, and you can't hear it at all. Sure enough, it is a good place to take advantage of the time and place. No wonder, the filter village is not big, and it also has Nanao Shigeki, but no other Shinobu village dares to hit it. Senju's Eugene looked at the waterfall in front of him and muttered, "No way, this place is what the art of war says, easy to defend and difficult to attack. Occupying the best time and place. It is simply difficult to capture such a place." However, Kaienzu didn't come to capture the filter village. His only purpose was to find the person Zilifu from the filter village, and then defeat her. But Nanao Shigemming extracted her and sealed it. Senjujima saw through the waterfall at a glance. It was full of organs, and there were ninjas from the filter village hiding behind the waterfall. However, even so, it could not stop the footsteps of Senjuzazu in the slightest. Senjujuan's toe was on the slippery rock, and with a swish, he jumped into the waterfall. Seeing that the figure in the Senjuza column was engulfed by the waterfall, the next second, behind the waterfall, there was a sudden sound of explosion. The firelight penetrated the waterfall in an instant, but it was soon covered by the turbulent waterfall. Go down. Nervous, I thought that since he came straight to the waterfall, he must know that behind the waterfall is our hidden village. He will be cautious. Who knows, it turned out to be a guy to die. The guardian ninja of the filter village lying in ambush behind the waterfall, saw the figure of Senjujima being engulfed by the explosion of fire, and couldn't help but sneer. Chapter 165 Hidden World Ninja Village Taki-in Village. No way, there are so many fools these years, another guardian ninja said. These two guardian ninjas are not low in strength, they are actually Shangnin. Although it is not an elite ninja, but let two ninjas guard here, it can be seen that this place is extremely important to Takigahara. Otherwise, they don't need to send two shinin to guard here. That's right, after all, the waterfall is the only way to enter Taki-in Village. If the enemy wants to attack Taki-in Village, they can only enter from here. There is no other way. Therefore, the entrance to the waterfall is naturally the top priority for Takigahara, and they should send two shinobu to guard here. Under normal circumstances, there are two shinins guarding the entrance of the village. Not to mention that some ill-intentioned people want to break into the village. Even the spies from other shinin villages who have been precisely disguised want to get in. However, it is a pity that the opponent they met today is indeed the legendary god of ninja. Did hand post. After the explosion subsided, the flames soon began to disappear. When the flames faded away, the expressions of the two guardian ninjas of Takigahara changed instantly. They saw that the dry hand pillars came out of the fire, unharmed! Tandao Pain's Shenluo Danzing could not cause damage to the dry hand pillars, let alone this small explosion caused by a dozen detonating charms. As a matter of fact, as soon as Senjujima passed through the waterfall, he saw the dozen or so detonating symbols attached to the dry rock behind the waterfall. He wants to avoid it. With his skill, it is not too simple. However, instead of avoiding it, he still complained in his heart. Sure enough, it was just a small ninja village. It was a trap, and only a dozen detonation charms, which made him angry. You know, the last time Konoha dealt with Sand Ninja Village, he invested hundreds of millions of detonating charms at once. However, there is no harm without comparison. To be honest, hundreds of millions of detonating talismans sounds like a lot, but compared to Xiaonan's ultimate trick, the 6 trillion detonating talisman is simply insignificant and incomparable. Here, I can't help but make a complaint. 6 quadrillion detonating charms. Are you sure about Kishimoto? There may not necessarily be so many banknotes in the whole earth connected. I'm afraid it can blow up every corner of the earth. Not the day to Emperor, nonsense. Don't mind everyone. Up. The two guardians of Takigami Village, Kamenino, saw this. Although shocked, he quickly recovered. He used water escape or something to withstand the damage of explosion and fire. One of the guards murmured, "It must be so." The other guardian Shangren also echoed the Tao. They felt that the dry hand pillars had used the water escape ninjutsu that restrained fire to protect themselves, so that they could survive the explosion without injury. In fact, they were confident that they could do it, so they still didn't realize how big the gap between them and the interloper in front of them was. "Stop, intruder, this is not where you should be. Leave quickly, otherwise, don't blame us for being polite." A guardian Shangren couldn't help but sternly warned. "The tone is very unkind." "Oh, how are you going to be rude to me?" On the contrary, the performance of the dry hands is very calm. Just a light rhetorical question. Stubble. When the two guardians heard the words, their eyes condensed. They knew very well that the person came here on purpose. "Since you ignore our warning, don't blame our men for being merciless." The guardian Shangren seemed to have a murderous heart. They did not directly rush to the dry hand pillars, but took a step back, and then concealed in the waterfall, perfectly integrated with the waterfall. Seeing this between the dry hand posts, there was no panic on his face, and he did not even take the initiative to use the natural energy of his body to find the trace of the two who disappeared. Shui dun middle dot Shui fang spikes. A guardian ninja secretly snorted in his heart, and then, from the waterfall, displayed the water escape ninjutsu. condensing a sharp water gun, from behind, slammed into the heart between the dry hands. The other Shanglin also directly used the ultimate move. Found it. However, after the two guardians disappeared, the hand-reeing pillar, who seemed to have been indifferent, suddenly shot. Wind escape middle. Wind blade hardly saw the seal between the dry hand pillars, but a sharp wind blade appeared in his hand. Morpho cut open. The wind blade flew out, regardless of its small size, but forcibly gave the entire water curtain of the waterfall directly. Zero seeking flowers. Zero. Wow! The water gun that guarded Shinin's hand hadn't touched the clothes between the dry hand posts, instantly turned into flowing water and fell from the air. How is this possible? The water curtain was cut open, and the two guardian Shangren suddenly became invisible. Their faces were distorted, and finally, only such a word was squeezed out of their mouths. Then, a shocking scene happened. Sigh. Blood spurted out. The two guardian Shangren suddenly flew high, and their heads were cut off by the wind blade just now. The trick that I did just now between the pillars cut not only the water curtain of the waterfall, but also the heads of the two people hidden in the waterfall. Moreover, the strength between the hand-raying posts was very accurate. After the two heads fell on the ground, they rolled over to where he was standing, just rolling down under his feet. Zero, grabbing the hairs of the two heads between the dry hand posts, lifted their heads, and left the entrance of the waterfall lightly. Are these two Shinobu? Exclamation mark. The hand-to-hand post between the hands and feet was solved unexpectedly. No wonder the two guardians endured to death and didn't want to believe that they were dead. It seems that the strength of the dry hands has indeed grown to an extremely terrifying point. Takian village. A small and peaceful village. In the village, apart from the occasional laughter of children, there is basically not much noise. But at the moment, Takian village, which has always been comfortable and quiet, is now shrouded in a terrifying shadow. Holding two blood-dropping heads between the dry hand posts, he walked on the quiet streets of Takian village, paying no attention to the gazes of people around him. When people saw that the heads on the hands of Ganzu's Yujian were the heads of the two powerful guards of Shangren who were guarding their village, their faces were full of fear. No. It's not good. A murderer broke into the village. After a long time, when the dry hand post left the street, the villagers who were frightened on the street dared to react. Go and report to the village chief. No, let's report directly to Master Fu. Also, go to the ninja guard. Chapter 166. The villagers scattered away noisily, and went to find their village chief, the ninja guard, and the Fuzama in their mouth. Although Ganzou's Eugene had left the previous street and came to another street, his ears were so good that he could still hear the villagers' conversations clearly. His natural way, the so-called Fuzama in the villagers' words, must be Shigeki Nanzia Lifu. In fact, this is undoubtedly the reason why the two heads between the hands of the hand shook the market. He doesn't have time to slowly find his goal in this hidden village. Wouldn't it be better to force Fu out in this way? The intruder ahead. The killer, stop us quickly. At this moment, the ninja guards in the village were receiving the news 073 reported by the villagers. After that, they rushed over. They came very fast, so it can be seen that they don't train less. Hey! Whoosh! Whoosh! On the roof of the village, there were many more Takigakura ninjas. Afterwards, they all jumped off the roof and surrounded the dry hand pillars. Catch it with all hands, we will leave you a whole body, otherwise. The ninja who took the lead hadn't finished speaking yet, but the hand-to-hand pillar had already stomped down. He stamped his foot on the ground, and the ground was not cracked by the dry hands. On the contrary, thick branches suddenly drilled out of the ground. Then, an extremely shocking scene of horror appeared. Amidst a scream, the ninjas in Takigakura village surrounded by the hand-raid pillars, all the branches rising from the sky pierced their chests and turned into strings of human flesh. In less than a second, there were 5 or 6 bare tree trunks without a single leaf on the street, and on each tree trunk were at least 6 or 7 ninjas from Zion village. Moreover, the ninjas are not stacked together, but a distance of about 1 meter is reserved between each ninja. From a distance, it is terrifying, but also a bit spectacular. What? The timid villagers were immediately frightened and screamed. Women and children were even scared to cry. For a time, the entire Takigahara village fell into a deep panic. After hearing the news, the village head hurriedly united some of the more courageous villagers in the village to organize other villagers to stay away from the streets and protect the women and children in the village. After such a disturbance, finally, the target that he wanted to find came out. A beautiful girl who looked like a 17 or 18-year-old girl with crystal clear orange-yellow eyes and cyan hair appeared in the sky above her head between the dry hands. Behind the girl, there is a pair of extremely gorgeous translucent insect wings. It is this pair of wings that allows her to fly in the air. What's more, unlike the peacock wings transformed by the peacock magic of Hoshinen village now Konoha's star family, the pair of wings behind the girl flew extremely fast. It's almost as fast as lightning. It is precisely because of the extremely fast flying speed that it seems that a girl suddenly appeared out of thin air in the sky above her head between the hand-reeing posts. In fact, the girl flew from the tail of the village to the head of the village, and it took less than a second. You finally came out, Nanao Shigeto July. Fu muttered to himself between the dry hands. The mayor of Takigahara, which is the shadow of Takigahara, although Takigahara doesn't have the name shadow. After seeing Fu's figure in the sky, his face was more complex than seeing the two in the hands between the hands. The head of a guardian ninja and the human meat skewers in the air are worse. Fu, why did you come out? You are simply too ignorant. I didn't tell you that some people who are deliberately surveying are collecting tail beasts, trying to use tail beasts to rule the world of Naruto. Let you hide it well? The village chief stamped his feet with anger. After being brainwashed by the shadows of the 4 great Shinobu villages, the village chief of Takigahara even felt that even if Takigahara was destroyed, it would not be possible to let the man who wanted to make a big guess get Nanao Shigeki. But this is the end. What else can he do? Fu, it's up to you. No way. The village head can only pin his hopes on Fu. After all, Fu is also Shigeki Nanao's persona. He still feels in his heart that Fu, with Shigeki Nanao's power, has the hope of defeating this unkind intruder. However, Fu's thoughts are obviously not the same as his eyes. The lofty head of the village had obviously different ideas. Fu saw the shocking strings of human meat skewers below and the 2 heads guarding Shangnin held in the hands of the dry hand post, and knew that this time Takigahara might be imminent. The strength of the Kama is extraordinary. But even if she realized the strength of Ganzou's Yujian, Fu had no intention to retreat. She had already made up her mind. No matter what, she must protect Takigahara village. The village where she was born and raised. Who are you? And what is the purpose of coming to Takian village? Why did you break into our hidden village to kill? Fu calmly asked, asking. I have to say that she does have a proud look. Even if she pulls down her face, she doesn't make her look ugly. On the contrary, it makes her look like a fairy who can't eat fireworks. She is so lonely and cold! Exclamation mark. Gan Shaozi looked at the cold fairy above his head, but he was even colder than her. My name is Ganzuzuma. I came here for no other purpose, just to collect Nanao Shigeki. You must be Zulifu Nanao from Takigami village. It's very simple. As long as you are willing to hand over Nanao Shigeki in your body, you can stop this killing. Otherwise, the dry hand post did not continue to speak, and there was a cold chill on his 0.2 face. This slight chill instantly made Fu's spine aloof, especially the moment he said his name between the dry hands. Ganzuzuma. He turned out to sign for the Zu family, the legendary god of ninjas. Konoha's first generation of Hokage, was the first to abolish the daimyo mansion, and was also the first to take the initiative to initiate a war in the ninja world. Unexpectedly, he actually came in person. It seems that, in the rumor, his plan to collect tail beasts is really true. The village chief and villagers of Takigahara village were even more shocked when they heard that the person who came was actually doing hand-to-hand polls. This big demon who can destroy a ninja village with just a gesture of action, how come they came to their village? Especially the village chief. His legs trembled with fright, and he muttered, "It's over, it's over." Chapter 167 for submission. Not only them, Shigeki Nanao, the tail beast sealed in Fu's body, couldn't help but speak. "Fu, this is a very dangerous guy. I have only one suggestion for you, that is, run away." "How fast?" "Just run away." Although Nanao Shigeki is the most cunning among all the tail beasts, it can use disguise and sneak attacks on defeated opponents. It will never use an open and honest way. However, this does not mean it is timid. However, this time it encountered the hand-reeing post, but it was immediately stunned. He didn't even try to make a shot at the hand-reeing post. It just wanted to escape from the hand-reeing post as soon as possible and stay away from him as far as possible. Because it is a tail beast, it can clearly feel how powerful and dangerous the dry hand post is. Of course, he only wanted to protect Fu from Takigahara, and obviously didn't intend to leave like this. Even Nanao Shigeki's persuasion was useless. It turned out to be you in the dry hand post. It is rumored that you are cruel, and even the third generation of Hokage died in your hands. And Konoha was also destroyed in your hands. I have never believed it. Now it seems that people really did not wrong you. You are the murderer who kills without blinking. Fu didn't mean to retreat. On the contrary, he also criticized Gansu's Eugene as a murderous demon who did not blink. Hearing this, Gansu's Eugene didn't care at all, so he ignored how others looked at him. However, he still had to look at Fu with admiration. He didn't expect that she would have the courage to scold him like that after she knew who she was. I'm afraid, even the shadow of the 4 great Shinobu villages would not dare to scold him in front of the dry hand. That's right. Since you already know that I can show no mercy to the 3 generations of Hokage in our village, then you should be very clear about what will happen if Takigahara village dared to resist. Verbally threatened between the dry hands. At the beginning, Gansu's Eugene had such a big battle, killing the 3rd generation of Hokage, and ruining the village of Konoha. The purpose was not to make the people of Konoha hate him. So simple. That's right. The main reason why he did that at that time was probably to shock people's hearts. Not only the people of Konoha, but also the people of the entire Hokage world. In the previous life, he had been the Handire of the underworld eldest brother. He knew it deeply and shocked the hearts of the people. It has a lot of benefits for him to deal with all kinds of troubles and tricky things. At least, all those who succumbed to the hand-reeing pillars did not dare to move any further thoughts of betrayal. This is the great benefit of shocking people. Sure enough, Fu heard that the dry hands were cruelly up, and even the 3rd generation of Hokage and Konoha village dared to destroy them, and his heart was occupied by fear. What she fears is not that she will die under Gansu's Eugene. What she fears is that if she is killed by Gansu's Eugene and the villagers rise up because of it, wouldn't it be because she killed her villagers? Ganzuzuma can even destroy the Konoha that he built. So how can he show mercy to a small Kotaki hidden village he didn't know before? Fu even foresaw the scene where Takigahara was slaughtered by the handcuffed column, where the men, women, and children, including children, chickens and dogs, were slaughtered by the handcuffed column. At that time, the fire would burn all over the village of Taki-in. Fu couldn't help trembling all over because of the scene he had imagined. Nanao Shigeki felt the fear and horror in her heart, and kept persuading her to run quickly and ignore the burden of the villagers. Even for a moment, Fu was moved by Nanao Shigeki, and she even had a thought, that is, run quickly. Her life is the most important thing. It is what matters to her. But as soon as this idea came about, she was immediately cut off by Fuji. She really loved her hometown, Taki-in village. How could she leave the villagers alone because of her fear and fear? What's the matter with you? Run quickly. Even if you and I join forces, they cannot be his opponents. But if we run away, we have 3 pairs of wings, and 3 pairs of wings are fully fired. This world has not been able to catch up. who are honors. Nanao Shigeki saw that Fu's heart was finally firm again, and could only try to persuade her again. However, this time Fu would not listen to it again. Her body was still trembling, but her eyes became more determined. She glanced at the panic-stricken villagers below, as if she had made up her mind. Okay, I promise you that you can take away Nanao Shigeki from my body. Fu lowered her head and suddenly opened her mouth. Her tone was extremely decisive. What, Fu, you know what you are talking about? Hearing this, the head of Tokigahara couldn't believe his ears, thinking he had heard it wrong. However, when he saw Funa's resolved gaze, he realized that Fun was planning to use her own life in exchange for the lives of everyone in the village. However, the village chief did not approve of Fu doing this at all. He thought, what if Tokigahara was destroyed? She was able to stay and Nanao Shigeki would not be succeeded by the hand-reading post. That was the most important thing. Fu, do you know what you are talking about? I told you a long time ago that even if our Tokigahara village is destroyed, we will never let outsiders get the tail beast Shigeki Nanao. Sternly, the village chief, who was trembling with fright before, couldn't help but stand up. The seven-tailed Manzilifu had already compromised. This village chief had to be troublesome. After this 510, the hand-reading post is not happy. Noisy. Hearing the words between the dry hand columns, his eyes condensed, and the reincarnation eye suddenly appeared in his right eye. After that, he didn't see any movement between the hand-reading posts. He glanced at the village chief. Suddenly, a raging black flame ignited on the village chief's body. That is the fire of Amaterasu. Such a violent fire from the sky ignited on the village head, and the village head was burnt to a pile of ashes before he even screamed, disappearing without a trace. From the burning of the black fire to the end, it was only a short tenth of a second. At this moment, the villagers didn't even have time to react, and their village chief just disappeared before their eyes. Village head. After a long time, someone finally called out. Fu couldn't help being angry when he saw the tragic death of the village chief he respected in front of him. He wanted to save a tail beast, but he wanted the whole village and villagers to bury him. Is it wrong for me to kill such a person? Ganshu Zildjian ignored the anger in the eyes of Fu and the villagers, and said coldly. Strong words. A villager who had lost his mind suppressed the fear in his heart and spoke loudly. Chapter 168. I accept your challenge. The cold gaze from the dry hand column immediately fell on the irrational villager. Stop it! Fu shouted almost hoarsely in desperation. Oh! The dry hand post temporarily let go of the villager, and Samsara's eyes locked on Fu's body. Since I promised you, I won't regret it. Nanao Shigeki on my body can be taken away at any time. But Ying stopped here when he talked about it. It turns out that there are conditions. Sneered between the dry hands. The meaning of this sneer is obvious. It is undoubtedly saying to Fu, do you think you are qualified to negotiate terms with me? Fu Qian endured the fear and anger in his heart, and opened his mouth. I am not a condition. You can indeed take away Nanao Shigeki from me at any time. However, before taking Nanao Shigeki, I just want to learn about the legendary ninja. The strength of the god. I would like to see if your strength is really as powerful as the legend. After Fu finished speaking, a pair of bright eyes stared at the face between the dry hands, wanting to see what position he would make. Fu is not an ordinary smart. She knows very well that if she rashly acted on the hand-reading bowl out of indignation, she might irritate him and cause him to kill the villagers. However, if she said that, it would make Ganzhao Zildjian have to accept her challenge due to face and strength, and it would also give him no excuse to attack the villagers. After all, he said that as long as she was willing to hand over Nanao Shigeki, he would not attack the villagers. Oh, Senzu Zildjian couldn't help but look at Fu with admiration. Although Fu was a beautiful girl, she was not enough to catch him at first. But now, Ganzhao Zildjian is more and more interested in her. You are quite clever. It makes me have to fight with you, and at the same time, it gives me no excuse to attack the villagers. But the dry hand post sneered. Evil Spirit said, you think you have to be careful. I have to compromise? When have you seen a demon who kills people without blinking? will leave a village behind because of a word he said casually before 11 of human life. After hearing this, Fu paled suddenly. That's right, she did play well. She had a good calculation, but she had forgotten to consider one point, that is, if the hand-wringing pillar is really the murderous demon in her mouth, then why does he have to abide by what he said casually before? What? A demon who kills without blinking. Doesn't it all need no reason to kill? Seeing that Fu was pale with fright, it seemed that she was about to collapse at any time, and the dry hand post did not continue to scare her, and said, however, I still accept your challenge. Huh? Fu, who was in a cold sweat, heard the words, and then she recovered, thinking she had heard it wrong. What does he mean? He accepted my challenge? In other words, he won't attack the villagers? A little bit. Of course, Fu, a girl who grew up in a hidden ninja village, was still too simple to do her hands. Naturally, she could tell at a glance. Therefore, she deliberately added, of course, I can tell you in advance. That's it. If you can't beat me, I will kill everyone in the entire hidden village. The tone between the dry hand posts was very cold, extremely cold. Whoever listened to him would not doubt that he would do what he said. After hearing this, Fu looked at the cold and merciless face between the dry hand posts, and gritted his silver teeth in a loud voice, relax, for the villagers, even if I'm crushed, I will definitely defeat you. Crazy. You are crazy. Completely crazy. Nanao Shigeki screamed frantically inside Fu's body, but it was useless because Fu's body was controlled by her. Fu also didn't listen to Nanao Shigeki's words to her ears. She just kept a little bit in her heart. She said sadly and melancholy, Chongming, fight with me. Nanao Shigeki finally fell silent. It knew that its host had really made up its mind to coexist and die with Tokigahara. Can you start? Ganshu Zujin raised his head to look at the sky and said to Fu, you will catch up with me first. Fu said, opening his wings behind him. The translucent wings swiftly waved, and Fu suddenly turned into a streamer and moved away. The speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, Fu's figure had flown to the end of the village. Hey! Do you want to lead me to the faraway Tokigahara village? Ganzuzuma didn't intend to let Fu succeed. Who knows, will she lead herself into the deep mountains and forests that are dissatisfied with the organs and traps? Ganzuzuma was very strange to the hidden little Shinobu village and everything around it. But even so, seeing Fu's figure disappear, the hand-wringing post is still indifferent. It wasn't until the last moment that there was no movement between the dry hands. Mudan middle. The tree realm is coming. With a stern shout from the dry hand post, he didn't even see him making a seal, but huge trees suddenly emerged from the ground. The thick tree trunks can easily destroy houses and buildings, and almost instantly, the entire hidden village is completely unrecognizable. After a few seconds, the wild growth of trees finally stopped, and the entire terrain of Takian village was completely changed. A huge jungle maze completely covered the entire Takian village. But after arriving at the end of the village, Fu, who was about to rush out of Takian village, was intercepted by the tall tree wall. Damn it! Has he seen through my strategy? Fu is very depressed. She originally planned to take advantage of her speed and try to take the hand-wringing post to the wilderness far away from Takian village. In this way, even if she loses to Ganzu Zujian, the villagers can also take advantage of this time to escape from Tokigahara village and avoid all suffering from Ganzu Zujian's poisonous hands. She never expected that the hand-to-hand post would eventually win the game. Not only did she see through her thoughts, she also enveloped the whole Tokigahara the rich with the arrival of the tree world. In this way, neither the villagers nor herself, one of them would want to escape from Tokigahara village. From this point of view, he really planned to kill all the villagers in Takian village after I lost. Thinking of this, Fu couldn't help clenching her silver teeth. In this way, she made up her mind even more. For the villagers, no matter what, she will defeat the hand-wringing post. At this moment, the figure in the dry hand post had already arrived in front of Fu. His speed was extremely fast, and he had already arrived in front of her almost as soon as he left. Looking at the dry hand column that appeared in front of him, Fu's pupils shrank instantly. The speed of the dry hand column was second. The key is that there was a pair of wings behind him, a pair of peacock wings. A peacock trick. Although Fu almost never leaves Takian village, it doesn't mean that her knowledge is short. Chapter 169 Nano's astonishing speed. Although Fu almost never leaves Takian village, it doesn't mean that her knowledge is short. On the contrary, she read the books and ninjutsu scrolls left in the village when she was fine, and she had a wide knowledge of ninjutsu. Why, a peacock trick scared you? Hearing the words between the dry hands, he couldn't help but speak. He said so, but Shizuma couldn't help but look at Fu again. The peacock magic method is the secret method of Xingran village, and there are very few people who know this secret method. Ganz's Eugen never expected that in a hidden village of Shinobu, someone would know the magic of peacocks. Hey! Fu sneered before saying, a peacock trick can't scare me. I just didn't expect that you can fly, but you are so fast. I shouldn't just open my wings if I knew this. Up. Indeed, you should turn on the 6 wings at the beginning, so maybe it will take a little time for me to catch up with you. Ganzu's Eugen said calmly. What? Hearing this, Fu looked at the dry hand pillars, which became extremely complicated. I opened 6 wings. Can you catch me? It only takes a little time. Are you completely disregarding me, or are you overestimating your own strength? If you don't put me in your eyes, I have nothing to say, but if you don't put Nanao Shai gemming in your eyes, then it is your fault. If it weren't for my fear that after turning on the 6 wings, 523 would throw you off too quickly, making you furious and killing all the villagers. Do you think you can still see me now? Fu couldn't help but think so. It's not that she is too self-confident in herself, but because she feels from the beginning to the end that there can be no one in the world faster than the 6-win Shigeki Nanao. Moreover, even Shigeki Nanao thought so. In the original book, Shigeki Nanao is the fastest tail beast. This is for sure, but it is not the fastest creature in Naruto, which is not clear. The author thinks it should be, otherwise, Shigeki Nanao is so weak, and Kishimoto cannot make it the top 3. It can be seen at a glance at the dry hand post. Fu is obviously skeptical of what he said just now, but he doesn't care. Human, you look down on yourself too much. At this moment, even Shigeki Nanao couldn't help but materialize. It is even more dissatisfied with the Hands Eugen, who looks down on its speed. Its strength may not be as good as other tail beasts, but its speed is its proud capital. Really? The Ganzazu smiled. He didn't look down on Nanao Shigeki's speed. After all, its speed was indeed the fastest of all the tail beasts. The reason why he smiled with contempt was only because he knows very well how strong he is now. Not to mention just one tail beast, even with 9 tail beasts, he can handle it. Of course, Ganzao's humor is not so arrogant that he thinks that he can be faster than Nanao Shigeki with full firepower, but even if the speed is really not as good as Nanao Shigeki, he still has a way to keep Nanao Shigeki. Just like ordinary humans, how can the speed catch up with the cheetah? But once a cheetah encounters an experienced hunter, there is often no way to escape. With a contemptuous smile on Senjujima's face, Nanao Shigeki thought it was a provocation, and suddenly it flew into a rage. Human, it seems that you really didn't put me in your eyes. But soon, you will regret your complacency. At the same time Nanao Shigeki spoke, a pair of extremely gorgeous translucent insect wings grew behind Fu quietly. While speaking, Fu had already turned on the 4-wind state. Immediately after Nanao Shigeki's voice fell, Fu's figure turned out to be illusory like a clone technique. It turned out that Fu, or Nanao Shigeki's speed, was almost at the point where it left after images. In just a moment, Fu's figure appeared on the other side of the village. After Fu's figure appeared, Nanao Shigeki's voice sounded again. Despise my speed, now, you know how bad I am, cab. Before the 2 words let's go were spoken, Fu suddenly interrupted the triumphant Nanao Shigeki. No, something is wrong. As soon as Fu spoke, Nanao Shigeki, who became one with her, immediately sensed that a gust of breeze suddenly came from behind it. Fu reacted extremely quickly, and turned around quickly. Then, she and Nanao Shigeki saw a scene that shocked them, and the hand-raying post was behind them, just looking at them for a moment. Yes, so fast, I almost lost it. Ganzu's Eugene had to admit that even if Fu only turned on the forward state, but the speed was still fast, he almost missed the target. No, this is impossible. Fu and Nanao Shigeki in her body were almost in the same voice. She seldom turns on the forward state. She thought it would take a few seconds to catch up with her. Unexpectedly, people are like a ghost, and the speed is no slower than her in the forward state. Damn it. Nanao Shigeki, who was still smug just now, blushed and couldn't help cursing. After this speed contest, Fu has already made it clear that the speed between the dry hand posts has reached a terrifying state. If she does not fully fire, she will not be able to run past him. Shigeki, turn on the 6 wings, Fu said to Nanao Shigeki in his heart. Nanao Shigeki stopped talking nonsense this time, and silently lent all his power to Fu. Now Fu has complete control. Gansu Zuma looked at Fu with a solemn face. The last pair of transparent wings behind him was being formed, but he did not interrupt him. He actually wanted to try it. The fastest tail beast Nanao Shigeming's speed. What realm can it reach? When Fu saw that Ganzu's Eugene did not intend to condense the last pair of wings, he understood the other side's thoughts. She couldn't help but admired and feared the hand-to-hand post. What she admired was that he didn't even dare to let her open the 6 wings, and what was afraid was that he was confident now. This man might be completely superior to her and Nanao Shigeki in strength, but even if she was afraid in her heart, Fu would not change her determination in the slightest. She would defeat Ganzu's Eugene anyway and rescue all the villagers. Call out. At the moment when the last pair of wings formed behind Fu, her figure had disappeared so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. At this moment, Fu almost turned into a blue light, rushing towards the open sky. Chapter 170. A sneak attack from the ground. The tree world came to form a huge jungle labyrinth, completely enclosing the entire village. The wall made up of huge trees is not only hundreds of meters high, but also very thick layer after layer. Fu knew that it was basically impossible to break through the maze wall. Therefore, she chose very wisely to break through from the sky. Although the tree wall of the maze is hundreds of meters high and still rising, at her speed, she rushed to the top in an instant. The moment Gansu's Eugene's wings stirred behind Fu, he immediately realized it, but this time, he didn't even mean to move at all. To be honest, after knowing how fast the full 6-wind Fu is, he immediately understood that Shigeki Nano's speed is not superb. The peacock trick he learned from Hoshin village, even use the power to the extreme, and it is impossible to catch up with the opponent in the air. After all, at this moment, the speed of the full 6-wind Fu is too fast! Of course, if Fu falls to the ground or flies at low altitude, there is really a way to catch up with her between the dry hands, but it is a pity that Fu is obviously not stupid. All of this is a long story. But everything happens only between electric light and flint. Seeing Fu reached the top of the maze wall at once, he was about to break through, but he was still not in a hurry. Since Fu refused to land, just force her down. It was only at this moment that the hand-driving pillars who had been prepared for a long time started. He stretched out his right hand and infused the natural energy in his body into the trees around him. Suddenly, the trees grew faster. Moreover, they no longer blindly grow to a height, but suddenly grow horizontally, forming a roof, blocking Fu's path. When Fu saw this, his eyes flicked, and the wings behind him were instantly covered with a layer of lavender chakra energy, which turned into 6 sharp feathered knives. The feather blade was extremely sharp, but every tree that touched it was chewed to pieces by it. Suddenly, the roof formed by the crazy growth of the trees was instantly pricked by Fuji with a big hole, and she unexpectedly broke out. Escape. Seeing this between the dry hand posts, his face remained unchanged at all. On the contrary, The corners of his mouth rose slightly. The prey ran away. He still has such a good mood? Of course not. After Fu broke through the roof, she was unstoppable, but she was stunned. Because she did not escape from birth, on top of her head, there is another thick layer of no roof. Not a layer. Through the cracks of wildly growing trees, Fu saw that there were at least a dozen layers of roofs above her head. Moreover, the farther behind the roof, the faster the trees grow, and the crazier it is. It's not difficult to escape the roof of more than a dozen floors, but Fu knows very well that after she broke the roof of more than a dozen floors, she would have been caught up by the hand-raying post! Fu wisely stopped her footsteps again, and she turned and looked at the dry hand pillars who were chasing extremely quickly. A pair of beautiful star eyes showed a trace of disdain. It is natural to know what Fu is thinking about at the moment. Without waiting for her to speak, he directly said, "A hunter does not necessarily have to catch up with the cheetah. Using traps is the clearest choice." Fu was speechless. She knew very well that what she said was correct. "Even if you trap me, it's no use." Fu Ling snorted. Her wings slammed behind her, and the 6 feather blades flew out at the same time, turning into 6 streams of light, shooting towards the dry hand pillars. Where the feather blade passed, the trees that were still growing crazily, like noodles, were cut into sections and dropped continuously. There was no hesitation between the dry hand pillars, and the figure flashed, casting the instantaneous spell, avoiding the attack of the feather blade. After the feathered blade attack failed, he continued to fly back. Everywhere he passed, whether it was the trees or the buildings in Takian village, the feathered blades were cut into pieces, and the scene was extremely spectacular. However, the hand-handed pillars did not take any care because he avoided the feather blade. Sure enough, in the next second, the missing feather blades turned back one after another and shot at him again. While your blade suddenly turned around and entangled in the hand-raying post for an instant, Fu stirred the wings behind him, and his figure disappeared again. It seemed that she knew very well that with only 6 feather blades, it was impossible for her to get the hands off. Only this time, Fu stopped flying up and down, but down. Since there is no way to heaven, she doesn't believe it, and the dry hands on the ground can stop her. The earth escapes the earth flow wall. A wall of scholars condensed between the dry hand columns, which slightly resisted the 6 menacing feather blades, but almost instantly, it was cut by the feather blades. Of course, all of this is under the control of the dry hands. Drink. The moment the feather blade crossed the earth flow wall, the natural energy in the body burst out suddenly between the dry hand pillars. Suddenly, the 6 feather blades seemed to have suffered some impact, and they broke apart one after another, and finally dissipated into the air. Ganzuzuma used her own aura to shatter Nanao Shigeki's feather blade attack. After shattering the feather blade, the gaze of Ganzuzujin looked down, which is the direction where Fu escaped. While shattering the feather blade, Ganzuzuma also paid attention to Fu's every move. Naturally, her whereabouts could not be hidden from him. Did it fall to the ground? Just what I wanted. The dry hand pillars expended a lot of natural energy to make the trees grow wildly. Originally, she was going to force her down. Now, she has gone down, which is just in line with his wishes. Ganzuzuma quickly chased up, but after landing, he lost his trace. Fu seems to have disappeared out of thin air. Not only can't see her figure, even her breath has disappeared. What is going on? Where has she gone? Could it be that she has escaped from the maze of trees? Of course, Kaienzuzujian knew very well that Fu hadn't escaped from the huge maze he created with the arrival of the tree realm. As for where she went, after a little thought between the dry hands, it instantly understood. It seems that Nanao Shigemming is indeed the most cunning tail beast, and it should have hid under the ground. Shigeki Nanao is not only good at using clay to disguise, but also likes to launch sneak attacks from the ground. Sure enough, while carefully watching the wind and grass around him between the dry hand posts, the ground under his feet suddenly sank and turned into a huge abyss, jumping from the ground to the sky, and biting at him. Insect bite! Chapter 171 Ice Escape. The Art of Ice Law. All this happened extremely quickly, and there was no time for anyone to react. Two cuts. In the next moment, Nanao Shigeki, who was materialized between the dry hand posts, bit his waist in one bite. Puff. A puff of smoke came out, and two pieces of wood fell out of the materialized Nanao Shigeming's mouth. It turned out that the person who was bitten in two by Shigeki Nanao was not the dry hand postman himself, but a piece of wood he used to perform the substitute technique. At this moment, the true body of Senjujima suddenly appeared next to Shigeki Nanao. Wooden escape tree killing and binding technique. A huge wooden gun slammed out of the hand of the dry hand post, and in an instant, the huge Nanao Shigeki directly penetrated. Hi! Nanao Shigeki let out a scream. However, this does not mean that the hand-raying column is 380, because the next second, Nanao Shigeki will turn into clay and fall down. And a black shadow rushed out at an extremely fast speed, and instantly dived into the mud. Before the dry hand post came to understand what was going on, suddenly, a chill suddenly penetrated his heart from behind. Ice done. The Art of Ice Law. After the so-called manna catching the cicada and the oriole, Fu, who disappeared, did not know when, unexpectedly appeared behind Ganzu's Eugean. I didn't see any ice blades or ice cones on her hands either, but she used her index finger to gently place a little on the back between the dry hands. The water, blood and other liquids in the dry hand column freeze instantly. They were originally necessary body fluids to maintain the normal vitality of a living person. At this moment, it turned into a sharp blade to strangle his life. In an instant, countless small ice blades grew from the heart between the dry hand posts, instantly cutting his heart into tens of millions. This happened inside the body, and the scene outside the body was even more shocking. In the body between the dry hands, every stomata, every capillary hole, and even between every cell and cell, countless small and sharp ice flowers grow out. The whole person in the dry hand column became a huge ice flower. It really deserves to be an ice law. It turned out that after Fu landed just now, he immediately released most of the energy of Nanao Shigeki, condensing the 7 Shigeki. That is, it is dot. And she hit on the other side, and while the hand-driving pillars shot Nanao Shigeki, she suddenly started stealing. Undoubtedly, Fu's strategy can be said to be perfect. In fact, she was not originally a sinister character, and all this was forced out by the hand-raying post. If she didn't hide in the dark and attacked the dry hand pillars, she would lose to the dry hand pillars. And then she could only watch the dry hand pillars slaughter all the villagers. This move obviously consumed a lot of chakra, and her breath was even a little unacceptable. Shrunk. One nit. However, as soon as Fu's thought came out, her pupils instantly closed because she saw that the dry hand pillars that had frozen into a huge ice flower actually moved. Click. The movement between the dry hand posts was a bit stiff, but it didn't affect him to turn around quickly. When he moved, the ice flowers on his body shattered one after another, making a click sound. No, this is impossible. Fu is completely stunned. All the body fluids in his body have been completely frozen by me. How can he still be alive? No, this is impossible. Once a person loses body fluids, he will definitely die. This is common sense. But this common sense seems to have lost its effect on the body of the dry hand post. It's no wonder that Force Face will show such an incredible face. It is no wonder that she has been forgotten and she should run away next. It didn't matter if Fu was a beautiful girl in the dry hand column. With a mark on her right hand, she patted Fu on the chest. At the moment when it was dry, a black shadow resembling insect claws emerged from the ground, grabbed Fu's ankle, and dragged it underground. She patted Fu's chest steadily, but in the next second, her whole body, like Shigeki Nanao before, turned into a puddle of mud and fell to the ground. Does the clay pretend? Muttered, looking at the clay on the ground between the dry hand posts. Although the 2 shots were unsuccessful, but the hands were not in a hurry. Get me out of the ground. There was an angry shout between the dry hand posts, and the fist, condensed with strange power, suddenly blasted to the ground. Boom! Exclamation mark. the flat ground suddenly collapsed, and a series of huge cracks, centered on the fist between the 1,000-hand pillars, began to spread outwards. In an instant, the cracks spread to hundreds of miles away. The entire ground also collapsed, forming a huge pothole. Under the bombardment of no less destructive power than a major earthquake, if Nanao Shigeki continued to hide in the ground, it would undoubtedly face a dead end. Ganzu's Eugene thought Nanao Shigeki would be forced out of the ground by him. However, he made a mistake. The earth was destroyed by him, but Nanao Shigeki's figure did not appear. Huh? There was a moment of confusion between the dry hands. Nanao Shigeki was not in the ground, so where did it hide? It seemed that Nanao Shigeki was even more cunning than Ganzu Shijian imagined. Not only did he hide his aura, he even predicted that Ganzu Shige would attack the earth in advance, and did not hide in the ground. However, there is still no rush between the dry hands. He quietly releases the natural energy so that the natural energy continues to spread around him. It looked like it was doing useless work, because Nanao Shigeki concealed its breath, and it was impossible to detect it between the dry hands. Sure enough, just as he concentrated on releasing the natural energy between the dry hand posts, a tree behind him moved silently. As soon as the tree moved, the clay on its body began to peel off. It turned out that this is not a tree, but is camouflaged with clay. Nanao Shigeki 2.2 exposed its sharp claws, and slashed it towards the back of the head between the hand-raying posts. When Nanao Shigeki shot, a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sneak attack, but it is so good at it. Its sneak attack is so silent, it can even make its prey die without knowing how it died. However, Nanao Shigeki's sneak attack speed is faster, and the speed of the hand-raying post is faster. Looking for death, angrily shouted, as if he had already prepared for the hand-raying post, he suddenly turned his head, and then slammed Nanao Shigeki's body with a punch. A punch that blended with strange power was so powerful that it shattered the hard carapace of Shigeki Nano's body with one punch. Crack! This is impossible. Nanao Shigeki was incredulous when he was blown away by a punch. Chapter 172 Ice Substitute Technique. Nanao Shigeki didn't understand. His aura was so well hidden, and the sneak attack was silent and perfect. So why would he still be seen through the hand-raying post? Could it be that he still has eyes behind him? Of course, Ganzu's Eugene did not have eyes behind him. He could see through Nanao Shigeki's sneak attack, thanks to the natural energy he just released. Do you think your clay disguise is very successful, so I can't find you? Said between the dry hands. Indeed, your clay camouflage is very good. You can hide your breath. It's a pity that the trees here are all made by me using the tree world. The tree you camouflage does not have my natural energy. Breath. It turned out that the natural energy released by the dry hand column was not used to detect Shigeki Nanao. On the contrary, he was only used to detect whether the surrounding trees had their own natural energy aura. With a punch containing a strange force, with great force, Nanao Shigeki broke hundreds of huge trees in succession, and finally stopped. After stopping, look at Nanao Shigeki again. It looks like it is not too miserable. The carapace on its body was almost completely shattered, exposing its body. The proud wings behind it, even under the impact of the trees, broke 5 forcibly, leaving only the last wing hanging loosely behind. It seemed that that wing was also unusable. Powerful. Nanao Shigeki struggled to say the last word, and at the same time, his body began to fade away. However, there was still a sinister smile on the corner of its mouth. It seems that it should be left behind. You talk too much nonsense. At this moment, a scream came from the top of the head between the hand-raying posts. Being done middle. Ice gun assassination. At the same time, Fu, who was also disguised as part of a branch by clay camouflage, condensed a huge, sharp ice gun in his hand and pierced his head between the dry hand posts. The ice gun is even bigger than her smaller body. It's interesting, but you are still too weak. With a sneer between the dry hand posts, he stretched out his right hand and grabbed it directly at the ice gun. With the determination to die, Fu, who was also going to kill the hand post, was stunned. What is he doing? He wanted to take my ice gun assassination out of thin air. Isn't he going to take it with this hand? Or is he planning to use one arm for another life? Fu didn't understand why Gansu Zhujian did this. She could only think of this. However, the next second, she was completely stunned. The moment the palm of the hand touched the ice gun, Fu imagined that the ice gun pierced the palm of his hand. Did not happen. On the contrary, the instant the ice gun touched the palm between the dry hand posts, it seemed to have received a devastating impact. Starting from the tip of the gun, a crack appeared first. Immediately afterwards, the cracks spread in an instant, and for an instant, the huge ice gun was covered with tiny cracks. Next second, click. The ice spear turned into countless tiny frost, flying all over the sky. Simply beautiful. In a flash, it turns into water vapor and dissipates without a trace. On the other hand, the hand between the dry hands was unscathed, but, visible to the naked eye, his palm was wrapped with a thick layer of energy similar to chakra. The knowledgeable Fu, this is not chakra, because its richness is much stronger than chakra energy. This is natural energy. Damn it. Why can he use natural energy without turning on the fairy state? Fu felt that his shock today was much more than that of his entire life combined. Because Takian village, a hidden village of Shinobu, is so peaceful. She was so calm that she seemed to have forgotten the shocking things for a long time. It was this man who shocked her time and time again. However, Ganzou's humor obviously wouldn't attack a beautiful girl because she was in shock. Spiral pill. The dry hand column deliberately increased the volume, and then, just now, the rotating energy ball condensed from his hand, slammed it down on Fu's body. At this moment, Fu woke up in shock. Now, it is not the time to be shocked. Being done. Ice substitute technique. Fu performed the technique of ice substitution at the most critical moment. Between the dry hands, I could feel that my hands were touching Fu's chest, and the soft and elastic touch was unexpectedly comfortable. Seeing that Helix Maru was about to twist and tear Fu's body to pieces, but before that, Fu's body split first. She cracked into chunks of crystal clear ice, and then, under the rotating force of the spiral pill, it turned into ice dregs and splashed around. Of course, this is not Fu's body, but an ice substitute for her. Different from the general wood substitution technique. The substitution technique requires objects such as wood and stones that can be substituted in the surroundings before it can be performed. Fu's secret ice substitution technique does not even need any entities around it. As long as there is water vapor in the air, she can instantly condense the water into ice, and then perform the ice substitution technique. It can be said that the ice substitution technique is simply a perfect escape ninjutsu. The strength is not strong, but the ability to adapt to changes is quite good. Fuji escaped, and the 590 hand post was not disappointed at all, but praised. Being praised by the dry hands, Fu did not feel the slightest happiness, because she knew that even if she and Nanao Shigeki teamed up, the chance of defeating this powerful and abnormal guy in front of her would be almost zero. But even if the chance of victory is slim, in order to keep the villagers alive, she will defeat Ganzuzumu anyway, because this is the bond between her and the village. This is the determination she must. Fu, this is our last chance. I will use my own tail as a price to take you from the tree world and descend into this maze. Listen to me. Don't worry about the weak villagers. This guy is too powerful. It's impossible for you and me. Nanao Shigeki suddenly spoke. Even the tail can be abandoned. It seems that it is really forced to the point of compelling. However, Nanao Shigeki hadn't finished speaking before she was interrupted by Fu. Chongming, lend me all your power. Fuli's voice was so resolved, so decisive. This time, she did not hesitate at all. She has even stopped being afraid of doing her hands. Yes, a person who can even kill for the sake of the villagers. How can he feel scared anymore? Chapter 173. Nanao Shigeki was angry, but unfortunately, it was completely powerless. In the end, we can only compromise. Fine, since your little girl has made the determination to die, How can I be inferior to a little girl in Nanao Shigeki? Well, I will fight with you today. Nanao Shigeki said, lent his power to Fu without reservation. In fact, it has never had the experience of lending all its power to Fu, because it has never been clear whether Fu, this body, can bear all its power. But the enemy is now. The matter is over, there is no other way. Fu suddenly yelled. Her face looked very painful. Her neck was even covered with blue veins. However, no matter how great the pain is, Fu doesn't care at all. She knows that the only thing she has to do now is to withstand the full power of Nanao Shigeki. Just as Fu screamed, a blood-red energy rose from her body. That energy was extremely powerful and majestic. For a moment, half of the sky seemed to be dyed red by red. At the same time, it had been huge, with a head and feet of 100 meters tall, and it looked like a beetle with 6 wings and a pointed tail. It appeared behind Fu. This is the real Nanao Shigeki. Just now, in the underground, the sneak attack between the hand-raying pillars was just part of its power condensed into a fake body. Nanao Shijiming's power all exploded, and its true body also appeared at the same time. Facing this ferocious giant beetle, the clouds between the 1,000 hands pillars were still light, as if he was not facing a beetle hundreds of meters tall, but a small beetle. Crack! Nanao Shigeki appeared, domineering sideways, and before Fu gave an order, he waved his wings behind him and rushed towards the dry hand post. Its sharp front paws slashed towards the waist between the hand-raying posts. Senju Jizuma raised his head and stared at the huge Nanao Shigeki, without a trace of panic on his face, and his hands had already begun to draw. At the moment Nanao Shigeki approached, Senju Jizuma's hands slammed his chest, and suddenly, a majestic natural energy surged from his body. Mudun really has thousands of hands. With the anger of the Kaiane Zhujian, a Buddha statue with arms full of arms rose from the ground behind him. In almost an instant, the height of the Buddha statue has exceeded 100 meters. Moreover, the volume is still expanding. In the next second, the size of the Buddha statue completely crushed Nanao Shijiming. As soon as the Buddha statue appeared, both big hands attacked at the same time, just grabbing Nanao Shigeki's 2 front paws. The Buddha statue and Nanao Shigeki were so stalemate. However, the Buddha statue is enough to crush even the 9 tails, and Nanao Shijiming, in terms of strength, how can he beat the Buddha statue? Buddha is angry too. Tear me its claws. With an order from Kaiane Zuzuma, the Buddha image seemed to be really angry. Pulling hard with both hands, he forcibly broke Nanao Shijiming's 2 front paws! Kakaka! Nanao Shigeki was in pain and uttered a harsh scream. The Buddha image lost 2 paws and 2 huge fists, and greeted Nanao Shigeki at the same time. Boom! Boom! 2 loud noises sounded at the same time, and the 2 fists of the Buddha statue completely hit Nanao Shigeki's body. Its armor was harder than steel, and it suddenly cracked. However, Nanao Shigeki didn't even take a step back. It just relied on the hardness of the carapace on its body to resist the attack of the Buddha fist. Crack! Nanao Shigeki shouted angrily, suddenly opened his mouth and bit down the arms of the Buddha with a pair of giant tongs on his mouth. The huge mouth of the abyss suddenly snapped off both arms of the Buddha statue. At the same time, Nanao Shigeki's wings and sharp claws are covered by a thick layer of chakra energy. It seems that it wants to fight back. How could Kaiane Zuzuma make Nanao Shige clear as he pleased? And a few words slowly came out of his mouth. Mudun's secret method top the Buddha. Suddenly, the countless arms behind the Buddha statue turned into Buddha fists and Buddha palms, like a tide, from the sky toward Nanao Shigami. No, they were bombarding the entire filter village. 100 years ago, Senju Jizuma used this trick to completely suppress Kyubi. What's more, now he is facing only Nanao. Under the bombardment of Buddha palms and Buddha fists like tide water, Nanao Shijiming retreated steadily, and the red chakra covered on it was broken up before it could be effective. And Shigeki Nanao had a cracked carapace on his body, but under the bombardment of the Buddha's fist and palm, it shattered and peeled off. Unkakakaka. Nanao Shigeki screamed, roared, and wanted to resist, but there was no room for it to resist. Fu in the sky has been watching with cold eyes, except for avoiding the Buddha palm and Buddha fist. She seems to have no intention of making a move. However, her heart tightened when she heard Nanao Shigeki's scream. Looking at the entire Longyin village again, under this terrible attack, it is constantly destroying and disappearing. Fu's heart suddenly felt like a knife twisted. Boom! Exclamation mark. Finally, after a huge loud noise, Nanao Shigeki's place even collapsed directly. The earth was beaten into a huge pit by the Buddha's palm and fist, and Nanao Shigemi was beaten into the huge pit. Crack. Crack. Finally, Nanao Shigeki couldn't hold on any longer, and after making the last two screams, it crashed to the ground, raising huge dust. After the dust dissipated, Nanao Shigeki appeared in his vision again. It's just that it's no longer the same as it was, and all the jams on its body were shattered by the Buddha's fist and the Buddha's palm, and completely fell. Not to mention the wings and claws. They were also interrupted or even shattered one after another under the bombardment of Buddha fists and Buddha palms. At this moment Nanao Shigemi turned into a bug with 7 tails. Tangdang. Nanao Shigeki was blown up by Senju's Yuma, and was beaten back to his larval state by one move. However, the trick of topping the Buddha did not end there. Under its attack, the hidden filter village is completely turning into rubble. Shigeki. Fu looked at Nanao Shigeki, who was beaten back to a larval state, and even the voice of his words was slightly trembling. It's too powerful. It's too powerful. She didn't know how the strength of Kaienzu's Eugene was so strong. Nanao Shigeki, there was no way to fight back. Is this the legendary ninja god? Chapter 174 turned out to be just a wooden clone. However, when Fu looked at the disappearing Takeda village, she suddenly bit her lower lip severely with her teeth, allowing blood to flow from her mouth. She didn't know how many village names had been killed under this fierce bombardment. She only knew that she could no longer hesitate. She decided, even if she sacrificed her life, she must stop Senjujumu anyway. Just when Fu made up his mind, a ray of light blue energy was generated from her body and covered her whole body. Fu, are you sure you want to do this? I'm worried you can't bear it. Nanao Shigeki's faint voice sounded from Fu's mind. Nanao Shigeki suffered serious injuries and was beaten back to its larval state, but it was still alive, and it had already returned to Fu's body. Fu did not speak, but her actions already represented everything. Between heaven and earth, suddenly, was covered by a chill. It was at this moment that the move to top up the Buddha was nearing its end, and the Buddha palm and Buddha fist began to gradually disappear. What? The chill hit, and Senju's Yuma felt it immediately. This chill is different from the one created by Bing Dun. 500 is not a chill that will dissipate. This chill is like you are in the center of the North and South Poles, surrounded by boundless white snow. Boundless, boundless. Even if you wear thick clothes, you can't resist this chill, because it has penetrated your body and the entire world. However, Senju's life was not because of this terrible chill, but because he saw the light green energy covering Fu's body. It's not chakra energy, nor natural energy, it's another form of energy. It's vitality! Exclamation mark. Fu is sacrificing her life to release her ultimate. Senju's Yuma did not expect that this girl would once again open his eyes to him. Not only is she knowledgeable and talented, she even uses the energy of vitality. 6 ways middle. Absolutely frozen. It was almost when Kaienzu's Eugene realized that Fu's pale green energy was vitality. Fu's final ultimate move had already been released. Suddenly, a chill, centered on Fu, swept away. Where the cold passes, all objects, including buildings, trees, even dust and water vapor in the air, are instantly frozen. Below absolute zero, all beings are equal. Senju's Yuma realized that the situation was not right, so he no longer hesitated, and once again performed his own trick. Mu done middle dot top of the Buddha. With a scream from Kaienzu Zujian, the thousands of arms behind the Buddha statue launched another attack. Buddha palms and Buddha fists swept away like a tide. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark. The Buddha palm and the Buddha fist actually hit the spreading chill. The absolute chill was like an invisible ice wall, resisting the bombardment of the Buddha palm and the Buddha fist. Unstoppable, even Nine-Tailed Nine Lama and Nanao Chongming could not resist the top of the Buddha. At this moment, they were actually blocked by the chill. The Buddha palm and Buddha fist kept bombarding the chill, and the chill cracked cracks. However, the Buddha palm and Buddha fist actually began to freeze. In the beginning, there were only one or two. In the end, a large piece of Buddha palms and Buddha fists were frozen, and they could no longer attack. There was a sense of seriousness in Kaienzu's eyes, but the second time he displayed the top of the Buddha, it seemed that he had exhausted all the natural energy in his body, and even if the form appeared undecided, he could do nothing. As the chill broke out, finally, the arms behind the Buddha statue could no longer be shaken, and countless Buddha palms and Buddha fists were frozen in the air. As long as there is a slight movement, it will break and fall into ice cubes when it is gently blown by the cold wind. But the chill broke out, and the pace that did not stop, quickly spread towards the Kaienzu Zujian, coming violently. However, Fu's face also paled in an instant while performing the last trick. Now, she could only watch the chill erupt, and swept toward the Kaienzu. Her heart raised her throat. At last, the chill swept through, and the hair and eyebrows between Senjue's first began to freeze, then the hands and feet, and finally the whole body. In just a blink of an eye, the Kaienzu Zujian was actually frozen into a crystal-clear ice sculpture. The cold wind blew. Click. The ice sculpture began to shatter, and then, with a crash, ice cubes spilled all over the ground. Win. Win. Nanao Shigeki's weak voice resounded in Fu's mind again. Seeing the ice sculpture between Kaienzu shattered, Fu's face became paler and paler, and finally, even the wings behind him could no longer sustain. The wings disappeared and Fu fell from the sky. After half kneeling to the ground, she shook her head desolately. "No, we didn't win," Fu said, her eyes filled with despair. "No, you won." At the same time, the voice of the Kaienzu Zujian came out from a distance. Hearing the sound, he should be very far away, but in the next second, his person has already appeared in front of Fu. "Why? Why is this?" Nanao Shigeki was weak and said, but as soon as it finished speaking, it fell into a deep sleep state because of his injuries. Fu didn't answer Nanao Shigeki's words, but said with a wry smile, "Unexpectedly, I was fighting for my life, but from the beginning to the end I was only fighting with a wooden clone." "It's you who won. You have to be tough if you want to kill. Listen and respect." Fu's face showed a decisive expression. She looked at the completely destroyed and completely frozen filter village. The sadness on her face could not be concealed. She is not afraid of death, she is just sad. She did not expect that she has achieved this point, and she can't save the lives of the villagers. Even the opponent's wooden clone almost couldn't beat it. Is this the sadness in front of absolute power? Fu didn't know how strong the Kaienzu Zujian's strength was. A single wooden clone was enough to completely crush her and Nanao Shigeki, but she knew very well that it was really impossible for her to win the Kaienzu Zujian. "I'm afraid she won't be able to get 10 more. At this moment, she finally understood why the previous ice law technique had completely frozen the heart between the dry hand posts, completely cut into pieces, and why he was still alive. Because that is a wooden clone. How can Mukava have a heart? Chapter 175, We will join Konoha. "No, you won." Senju Zuma reunited with what he said just now, and then he ignored Fu with a look of astonishment, and said, "I accepted your challenge personally, and I will guarantee this challenge. Fair. There is a big difference in strength between you and me. To be fair, I created a wooden clone with the same strength as you to fight with you. Since you have won my wooden clone, you have won this challenge," he said lightly between the hands. "I don't care about winning or losing. Anyway, You promised me long ago that Nanao Shigeki will give me Nanao Shigeki. I abide by my promise and let all the villagers go. I hope you will also keep your promise to hand Nanao Shigeki. Senjujima continued. His tone was flat, as if he was narrating something insignificant. However, this insignificant matter destroyed an entire hidden village. I won. But what's the use? Fu turned her head to look at the filtering village, which had long since disappeared. There was no vitality. She didn't see any villagers. Such a victory is really what she needs. Oh, Senzu's Eugene saw the sadness in Fu's eyes, and naturally knew what she was saddened. With a sudden wave of his big hand, he withdrew his energy. Suddenly, the huge trees that he had created with the arrival of the tree realm began to gradually disappear. The villagers wrapped in the roots of the tree also appeared in front of the two. Fu didn't even react for a while. The villagers are not dead. In the battle between Nanao Shigeki and the Buddha statue, all the villagers survived under the bombardment of the top Buddha. Of course, the tree world that Senjuzuma first displayed was not just to create a maze to trap Fu and Nanao Shigeki. More importantly, it is to protect the villagers in the filter village. Of course, Senjujima will not protect these strangers for no reason. He has his own purpose in protecting them. After the relief of the tree world descended, the dry hand pillars flew into the air, condescending like the only god, without concealing it, and said his purpose loudly. Longyin village no longer exists. The fourth Ninja World War has begun. There is no place to hide in this world. You only have two options, or, in the fourth Ninja World War, you will survive, and then become cannon fodder, or, join Konoha village and fight for me. I know, I ruined your village, and each of you hates me deeply. I will not promise you to return a village to you, but I can assure you that I will return your whole world. As soon as the words between Gansu's Jian were finished, the villagers who were still in a dazed state suddenly exploded. Change your whole world. This sentence is like a time bomb, exploding among the villagers in the filter village. This is so much a courageous person to dare to say such a sentence. Doesn't the meaning of this sentence mean that Konoha village will definitely win the fourth Ninja World War? Moreover, what is winning the war? After 3 ninja wars, this world is not in a state of separatism among nations. And Senjujima not only intends to lead Konoha to win the fourth Ninja World War, but also intends to unify the entire world. Since then, in this world, there is only one country, one fire country, and countless shinobu villages headed by Konoha, and no other country. This is the future plan of Senjujima. Join Konoha? Oh, what are you kidding about? You killed the village chief and ruined our village. The village is ruined. Yes. But what can be done? It's not that we don't have the ability to protect. If we have with the ability to protect the village, who would dare to invade us? What are you talking about? What about the sacrifice of the head of the village? No, he is right. We are not able to protect the village. Today, if someone from the Xia organization comes over, our village will have the same ending. Stop arguing. This is not the point. The point is that the fourth Ninja War has begun. Has the fourth Ninja World War begun? So, the rumors last night are true. Konoha is very powerful. The village chief is wrong. He should not join the Ninja Alliance, but should consider joining Konoha. Yes, I would like to join Konoha. I am willing. I didn't want to hide in hiding for a long time. Hiding in the world? Hey, another way of saying that tortoise with head shrunk. I am willing to join Konoha. Beg flowers. We are willing to join Konoha. One stone caused 1,000 waves. When the villagers of a hidden village expressed their willingness to join Konoha, all the villagers who had been fed up with life in the secluded life for a long time said they were willing to join Konoha. Of course, they didn't make a decision with a hot head. It was because they had seen the almost invincible strength of the Kaien Zuzujian. They may be just ordinary ninjas with average strength, but their desire and pursuit of power made them clearly realize that following the man of Ganzuzuma and joining Konoha is their right choice. Senjujima seemed to have anticipated such an outcome long ago. He was not afraid that the villagers would refuse to join Konoha. After all, in the face of his absolute strength, they didn't even have a trace of resistance. Senzuzumo returned to the ground and his eyes fell on Fu, who was beside him. Fu looked at the Kaienzu's with a face of disbelief. He obviously didn't expect that with just a few words, he moved the villagers. Of course, she herself was shocked by what Senzuzuma said just now. Give you a whole world. If Senzuzuma only said this to her, wouldn't it mean romantic death? Fu suddenly realized that he wanted to be crooked, and shook his head quickly to get rid of the unhealthy thoughts in his mind. However, she finally understood that many of the rumors from the outside world about Senjujuma said that Konoha is very powerful. The village chief is wrong. He should not join the ninja coalition, but should consider joining Konoha. Yes, I would like to join Konoha. I am willing. I didn't want to hide in hiding for a long time. Hiding in the world? Hey, another way of saying that tortoise with head shrunk. I am willing to join Konoha. Beg flowers. We are willing to join Konoha. One stone caused 1,000 waves. When the villagers of a hidden village expressed their willingness to join Konoha, all the villagers who had been fed up with life in the secluded life for a long time said they were willing to join Konoha. Of course, they didn't make a decision with a hot head. It was because they had seen the almost invincible strength of the Kaienzujian. They may be just ordinary ninjas with average strength, but their desire and pursuit of power made them clearly realize that following the man of Ganzuzuma and joining Konoha is their right choice. Senjujuma seemed to have anticipated such an outcome long ago. He was not afraid that the villagers would refuse to join Konoha. After all, in the face of his absolute strength, they didn't even have a trace of resistance. Senzuzumo returned to the ground and his eyes fell on Fu, who was beside him. Fu looked at the Kaienzu's with a face of disbelief. He obviously didn't expect that with just a few words, he moved the villagers. Of course, she herself was shocked by what Senzuzuma said just now. Give you a whole world. If Senzuzuma only said this to her, wouldn't it mean romantic death? Fu suddenly realized that he wanted to be crooked, and shook his head quickly to get rid of the unhealthy thoughts in his mind. However, she finally understood that many of the rumors about Kaienzujian from the outside world were exaggerated and could even discredit him. When she saw that the villagers were alive, her view of Senjujuma changed dramatically. Perhaps, this man really has a way to rule the world, or even change the world. Fu thought so. Finally, Fu spoke. Naturally, I will not fail to keep my promise. Nanao Shigeki on me, take it. When Fu spoke, there was still sadness in his eyes. The frozen village has been unsealed. Although it has become a ruin, the scenery in the distance is still beautiful. Oh, what a nostalgic world. She didn't dare to ask for it. She just had to take a look at the beauty of this world. It was enough. Big. Chapter 176. The Ninja World War broke out in the life of a person, isn't it that way? She is just a little sad. She has hardly ever gone out from Tokigahara, and her life will end at this time. Looking at the eyes between the hands of the hand, it was like talking for sad eyes, and naturally understood what the girl was thinking. It seemed that this talented and knowledgeable woman obviously thought that he would use the magic 9-dragon seal to extract Nanao Shigeki from her body, and using this method to forcibly extract the tail beast would kill her, Zulai. Therefore, she is so sad. Of course, Kaienzujian did not tell her that he would use a more advanced method to extract the tail beast from her body. Close your eyes. It will be fine in a while. He opened the mouth between the hands. Such sad and bright eyes will really affect his next work. 577. Well, forgetting the reluctance in his heart, Fu closed his eyes obediently. Konoha Training Course. Ginyashi carries the Otonin with the forehead of Otonin village, neatly lined up into tofu cubes. Roughly speaking, there are more than 2,000 people. These Otohinos were brought back after being hypnotized by Uchiha's ultimate pupil technique and other gods between the dry hands. At that time, after Uchiha's battle with Oshimaru, his mental state was not good. He did not ask him to hypnotize those Otonin at the first time. Instead, he later used Mudun ninjutsu to bring those Otonin back to Konoha village. After that, let Uchiha be hypnotized. After all, These Otoninus were deeply brainwashed by Oshimaru, and it was impossible to persuade them with their mouths, just like the villagers of Takian village. The most effective way is to let Yuukai Harong use other gods to hypnotize them. Okay, I admit it. Actually, after writing the battle with Yuukai Hamadara, I myself forgot about the fact that I wanted to be a cannon fodder with the radio, so it shouldn't be too late to fill this hole. At this moment, Metkei is doing the final training work on these Otoninosaurs. Although you were forcibly brought to Konoha by Hokage-sama, and were forced to join us Konoha. Moreover, as the vanguards of death, the probability of your survival is extremely low. Speaking of this, Metkei paused. The so-called daring vanguards in whose mouth is nothing more than cannon fodder. Metkei made no secret of this. He believed that they were just controlled but still had their own thoughts. They also knew that they were nothing but cannon fodder. However, Master Naruto has already ordered, no matter who you are, as long as you can survive this charge, you can get the opportunity to join Konoha. Of course, if you are a little more powerful and do meritorious service, then congratulations, you are not only a member of Konoha, but you can also hold important positions in Konoha's various departments and have your power. After saying so much, in a word, Master Naruto meant that as long as you have the ability, no matter whether you are aristocrats or cannon fodder, you can rise to the top. Metkei said impassionately. The treatment of Otonin and other ninjas who joined Konoha voluntarily is different. For example, in Star Ninja Village, which is now the Star Clan, the forehead guard on the forehead has been replaced by Konoha's forehead guard. Otonin Village, after all, was forced to join Konoha after being controlled by other gods. His identity was a bit like an outsider, or it was hard work. Therefore, the forehead protection on their foreheads is still the forehead protection of Otonin Village. Their treatment and the treatment of Konoha ninja are naturally very different. Otherwise, it will not be reduced to the point of being cannon fodder. However, at this point, the hand-raising post of the underworld elder brother is still very enlightened. He doesn't care about slaves or civilians, as long as he has the ability. Whether he is Otonin or Konoha's native ninja, he will reuse it. Moreover, Otonin was controlled by Uchiha's other gods. Even if they wanted to betray Senju Jutsuma as a cannon fodder, Otono could not help but after hearing what Metkei said, all of his faces suddenly showed expressions. They originally thought that as a cannon fodder, they would only live so humbly in the future. Usually they get the worst treatment. When the war starts, they are sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder to die. Unexpectedly, as Hokage's dry hands Yuma, did he even promise him that as long as they can serve on the battlefield, they can not only join Konoha and become a member of Konoha, but also have the opportunity to hold important positions. In an instant, the Otonin people seemed to see hope, and they even saw that the days when they were flying yellow and rising were beckoning to them. Yes, Konoha must win. Konoha must win. Long live Naruto-sama. Long live Naruto-sama. For a time, Otonin's morale was high, and their eyes were full of enthusiasm. They completely forgot their identity as cannon fodder, and even looked forward to going to the battlefield as soon as possible, so that they could kill the enemy and perform meritorious services. Daishiwan's brainwashing of them has long been forgotten by them. After seeing the extremely terrifying and perverted strength of the Ganzou's Yujian, and seeing the prosperity of Konoha Village, they understood a truth. That is to follow the only Naruto god of ninja to do hand to post, is the right and the most wise choice. As for Dashwin, he is just a dog of prodigal descent. He was beaten to the ground by Naruto's handler twice. What qualifications does he have to ask them to continue following him? Fortunately, Oshimaru is now with the people of Akatsuki's organization and is not there. If he is on the scene and sees Otonin, who has worked so hard and brainwashed for more than 10 years, and said that he betrayed himself, then he should not vomit blood on the spot. Metkei was very satisfied when he saw Otonin, who was already lifeless, and his morale was soaring. At the same time, he was a little unexpected. He didn't expect that he just followed the instructions of Naruto Master 3.3 before leaving. and gave the sound of ninjas so high, and he simply forgot that their identities were nothing but cannon fodder. It really deserves to be Hokage-sama. Under his leadership, Konoha will surely become stronger and prosperous. Perhaps, it may not necessarily be able to rule the entire world. For a while, even Metki could not help being filled with the future reverie. Report. After receiving the latest information from ANB, the ninja coalition led by the country of the earth, Yanin village, has arrived in the country of fire, and Master Shuima ordered that the daring vanguards fight against the enemy. A Zongren in charge of intelligence work suddenly appeared in front of Metki and said respectfully to Metki, "Received." Metki nodded, and then led a group of sound forbearance to the frontline battlefield of the country of fire at the fastest speed. Chapter 177 First Last Decision. Screen. At this moment, a war of ninja that affected the entire Naruto world officially kicked off. Taki no Kuni, Takino village. About to use the Phantom 10 Dragon Seal to extract the tail beast from Fu's body, the cold electronic synthesis sound of the system suddenly sounded in the mind of the dry hand column. Hearing the sound of the system, the hand-raying post immediately knew that the fourth ninja war must have officially begun. Sure enough, the guess between the dry hands is not wrong. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of actively opening the fourth ninja world war, and get rewards. A full set of Earth Attribute Ninjutsu, Earth Attribute Chakra Form Change, and Earth Attribute Chakra Character Change. The form and nature of the basic attribute chakra changed, and it gained a new ability, Vitality. As soon as the voice of the system fell, I immediately felt that there was a new force in my body, which was slowly rising. This power is different from 24 chakras, and also different from natural energy. Even, it does not belong to the chakra energy system. It can be said that after chakra upgrades, it is natural energy, but the vitality does not belong to one of them. It comes from an independent higher level energy system. Even if the vitality generated in the body is not much, but the dry hand post can still feel the power and dominance of this force. The vitality of just one point of the thumb is no less powerful than the total chakra energy of the whole body when the hand-raying post was resurrected. That's right. Vitality is so powerful and domineering. It turns out that this is vitality. Kaiane Zhao's Eugene couldn't help but exclaimed silently in his heart. Originally, Ganzuzuma planned to extract Nanao Shigeki from Fu's body and ask Fu how she got the vitality and how to master the vitality. But now, this is completely unnecessary. Moreover, after the vitality is generated in the body, the dry hand can clearly feel that the vitality used by Fu before is obviously an imperfect vitality. It should only be a specialization of chakra energy, that is to say, it still belongs to the category of chakra energy system. It's more like the 6 powers of Uchiha-ban. And the vitality in Ganzu's Eugene at this moment is even higher than the power of the 6 realms. After learning about this layer, Ganzou's human naturally no longer interested in the vitality of the cottage used by Fu. Moreover, as far as Ganzou's Eugene knows, when Fu uses the life force of the cottage, it seems to have a huge side effect on itself. And the real vitality mastered by the dry hand pillars, where is the side effect? Even this power will nourish his body all the time, making his physique stronger and stronger. Although, now his physique is already very strong, even strong to the point of abnormality. But it's stronger, who cares? In the thoughtful short 10 seconds between the dry hand posts, the magic 10 dragon seal has been cast, degenerating into a lava, and Nanao Shigeki, who fell into a sleep state due to serious injuries, was removed from Fu's body by the dry hand posts. Extracted it, and then sealed it in the palm of his hand. I am still alive. Fu felt immediately that the hand between the dry hands had moved away from her chest. She was a little confused at once. Could it be? End it? Fu looked disbelief. After a while, he dared to open his eyes and look at the dry hand post. Okay. Nodded between the hands, and gave Fu an affirmative answer. Is this the end? Fu suddenly became even more confused. Doesn't it mean that after the tail beast is forcibly extracted, the human pillar power will be sacrificed. Doesn't it mean that the process of forcibly extracting the tail beast is a very painful and extremely inhumane process? So, how come she has nothing? Why is she still alive? Seeing Fu's cute face, he couldn't help but smile faintly, and said, "Why, do you think I will use the kind of garbage magic Kowloon seal technique developed by Akatsuki to forcefully get out of your tail beast and kill you? By the way, don't worry, I just want the tail beast Shigeki Nanao on you, not your life." Oh, after Fu heard it, he nodded silently. Then, she quickly used her consciousness to feel Nanao Shigemming in her body, and she realized that she no longer had Nanao Shigemming's breath in her body. It seems that what Ganzhou Zhujian said is correct. He not only extracted Nanao Shigeki from her body, but also left her unscathed, which is really incredible. Fu knew very well that he was not so strong that the tail beast could survive after being pulled out of his body. Therefore, the only explanation is that the god of ninja in the mouth of Ganzhou Zhujian really mastered the method of extracting the tail beast from the body of the human pillar without putting the human pillar to death. Yes, she didn't die. She survived. Almost the villagers did not die. Only the village chief, the two guardian ninjas of the village and a few hapless guys died. Now the village has been destroyed. She may also have the opportunity to walk out of this village and take a look at the outside world. Fu inevitably has many thoughts when he thinks about how to live in the future. A long time, said, "I think, I seem to have misunderstood 797 points about you." After thinking for a long time, Fu suddenly failed. When she looked up at the dry hand column, she only saw a stalwart back. He didn't even listen to what she said, just said to himself, "From now on, there is no Takeuchi village in this world. They have made a choice, and now it's your turn, Fu. Did you choose to stay here and rebuild your so-called Xanadu Taki-in village, or choose to follow me?" Ganzhou Zhujian looked at the villagers of Takigahara in front of him. They had all made a decision, that is to follow him and join Konoha. Takigahara is different from Konoha. Every villager here learns ninjutsu, so every one of them is a ninja. These people joining Konoha, not only will not burden Konoha, on the contrary, they will help a lot in the Fourth Ninja World War. "I choose to go with you." Fu froze for a moment, but without any hesitation, she made her final choice. In retrospect, Fu felt a little sad. For so many years, because of her special status, she could really make few choices by herself. Probably only twice. Last time, she insisted on staying to protect the village regardless of the village chief's order. Chapter 178, Okay, Lord Between Pillars. Very good. Ganzhou felt very satisfied. After solving the problem of Takigahara village, after successfully collecting Nanao Shigeki, Ganzuzuma did not lead the villagers of Takinoki village back to Konoha. He asked Fu to choose the most capable person from the villagers, temporarily serving as the captain, and leading the villagers of Takigahara to Konoha. And he himself led Fu to continue the journey of collecting tail beasts. Of course, before leaving, Dry Hand Post did not forget to hand over a token to the captain. With this token, they will naturally receive a special treat when they arrive at Konoha, instead of being treated as spies or enemy forces. After all, it is now a war period, and Ganzhou Zhujian is very clear that with his brother's strict character in Ganzhou Shizhang, without seeing his token, it is impossible to put a team of thousands of people into Konoha at will. After this, he took the Fu between the dry hands and continued on his journey to collect the tail beast. After only 2 hours, Ganzuzuma had successfully collected Nanao Shigeki. If he had not accepted Fu's challenge, his speed would have been even faster. In such a short period of time, Uchiha Madara and Zichai Harong naturally couldn't have collected Fivatail Muwang and Sano Isasuke. However, Ganzhou Zhujian didn't worry about the two of them at all. He was very confident in these two guys, and believed that as long as they were given a little time, they would definitely be able to complete the task. Before they successfully complete the task, The dry hand post will naturally not waste this time. He plans to collect the remaining tail beasts together. Late at night, by the valley creek, Fu lit the fence and was cooking. When performing tasks outside the dry hand column, they usually skip meals. After all, it is impossible to starve him to death without eating for a few days. However, now that Fu is willing to cook, naturally he will not stop him. This time, the reason why she brought her was not because of how strong she was, but because Senzuzuma deliberately cultivated her. After all, in the future, Konoha's new family Takian clan will also need a generation leader and a patriarch, right? For Ganzuzuma, Fu's strength is really not that good, let alone Uchiha Madara, and compared to Uchiha Rong, it is much worse. However, what counts among the hands is her character and potential. Even without Nanao Shigeki, she still has a certain amount of combat power. In particular, she will use the life force of the cottage to display the 6 paths absolute frozen. The power is not small, and even the wooden avatar between the dry hand posts is destroyed. Ganshuzujin felt that if he had time, he might be able to instruct Fu and let her understand what true vitality is. When Fu was busy making a fire and cooking, there was no idleness between the dry hands. The reason why he chose to stay here is because this is the better place for him and the Konoha members to meet. A signal was issued between the dry hand posts, and before long, a figure wearing a cat mask appeared before his eyes. After coming out, the ANB members handed 3 scrolls without saying a word. After getting the scroll between the dry hands, he nodded to the Dark Part member, indicating that he could leave. The ANBU members took the order, stood up, took a step back, and instantly disappeared into the night. After the members of ANBU left, they opened the intelligence scrolls one by one between the dry hands, passing the 3 intelligence scrolls one after another. The 3 scrolls correspond to the 2-tailed rhino, the 6-tailed rhino dog and the 8-tailed ox ghost, the 9-tailed Shu crane and the 9-tailed 9 llama in Konoha, and the characters Chiba Madara and Uchiha Rong are catching. Mitsuo Isofu and Gotuma King. The 9-tailed beasts lack the 4-tailed monkey king. It seems that the 4-tailed monkey king was arrested by the people of Xiao organization and hid. However, it didn't matter, even if Akatsuki's organization was so capable. Kaienzu's Eugene didn't take them in the slightest. Since they want to play this game, they should play with them. 4-tailed Monkey King can leave it alone for the time being, and put his gaze back on the 3 intelligence scrolls. The 2-tailed Brigade and 8-tailed Ox ghosts belonged to the country of Thunder Middle. Union Village. And judging from the intelligence content regarding the tail beast collection plan between the Ganzazu, Union Village obviously made a countermeasure. They hid the 2 tails and 8-tailed bull ghosts in a very safe and faraway place. That is Turtle Island. Of course, Reikage believed that Turtle Island was safe, entirely because he underestimated Konoha ANB's investigative capabilities. Konoha's ANB is now different from the past. There is still a long way to go from Takinokuni, where the Ganzu's human is now, to Turtle Island, and it takes at least several days, even a week or 2, to go back and forth. Therefore, the hand-raying post can only focus on the nearest 6-tailed rhino. The 6-tailed rhinoceros is still in the water country. Obviously, the water shadow in Union Village is not as powerful as Thunder Shadow in Union Village. In order to cope with the tail beast collection plan between the dry hand pillars, he dared to send the village's human pillars to hide on the remote Turtle Island. In fact, Trumim was totally wronged. She may not have the courage of Reikage, but she is still very foresight. She had long proposed that the 3-tailed people's Ulai and the 6-tailed people's Ulai of the village should be quietly sent out of the water country and hide in a safe place. It's a pity that the old guys in the village are reluctant to live or die. The final compromise is that they can only hide the 3 tails and 6 tails in the territory of the water country and not leave the water country. Trumi Ming was so angry that she had known at the time that these elders were so stubborn that they were difficult to communicate with. She should have studied thoroughly with Ganzazu, not only abolished the famous palace, but also the elders should be abolished altogether. Of course, it's too late to say anything now. Liu Miming wanted to sit down in Shui Ying's position good, and had to rely on the support of several elders. It seems that there may be a chance to meet Rong Yuakaga. Gang Zuzuma thought so, but he knew very well that the country of water was so huge that it would be almost impossible to meet Yuakaga. At this moment, Fu's voice suddenly sounded. Master Hokage, supper is ready, come and eat. After regaining his senses between the dry hands, he smelled a smell of food in the air. It seems that Fu's craftsmanship should be good. You don't need to call me Hokage-sama in the future, you can just call my name, Zhujian. Yu Xiao Zhujian tasted Fu's handmade food, and suddenly said back, okay, Lord between the pillars. Fu Zhui promised, but still honestly added the word adult. In this regard, Kaienzu Zhujian could only smile, and did not say anything. Chapter 179. The sky is just getting bright. Within the water country, two strangers appeared. Two strangers, a man and a woman. The man looks very handsome and extraordinary. Of course, the most important thing is his unique temperament. Women are very beautiful, youthful and beautiful, petite and exquisite. The two of them walked along the way and naturally attracted a lot of attention. The man seemed to be used to it for a long time, and he didn't pay much attention to the eyes of others. But the woman seemed very curious, and kept looking at everything around him. The two of them are naturally not others, they are Kazufu Shizuyama. Fu stayed in Takian village, a small hidden village all year round, and did not understand the customs of the outside world at all. Even the country of Mizuno, which is adjacent to Takino country, is very fresh and curious to her. However, in addition to the ordinary civilians who looked at the two with curious eyes, there were some distinctive cold eyes on the street. Ganzuzuma has noticed it a long time ago. Needless to say, this must be an intelligence ninja from the hidden fog village in the water country. 443. Of course, it is also possible that other ninja villages planted intelligence ninjas in the water country. In short, Kaien Zhao Zhujian knew that, I am afraid that soon, a group of people who do not know good or bad will come to their troubles. In fact, Kaien Zhao Zhujian has the ability to completely hide the energy in his body, making himself look like a civilian. This can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. But the crux of the problem is that Fu can't do it. Without Shigeki now helping her hide her breath, at the beginning, she couldn't even deceive a wooden clone between the hand-reeing posts. Ability. What's more, as an intelligence ninja, people naturally recognize whether you are a ninja or an ordinary civilian very quickly, and those sharp eyes disappear. Of course, Ganzhao Zhujian would not be so stupid as to think that they really disappeared. He knew that they were just reporting the information and then bringing people over. As predicted, it didn't take long for a group of people dressed like ordinary civilians to walk towards the dry hand post and dry hand side. This group of people looks like residents of a small town, but if you look closely, you can find that their temperament is completely different from ordinary residents. There is no need to guess at Ganzu Zhujian. This group of people is probably disguised by the ninjas of Hidden Fog Village. They were probably sent to secretly protect the safety of Liu Lifeome. Therefore, when the two strangers, Ganzuzuma and Fu, arrived, they immediately aroused their vigilance. Master between the pillars, although Fu hadn't seen anything in the world, she was still very clever. And she could see through this group of people at a glance. It's okay. The dry hand post interrupted Fu's words and motioned her not to speak and just watch the changes. Soon, the group of people came to the front of Ganzu Zhujian and Fu. The civilians who stopped them from going to the street saw it. Perhaps they realized that there was a danger. They moved away from the scene and hid in the building. Observe the situation in secret. This friend. You are very fast to face. It doesn't look like people from our water country. A thin middle-aged man who took the lead, after carefully observing the clothes of Ganzuzuma and Fu, he spoke. We are indeed not from the land of water. There was no concealment between the dry hands. We are from Takino Kuni. Fu was indeed clever, and then said to Shijima. It seemed that she thought that Gansu Shijian was planning to conceal her identity. Therefore, I simply arranged a lie about the common people of Taki no Kuni for the Ganzu. After all, Taki no Kuni and Mizuyu no Kuni are the leading countries, and the relationship is pretty good. She believed that after hearing that they were from Taki no Kuni, this group should not dare to treat CGDC them. However, for his kindness, he got his hands together. However, he did not intend to hide his identity at all. Road. She is from Taki no Kuni, yes, but I am from Fire Kuni, the dry hand post said casually. After all, only people with insufficient strength need to conceal their identity after entering the territory of a hostile country, and there is no need for the hand-reading post. Huh? Fu, who concealed his identity between Zixin's helper, was immediately shocked. She really didn't understand why Ganzhou Zhujian deliberately stated that he was from the land of fire. Hasn't the fourth ninja war broke out? The other four big countries, including the country of water, are not at the same level as the country of fire. As soon as the ninjas of the land of water and the land of fire meet, won't they fight to the death immediately? So, why is he still daring to expose his identity as a person in the country of fire? Fu is really hard to understand why he still does this. After all, the country of water is a decisive power, and unlike the country of Taki, it is one of the 5 most powerful countries in the world. This is also doing it too much. That's right, Ganzhou Zhujian is to tell the world that as long as the strength is strong enough, you can really do whatever you want. The group of people in the country of water changed their expressions immediately when they heard that they were from the land of fire. Several impatient guys have even shown weapons and endurance. However, the thin middle-aged man who took the lead was more calm. Hearing this, although his face changed, he continued to ask, "Oh, it turns out that this friend is from the country of fire. I don't know what happened to this friend. Name, what is it like to come to our water country?" Ganzhou Zhujian knew that the middle-aged man was talking about himself, but he actually didn't need to talk about him at all, because he didn't even intend to conceal his true identity. "My name is Ganzhou Zhujian." As soon as the Ganzhou Zhujian opened, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and the noisy streets were suddenly silent. "And I have only one purpose here, and that is an to catch a 6-tailed rhino." The words between Ganzhou, although not very loud, were very powerful and loud. At this time, not only the guys who showed off their weapons and endurances before were not calm, but even the thin middle-aged man was not calm. He turned out to be a hand-to-hand post! That legendary god of ninja, that single-handedly destroyed the decaying Konoha but re-established a powerful Konoha in a short time, the first in the world who dared to abolish the daimyo mansion, and that single-handedly provoked the fourth ninja world, the people of the watery hands between the pillars. Not only from the people of the water country, even Fu is stunned. Chapter 180. Fubon thought that the hand-raying pillars were in her country, and that the little Taki country would do whatever he wanted. Unexpectedly, he was the same in the water country, one of the 5 great countries. He wants to be alone, against the rhythm of the entire water country. So domineering, so bold, so heroic. Fu looked dumbfounded for a while. This man shouldn't be too domineering. An inexplicable feeling, in the case that Fu herself didn't know it, took root quietly in her heart, sprouted. She has always lived in a hidden village of shinobu, who has never known what love in the world is. At this moment, her heart is like a deer. Are you really doing it? What makes people feel funny is that Ganzhou Zhujian has personally admitted his identity, but the middle-aged man is a little bit incredulous. No, he wasn't a little disbelief. He would rather not believe that this guy in front of him was just doing it. After all, what he said was the leader of this group of guys, the elite of the water country Shangren. He still knew whether he was an opponent of the legendary ninja god. Yes, he is the lord between the pillars. If you are interested, just get out, otherwise, you will end badly. Fu deliberately threatened. She knew very well that Ganzhou Zhujian was not a soft-hearted person. She really didn't want to see these guys. All of them died tragically under Ganzhou Zhujian. Hearing this between the dry hands, he didn't say anything. However, Fu's heart was too kind, which was not good. and he felt that it was necessary to correct her in the future. For some people, you can be soft-hearted, but for some people, you don't have to be soft-hearted. Sure enough, the group of ninjas in Uin Village, a country of water, heard that. Instead of understanding Fu's kindness, they were very angry that her little girl dared to threaten them. Ha, a joke. Do you think our ninjas in Uin Village are afraid of a so-called ninja god who is exaggerated? A tall guy covered in flesh, completely disregarding their head-like glances, spoke. That's right. Besides, you are only two, but we have 20 or 30 people. The so-called double fist is hard to beat 4 hands, and you two may not be able to beat us. The other guy also agreed. They are qualified to be sent to secretly protect the six-tailed man's Uli, and prevent people with bad intentions from approaching him. Naturally, they are all ninjas with a bit of strength. Among them, the weakest is at the Zongnan level. That's why they felt that with 20 or 30 of them, they could leave a hand-to-hand post and Fu. Of course they knew that when the Daming Mansion of the Country of Fire was abolished at the time of doing hand-to-hand pillars, it defeated the 2,000 wandering ninjas recruited by the daimyo. But they still think that those wandering ninjas who are probably not as strong as the Endurance, how can they be compared with these genuine ninjas? In fact, this can't be blamed on their ignorance. After all, many people think that it is just an exaggeration before they have personally seen the strength of the hands. Ying was so angry that he rolled his eyes. What's the matter with you guys? This lady kindly saved you a dog, but you still don't appreciate it. I'm so angry. However, even though Fu felt sad and angry for their ignorance, he still said, the two of us can't beat you. Hey, kidding. Master Jianzu doesn't need to do it. I alone can take care of you. It seemed that Fu felt that it would be better for her to take care of this group of people. At least, they would not be shot directly by the hand-raying post. At least, she would still leave them a dog. Fu's thought this carefully. There was no way to hide it from the post, but he didn't mean to stop her. Little girl, don't think that you are a member of Taki no Kuni, so you can speak madly. Also, you, the village head of Taki no Kuni Takigami Village, personally promised to join the Ninja Alliance. You should. It's right to be at odds with this guy, and even call him an adult. He's a brawny man. When it comes to this, he is obviously poor in terms of words. I want to think of a word to curse Fu, but I can't think of it for a while. Shut up, you. Fujian didn't mean to stop her, and she acquiesced to her behavior. At that moment, after a sweet sound, suddenly, it turned into a cold wind, rushed towards the brawny man, and launched him. Attack. Bing done middle. Ice gun assassination. Beg flowers. In just the blink of an eye, the strong man's chest was pierced by a huge ice gun. The blood gurgled along the edge of the ice gun, and instantly stained the streets. The burly man didn't expect that Fu said he would do it. He was caught off guard by an ice gun and pierced his chest. He stared at Fu with his eyes protruding, and then he fell down unwillingly. Of course, Fu deliberately avoided the position of his heart, so he actually fell to the ground with a serious injury and didn't really die. Ah, murder. Suddenly, there were screams of terrified people in several places. As a result, the ninjas in Uin Village had just recovered. Damn it, what a vicious girl. Come on, don't care if she is from Taki no Kuni, let her subdue her. In the midst of the noise, the ninjas in Uin Village didn't care that the other party was just a 16-year-old girl, and a group of people rushed forward. It's just right. Just try it. The Lord between the pillars taught me the correct way to control life energy last night. Fu said, without shyness, once again turned into an icy cold wind, entangled with the group of ninjas in the hidden mist village. That's right, Ganzu's Eugene did teach Fu about the method of controlling vitality last night, but that was just a fur. After all, although Fu has mastered the 5 basic attributes of chakra, wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, he can use various ninjutsu skillfully. But he has to fully master the 5 types like a dry hand post. The change in form and nature of the basic attribute chakra is still a bit far behind. However, thanks to the personal mention of Ganzu's Yujian, the side effect of the vitality of Fu used by Fu is not as great as before. At least, it will not be the same as before. It is possible to use a 6-down ninjutsu killed her. It is precisely because of this that Fu is confident, and without Nanao Shigeki, singled out more than 20 ninjas in the Misty Village. Of course, not all ninjas in the Hidden Haze Village joined the battle. There are also a few Self-Eli and Shangren who did not participate in the war like the middle-aged man, but looked at Senju's Yuma with enthusiasm. Big Chapter 181 Chendun Middle. Huang Chen Funeral. You are good at strength, among this group of people, you are good at strength. Of course, you actually know the gap between your strength and me. Since you know you can't beat me, why not run away? Flee back and tell you that the seven-tailed man has a foam. His evil star is here. Seeing that the other party dared not make a shot at himself, Cayenne Zaozu couldn't help but sneer. Here, let me explain that the rebellion in Foamy Hidden Village is in the later stage, but considering the timeline, the bubble at this time shouldn't be a traitor. Therefore, it should be protected by mist. The middle-aged man, who was so excited by the hand-raying post, who still had such a little concentration, suddenly couldn't help it. It's about the country, life and death are small. Flee, even if the opponent is you. Cayenne Zaozu 903. The middle-aged man said that he was very decisive, and the others nodded after hearing the words, expressing agreement with what he said. In that case, there is nothing to say. You can do it, Senju Jazuma said again. After hearing the words, the middle-aged man and the other fork-eared shinobu looked at each other, then stopped talking, dispersed, and surrounded the Senju Jazuma. It can be seen that these guys still have some cooperation. Presumably before, it should be a partner who has partnered and performed tasks together. Water is suitable. Bubble bound. Water escape middle. Water dragon bomb. Wind escape middle. Wind killing array. Done middle. Thunder tiger all kill. After the 5 people surrounded the Ganzuzuma, they immediately displayed the advanced ninjutsu they mastered and launched an attack on the Senjuzuma. However, before that, there was another guy who was proficient in space ninjutsu. Using space ninjutsu, he moved the Ganzuzujin together with a few of them out of the town and came to a river outside the town. Their intention is obvious, just to protect the residents of the town. Of course, there is another intention, that is, it is close to the river, which is more conducive to their use of water escape ninjutsu. When Senju saw this, he didn't stop them, watching them tossing coldly. Several people have indeed cooperated. One of them used a huge foam to tie the dry hand column in the foam. After that, another person killed the hurricane with a wind that was suitable for wind. With the help of the water dragon bomb hurricane, the speed was faster and more powerful. Of course, these are not real killer moves. The real ultimate move is the thunder ninjutsu performed by the middle-aged man. Thunder Tiger all kills. This is rank ninjutsu, accompanied by the roar of the Thunder Tiger, a tall Thunder Tiger wrapped in purple lightning, with the help of Fenian Shui, roared and swooped towards the dry hand post. Peng. Boom. Boom. Almost at the same time, water dragon bombs, wind blades, thunder tigers, and foam bombs bombarded Senju's Eugene's body at the same time. The 3 chakras with different attributes even produced a huge explosion at the moment they met. Suddenly, the ground under the feet where Senju's Eugene stood before was blown out of a large dark pit, and black smoke billowed. Nailed it! The 5 Neuron stared at the dark pit, but no one dared to speak. The expressions on their faces were extremely solemn, because they knew that the legendary god of ninjas couldn't just fail like this. But they still hope that their unexpected cooperation with the attack will at least severely injure the Senzuzuma. However, in the next scene, the faces of the 5 people showed shock and despair, because they saw that, not only did the Senjujatsuma suffer no serious injuries, but not even a slight injury, no, to be correct, it should be unharmed. How is this possible? The 5 were shocked. They are also shinobu, especially middle-aged men, who are still elite shinobi, and their strength is only 1 cut worse than the shadow rank ninja. However, even if the 5 of them joined forces to perform high-level ninjutsu with a high degree of cooperation, They didn't even hurt a single hair between the dry hands. Is he immune to our attack? One of the female Shangren couldn't help but speak first. Impossible. It is possible to be immune to a certain type of ninjutsu. However, how is it possible to be immune to 3 different types of ninjutsu at the same time? The middle-aged man said, his mouth feeling dry now. The god of ninja. Sure enough, he is the legendary god of ninja, Ganzuzuma. There can be no mistake. All 5 people were silent at the same time. They don't want to believe it, but they have to believe the facts before their eyes. In this world, there are people who can be immune to 3 different types of ninjutsu at the same time. Is this too abnormal? Exclamation mark. Of course, Senju Zuma was actually not immune to their ninjutsu. The reason why he was unharmed was not because his concentrated healing was too powerful. The body almost recovered at the moment of injury. Now, it's my turn. Senju's Eugene looked at the shocked 5 people and said with a cold expression, Chen Dun middle. Huang Chen funeral. As he said, his right hand stretched out between Kaiane Zaozu, and the 5 fingers were bent vigorously. The process of connecting the seal was not required. Only a curse seal climbed onto the palm of his hand. Immediately afterwards, a wisp of yellow dust peeled off the earth, floated into the air, and flew towards the 5 neuron. Dust escape? The 5 neuron heard the words and suspected that his ears were faulty. Chen Dun, isn't this blood succession that only the 2nd and 3rd generations of Tuang can master? Said to be above the blood succession limit, the blood succession is eliminated. They didn't understand why the hand-raying post also mastered the dust. Of course they don't understand how the hand-raying post masters the dust. But in fact, he has now mastered the 5 elements ninjutsu, and has mastered the changes in the form and nature of the 5 elements chakra. Not to mention the blood succession elimination 2.3 is suitable. Even the blood succession snare can be used. However, the 5 Wuren had no time to care about these now, and they were too late to save their lives. Be careful. The middle-aged man who was the first to discover something was wrong, quickly reminded his companions. However, it was too late. The yellow dust drawn from the earth is not ordinary dust, but some heavy metals. It's just that their particles are extremely small, and they are integrated with the dustman, and they are invisible. These yellow dust quickly adhered to the 5 Wurenren's bodies. The 5 Wurenren wanted to get rid of them, but they could not get rid of them. Soon, after only a few seconds, all 5 of them were wrapped in yellow dust into Zongtsai. Except for the exposed head, the other parts of the body were completely wrapped in yellow dust. Chapter 182. The cruelest is human heart. Feeling a trace of death, the faces of the 5 Yuren Shinobu showed fear. They don't want to die yet. At this moment, they even had an idea of how good it would be to run away at first. Why do you have to be enemies with this terrifyingly powerful guy? It's a pity that I only have this idea now. It's too late. After the dry hand column wrapped the bodies of the 5 Yuren with Huang Chen, the right hand, which had been in the air, suddenly clenched tightly. Puff. 5 bloods sputtered out at the same time, spilled into the sky, and only after a long while, it fell back to the ground. It was like a bloody rain suddenly fell in the sky. Under the shining sun, there even appeared a beautiful rainbow in the rain of blood. Blood rain rainbow. A thin layer of Loess barrier was formed on the top of the head between the dry hand posts, which just helped him block the rain of blood. From beginning to end, he didn't even stick to a drop of blood. 26. As for the 5 Shangren, their expressions were frozen at this moment. They had lost their lives before they even had time to feel the pain. After that, the red-yellow dust fell to the ground, and the 5 heads also rolled down. The bodies of the 5 Wuren turned into fleshy flesh in Huang Chen's funeral, mixed with Huangsha. Fortunately, no one saw this horrible scene. Otherwise, I'm afraid that at this moment, the entire water country will be panicked. After solving the 5 high-level Yunin, with a thought between the dry hands, a sharp branch quickly grew in his palm. As if it was spiritual, the branches pierced 5 human heads at once and strung them into a string. After this, the dry hand pillars held the branches with 5 heads and swept towards the town. The speed between the dry hands was not too fast, But it didn't take him a few minutes to return to the town from the river. When he returned to the town with a bunch of human heads on his back, the whole town suddenly fell into a panic. That. Is it a human head? Vomit. My god, my god. Captain Changjiro was killed. Quickly report this to UI in village. Wow, it's terrible. Faced with the town residents who were in panic, Ganzhao Zhujian didn't care at all. On the contrary, he was very satisfied. Because he knows that the six-tailed people have a good heart, although they usually pretend to be noble. The more the town residents panic, the more they can make him appear as soon as possible. Kono Anb, although the six-tailed pillar foam was detected in this small town, it did not reach a specific location in the small town. Therefore, it is impossible to let the dry hands find him slowly. The method of dry hand post is the same as when I went to the hidden village, simple and violent. That is, directly create a big riot and fish out the bubbles. On the side of Ganzhou Zhujian, 5 high-level Yunin had already been settled, but on the other side, Fu's war with more than 20 Yunin was not over yet. It's not that Fulian can't deal with the 12 Zongren, but she is kind and basically kills. That's why she is still fighting hard against the 20 Yuren. Fu was the first to discover the fact that Ganzhao Zhujian returned to the town. She saw a string of heads on her hands between the dry hands. Although she had expected things to change like this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but tighten. Don't you understand? The outcome has already been determined. Your captain is dead. If you don't want to die, just get out of here. Excited, Fu couldn't help cursing. Hearing the words between the dry hand posts, he was quite cooperative, and threw the bunch of branches full of human heads on the ground. Boom! The branches fell to the ground, and the 5 heads rolled away immediately. Seeing this, several Wu Ren couldn't help taking a breath. However, seeing more mist, his eyes burst red and his face also showed grief and anger. He killed Captain Chenkuro and 4 teachers. Kill the 2 of them, and take revenge on Captain Chenkuro and the 4 teachers. Kill that vicious woman first. Kill. Suddenly, the fog ninjas seemed to be mad, and they rushed towards Ganzuzuma and Fu desperately. Fu was stunned. What did she do wrong? She was obviously just kind. She just tried her best to get them to escape here as soon as possible and let them save their lives. However, why didn't they understand her, and instead avenged her gratitude? What is going on in this world? Turns out, is this the outside world? It turns out that the world is cruel! For a moment, Fu felt his vision broadened, and he also felt grown up. This world is cruel, and the cruelest thing is originally the human heart. Since I can save you, let me personally send you a ride. At least that way, you won't feel pain. Fu murmured. However, those Yuren who were dazzled by anger didn't care about Fu. They raised the ninja in their hands and stabbed at Fu's fatal part. Being done. Eternal ice sculpture. The long voice was spit out from Fu's mouth, and her hands were slowly and quickly forming seals. Slowness is because in her eyes, the passage of time at this moment is very long and very long. Fast because in the eyes of those misty shinobi, the passage of time at this moment is very fast. 990. In an instant, a chill suddenly spread. All the 20 Yunin stopped at this moment, because they seemed to have been frozen into a crystal clear ice sculpture. They are already dead, but maybe they didn't even realize that they were dead, and death had already come. Yes, this is Fu's last promise to them, no painful death. Seeing Fu's masterpiece, more than 20 crystal clear ice sculptures of Yujin, I have to admit that she is indeed very talented. I just taught how to control life energy yesterday, and she has learned a lot today. Although she still can only control the life energy transformed from chakra energy, not the real life force. But given time and enough time for her to grow up, Zhao Zhujian believed that she would be able to master the true vitality. Looking at Fu's face with a heavy heart, it was obviously because of what had just happened that she had a sense of guilt. Seeing this, Zhao couldn't help but say, now, you know, why should I kill? More often, it's not a question of whether you want to kill, but you have to kill. If killing one person by brutal and innocent means can make thousands of people retreat, then you should kill this person. Chapter 183. Fu was silent, without speaking. She finally spoke after a long time. I understand. If I didn't stop you just now because I wanted to save them, and if you let them go, maybe they will still be alive, right? Fu's tone is very sad, but obviously, she already knows that sometimes the virgin's heart is overflowing. Not only can't save people, but it will harm people. Gansu's Eugene looked at Fu with sadness in his eyes, and he felt that perhaps at this moment, there was sad music like Naruto's death in her world. However, Gansu's Eugene did not give Fu an answer, because in fact, whether she stopped him or not, in fact, he would kill all this group of Wuren. After all, Kairin and the villagers of Takigoro are different. Taki-in village is just a small shinobu village in the hidden world. The villagers have a very indifferent view of the country. With a ditch, they will easily follow Konoha. But Wunen village is different. It is one of the 5 great ninja villages. In addition, the water country is a big country. As Wunen, they are all loyal to the country. Otherwise, the captain named Chenjiro would not say in front of the country, life and death are small. Words come. It is precisely because they have been instilled in this concept since they were young. It is almost impossible for them to follow Konoha with just a mouthful. And letting them live will undoubtedly add to Konoha. Therefore, there is no intention to let any of them live. Of course, he would not tell Fu these words. He just wanted to let her, an innocent girl who had lived in the hidden Taki-in village since childhood, know. The nature of this world is cruel, and if you want to survive in this cruel world, it is not enough to have a kind heart. And if you want to live comfortably and freely in this cruel world, you only have enough strength! Exclamation mark. Let's go. After a long time, Shizujin said to Fu with a sad look! Exclamation mark. Fu nodded. Don't go too far, leaving her masterpiece behind. To this small town. She also wants to warn the residents of this small town that if they don't want to die, they must obey the orders of Lord Senjujima. Eternal ice sculptures will not melt, no matter how big the sun is, no matter how hot the weather is, unless it is crushed by a powerful force. Therefore, these statues will always exist in this unknown town, warning the people here. The dry hand pillar is the most powerful existence in the world. They should not have the idea of resistance, because they are civilians at all. No resistance. With a lotus between Ganzaozu, he didn't really leave the town, but walked thinking about a bamboo forest outside the town. He already knows where the 6-tailed people in Uian village are located. Foam. There is also a translation of Yugao. Everyone knows that he is a 6-tailed person. Zili. The name is just a different translation. 3 minutes ago, in the bamboo forest outside the unknown town, a quiet, elegant man who was so young that he could not tell the specific age, only knew that he was very young, was in a daze on the roof of a thatched hut in the bamboo forest. Child. The robes on his body were opened, revealing a white chest, and it looked like a sloppy, but I have to say that he is really handsome, and with the yuppie temperament. It is hard not to make the girls feel excited. That's right, he is the person who is looking for between the hands of the hand. The 6-tailed person has a high strength. Go high. Because it always feels weird if you write that bubbles are blowing bubbles. Here is unified to plume bubbles. Yugao also held a straw made of reeds in his hand. At this moment, he was blowing with a straw for no reason. He just likes to do this. Perhaps it is because of his sentimental character. Because watching the beautiful bubble, after floating in the air for a while, it will burst. People's dreams, like these bubbles, shatter at the touch of a touch. Even, sometimes you don't need to touch it. After drifting for a while, it will break by itself. This is a sad thing. However, who can live without dreams? Without dreams, What is the difference between living and a salted fish? Yu Gao had his troubles in his heart. He recently discovered that his most beloved teacher was acting very strangely. He seemed to be brewing a conspiracy, and this conspiracy seemed to be related to the tail beast in his body. Yu Gao didn't believe that his teacher would want to extract the tail beast from his body. This undoubtedly wanted his life. Who didn't know that forcibly removing the tail beast from Renzuli's body would kill Renzuli? So Yu Gao was sad, and at the same time it was difficult for him to understand why his most beloved teacher had such a conspiracy. He didn't even want to believe it. However, he didn't believe it and couldn't help it, because he heard all this with his own ears. In fact, he was not asleep that night, so he heard the teacher and an elder in Uin village discuss the matter. Originally, they planned to do it today to take out the tail beast in his body. Fortunately, the Ninja World War broke out, so their conspiracy failed. So he was sent by Master Shu Ying to this unnamed town far away from Uin village. Yu Gao didn't even know how he would face his teacher if he was sent back to Uin village after the end of the Ninja World War. He had better take this opportunity to escape directly. From then on, I stayed far away from Uin village, wandered in other places, and never went back. Or should he act first and kill the teacher who wants to murder himself? Just when Yu Gao fell into painful contemplation, he blew out the colorful bubbles that hadn't shattered around him, and suddenly all of them shattered. Immediately afterwards, a woman dressed up as Mistwell Forbearing suddenly landed in front of Yu Gao. Master Yuko, the big thing is not good. As soon as the female mister appeared, she immediately said to Yu Gao anxiously, "What's wrong, Gianayu?" Yu Gao asked lightly. In fact, he already knew what was going on, because the high-level Mizuna who was secretly protecting him, just now, suddenly all went clean, which already made him vigilant. In addition, he felt that two powerful auras appeared in the town, and he knew that, as Shu Ying said, the people with the tail beast idea had already come to the door. Master Yugo, you go quickly. The great demon of Senju Zuma has come in person, and Captain Chenkuro and them have all been killed. Kianayu said truthfully. She was sent to take care of Yugo's diet and daily life, and also to protect Master Yugao. She must not let Master Yugao have trouble. Chapter 184. Is this really the art of inlay? What? The relationship between Yudaka and Chenkuro was quite good. So when he knew that the people who secretly protected him were a group of people he led, he was not angry enough to drive them away. After all, what he said was Zulai from Six Tails, and he still had a proud side. Would he need a group of high-level ninjas to secretly protect? But because the person who protects him is an old friend of Chenchi Euro, he can only open one eye and close one eye when they no longer exist. Therefore, Yudaka was still shocked and angry when he heard that Chenkuro was killed. Senju Jutsuma, you killed my friend Chenkuro unexpectedly, and Yudaka won't let you go. Yugao was angry. Akatsuki obviously did not expect that Yugao, who had always been indifferent and unspoken, would become so excited when he heard that Chenkuro died. At the moment, she wanted to stop Yugao. However, at this moment, no matter what she does, it is already too late, because Senjujima Kazufu has arrived. Feng Shi middle. Scythe flip. A dull low drink sounded in the distance, and then, a huge crescent-shaped vacuum air current swept across the bamboo forest. In the next 0.17 seconds, the dense bamboo forest covering a very wide area disappeared. The thick bamboo that was originally towering into the clouds has all been cut off. The thatched house, which was originally built in the depths of the bamboo forest, was very safe and confidential, and suddenly appeared naked in front of everyone. After Kaian Zhaozujian brought the foot of the bamboo forest outside the town, he saw that the bamboo forest was dense and covered a very large area. The brow furrowed, and it was a wind escape, cutting off all the bamboo. As a result, the bamboo forest disappeared. Isn't it easy to find people hiding in the bamboo forest? On the roof of the thatched house, Kian was stunned. What she said was a supreme forbearance, and she was very clear about Feng Shi middle. Scythe turning technique. Although I don't know how to do it, Have you never seen a pig run without eating pork? She is very aware of the power of the wind escape and scythe. The wind shielding technique is only a believable ninjutsu. No matter how powerful it is, where can it go? However, when she saw the feud middle-scythe fusion performed by Senju Uzuma, the three views were a little broken. Is this really the wind escape middle-scythe fusion? CHBD, this power is simply not too great. It's so big, okay? Exclamation mark. Of course, the wind escape and great inlay technique performed between the dry hand pillars does not use chakra, but natural energy. Every ninjutsu he used, no matter how low the level, after being strengthened by natural energy, is considered to be a fairy. Xianzu, if the power is small, then it is not called the match Xianzu, okay? On the contrary, Yugao, who was sitting next to Kianayu, had an expression of excitement on his face after hearing that Captain Chenkuro had been killed. This is too mature and calm, and looks incompatible with his young appearance. You must be the six-tailed man Zilla from Uin village, right? After the dry hand post appeared, he didn't say a word of nonsense, and went directly to the topic. That's right. You must be the legendary god of ninjas, right? Seeing that Senjuzazu was so straightforward, Yutaka replied simply, with the reed straw in his hand flaring across his chest. Not bad, not bad. Knowing who I am, and knowing the purpose of my coming, I didn't even flee. It's commendable courage. Kaienzu's Eugene couldn't help but praised. Of course, he didn't really praise him, but he just said it casually. Yugao was colder and arrogant than Senzuzuma thought. He didn't put Senzuzuma's praise in his ears at all, but instead looked at Fu, who was standing behind Senzuzuma. Green hair, star eyes, young girl, costumes of the country of Filter. I see, you are Zili from Shigeki Nanao, Fu from the village of Filter. After a lot of thoughts, Yugo suddenly blurted out. What? I originally thought that Fu was just a small follower of the Senju Uzuma. It is estimated that she was a silent little ninja. How could she guess that she turned out to be the famous seven-tailed man Zuli Fu from the Filter village? The shocked person is not only Kianayu, but also Fu. She couldn't help but glanced at Yugao with a surprised look. She was very surprised. This guy could see through her identity at a glance. It can be seen that this guy still attaches great importance to details. Kaienzuzu couldn't help but look at Yugao again, not because he saw through Fu's identity, but rather dissatisfied with his cold arrogance. Perhaps, the masters have their own cold and arrogant side. However, Senju Uzuma felt that in front of him, everyone had to let go of their former arrogance. Who makes him the strongest man in the world? It's weird, since you are Zili of the Seven Tails, why don't you have the breath of Shijiming in your body? Yugo still ignored the dissatisfaction between the Hansen posts, and said to himself. Of course, he asked this sentence on behalf of the puzzled six-tailed rhinoceros. The 9 big-tailed beasts are also friends and foes. Their relationship is very complicated. Therefore, it is not surprising that the six-tailed rhinoceros cares about Shigeki Nano's whereabouts. Could it be? Yugo suddenly thought of something, and looked at Senjujima in astonishment. His face also showed an incredible color. Could it be that the tail beast on your body has been forcibly extracted by him? No, it's impossible. The tail beast was forcibly extracted from Renzili's body. Wouldn't it make Renzili lose his life? Why are you still alive? It's totally impossible. Or, I'm wrong, you are not the seven-tailed man's Yulifu, are you? Go muttering to himself, and his expression is a little bit dazed. He suddenly realized that if Nanao Shigeki Infa's body was forcibly extracted by Senju Uzuma and she did not die, does that mean that he misunderstood his teacher? Could it be? However, thinking about this, Yugo stopped himself from thinking about it anymore. He didn't want to admit that he was wrong. He was even more reluctant to admit that he even moved the idea of first attacking and killing his teacher first. No. You are right. I am Zilifu from the Seven Tails, but that's what happened before. Fu said. After experiencing the previous events, she no longer had any Madonna's thoughts in her heart, and she would no longer have the idea of saving Yugao, who was the same as her, and the same sickness. The reason she told Yugao her true identity was just to make him understand. No, you are not, you can't be. Chapter 185. If you are really the seven-tailed Zulifu, what about the seven-tailed in your body? Don't tell me, after the tailed beast is extracted, you, Zulai, is still alive? This is absolutely impossible, Kiane. However, something dramatic happened. Yugao, who had seen Fu's identity at a glance, now, after Fudu admitted his identity, denied this fact in every possible way. Hearing this, Fu couldn't help but glance at Senzu's Yuma. She really couldn't figure out what was wrong with this guy. In the heart of the present Fu, Kiane's Yuma is omnipotent, from the strength to the mouth. As long as he goes out in person, all the problems will be solved. That's why she cast a glance at Senzu's Yuma for help. As a person who came by, Shigeru's Yuma was not clear to others. He still didn't know. The reason why Yugo suddenly entered a state of demon was probably related to his teacher. Senju's Yuma, who had read the original book, knew that Yugao had never believed in the bondage between his master and his disciples, and even finally killed his teacher in a beast-like state. Therefore, Yugao's situation should be regarded as knowing the answer in advance. He knew in advance that his teacher had a way to remove the tail beast from his body without hurting his life. He did this for his own good, and he actually misunderstood the teacher's kindness. As a result, Yugao, who was in deep guilt, naturally fell into a state of devilishness that was difficult to extricate himself from. There is a knot in his heart that can't be untied. If I didn't guess wrong, it should be related to the tail beast in his body and his teacher. Senju's Yuma felt that this matter was too troublesome to explain, and when said crisply, "Oh, Fu can't understand, but she is as smart as her, and can still understand the meaning of Senju's words. In fact, she is not because of her strength, but a lot of sad things have happened to her. It's just that she didn't want to say it." Master Yugo. Asakusa also noticed that Yugo's mental state was not right at the moment. If he wanted to use space ninjutsu, he quickly took Master Yugao away from here safely. However, for the six-tailed rhinoceros who is sure to win the Kiane Zhao's Yujian, how could he watch others take Yugo away? At the moment, he immediately ordered Fu by his side. "Fu, organize her." Received. Lord between the pillars. Fu heard this, without saying anything. It turned into a cold wind, and instantly swept in front of Kianyu, condensing a sharp ice dagger in his hand, planning Kianyu's seal. Kianyu originally planned to use space ninjutsu to teleport Yugao, but she did not expect Fu to be so fast. Before she could defend, her palm had been pierced by the ice dagger. "Ah!" Kianyu screamed. Hateful. However, she was not a good stubborn. After screaming, she immediately launched a counter-attack against Fu. "You dare to do something to my people!" Kianyu's screams and her warm blood happened to spill on Yugo's face, finally pulling Yugao back from the state of demon. Seeing such a cute girl as Kiane was injured in order to protect herself, Yugao was furious. At this moment, he didn't care that Fu was also a girl, and he used to be a human pillar just like him. The reed tube in his hand reversed, and he pierced Fu's forehead. "Your opponent is me." However, as soon as Yugo started his hand, the figure of Senju's Yuma appeared. He stopped between Yugao and Fu, and clamped the hard but extremely sharp reed tube with his middle finger and index finger. It's so powerful and terrifying. Is this Kiane's gradual strange force? After feeling that the reed tube in his hand was clamped between Senju, Yugo's face finally changed a little after he couldn't pull it out anyway. This is just brute force, without any skills and ninjutsu. Of course, if it's just a strange power, Yugao would not be afraid of Senju's Yuma. Since the reed tube can't be drawn out, just use ninjutsu directly. Shui Shei, bursting foam. Yugo spit out 6 words coldly, and then, from the reed straw in his hand, spit out dozens of colorful bubbles. Each of these bubbles looks very beautiful, colorful, and the colors change even more under the sun. This scene has to be said to be extremely beautiful. However, after seeing these bubbles in Senju's, his pupils suddenly shrank. He can clearly feel how powerful the power is contained in each of these bubbles. For flowers. Although, even if these bubbles all explode, it is impossible to blow him to death, and even with the ability to concentrate on healing, his injuries can be fully recovered in less than a second. However, doing so will make him look very embarrassed. As for Senjujima now, he always cares about his own image, and being embarrassed is not what he wants. Fu, withdraw quickly. However, even if he wanted to avoid these bubbles, Senjutsumu informed Huifu in advance and asked her to evacuate to a safe place. Kienayu, withdraw quickly. Almost at the same time, Yugao also reminded Asazuki. The two dared not follow the words of their adults. Hearing the words, they immediately showed the fastest speed and evacuated from the scene. However, when they evacuated, they still did not stop attacking each other. Two female ninjas, you command me. The fight is inextricably difficult, and it can be considered extremely fierce. After Fu evacuated, Senjutsumu released his hand holding the reed tube, and then took a step back gently. At the same time, Yugo's eyes suddenly tightened. Suddenly, the colorful bubbles burst one by one, and dazzling golden lights shot in and out from inside. The next moment, boom, boom! Exclamation mark. Rumble! Exclamation mark. The explosion sounded constantly, and the entire bamboo forest was completely surrounded by firelight in an instant. One after another huge pits appeared on the ground, which were caused by successive explosions of bubbles. Even Fu and Satsuki, who were evacuating at the fastest speed, were affected. In order to avoid being affected by the explosion, they interrupted and had to stop, focusing on the quick evacuation. Whoosh, whoosh. However, in the blink of an eye, the two figures already appeared by the stream outside the bamboo forest, but when the two met, they immediately attacked each other. Bamboo forest. After a long time, the sound of the explosion stopped. The entire bamboo forest was completely engulfed by flames, but the flames of the explosion came and went faster, and soon the flames dissipated, revealing a shocking scene. The entire bamboo forest no longer exists, and dozens of huge scorched pits are left on the ground. In many pits, bamboo is still burning. Plant. Chapter 186, The Marriage of the Fire Country and the Water Country. However, what is even more surprising is that in this huge explosion, the two people who did not escape from the bamboo forest were unharmed. Needless to say, Senjujima, as long as he avoids being directly blown by the foam, the explosion will not cause him harm at all. He doesn't even need to use defensive ninjutsu. Just put your hands around your chest and greet the big explosion lightly. Who can do this kind of thing? Madara may be able to, but if he wants to do this kind of thing, he might have to pay a heavy price. That is to sacrifice a writing wheel eye to display as an Aki. Although Yugao was the caster, it was impossible for him to resist the huge impact when the mighty explosion bubble exploded. However, he dared to detonate the 70-40 inches bubble burst at such a close distance, and he naturally left behind. After the black smoke dissipated, Yugo's figure appeared. It's just that he is no longer the quiet and elegant man before. At this moment, his body is wrapped in a layer of great chakra energy. The chakra coat formed by the chakra energy is obvious, like an oyster slug with 6 tails. It turns out that Yugao has turned into a beast. Moreover, when it comes up, it is the highest level 6-tailed state. It seemed that he knew very well how powerful and terrifying the strength of Kaienzu's Yujian was, so he didn't dare to care about it at all. He just opened it up straight up. Is this tail beastly? It seems that you are quite anxious. But this is fine, you don't need to waste time. Senjutsumu said lightly. There was nothing wrong with Kaienzu's words, but Yugao, who had become a beast with his tail, and whose self-confidence was very inflated, was so angry that he almost vomited blood. What is this tail animalization? What is called this? So I don't need to waste time. This is a naked look down on people. Anyway, Lao Tzu is also a dignified 6-tailed person, and he has been expanded and turned into a beast, so he is so despised. You say you are angry. However, Kayane Zuzuma didn't know that after Enzuli turned into a tail beast, his self-confidence would become extremely swollen due to the influence of the tail beast, and he became arrogant. Even Yugo, who has always been known for his calmness, is no exception. Since you think this is a waste of time, well, we will make a quick fight. Yugao, who was actually a six-tailed rhino, suddenly spoke. Immediately afterwards, Yugao raised his hands above his head, and the six chakra tails behind him also stood up at the same time. A black energy ball spinning at high speed like a black hole is rapidly taking shape. Those are the beast jade that exploded in Legend. The country of water. Foggy village. Uian village is surrounded by mist all year round, which is extremely rare in the whole country of abundant rainwater. Thanks to the thick fog, the hidden mist village has a natural defensive barrier. Before any enemy wants to invade the hidden mist village, they have to think about how they can break through such a thick mist barrier. Of course, being shrouded in dense fog all year round, this is just the situation in the outer circle of the misty village. The village of New Iron Village is actually not full of fog. When it is sunny, it is actually sunny. Otherwise, if the foggy village is the same as the outer circle, it is filled with fog all the year round and there is no sunshine, and the people inside will probably not survive. At this moment, the dense fog barrier on the outer circle of New Iron Village was suddenly broken open. A shadow rushed into New Iron Village at a very fast speed. Then, regardless of the curious gazes of the surrounding villagers, it went straight to where the water shadow was, away from the building. In the water shadow office, the fifth generation of I's water shadow Trumi Ming is dealing with the issue of the Ninja Coalition forces. This made her feel a headache. Originally, she was not in favor of forming a ninja coalition. In fact, she still insisted on her original idea. Since you are going to fight, of course can. Then an unknown, one village to another village, openly fighting, this is the real man. Well, this is the real ninja way. And now, forming a coalition of ninjas, what does it mean to deceive more and less? Cowards are proud to be more bullied than less. He also arrogantly said that this is unity. Fart. This is a fart of unity. If you can't beat it, you can't beat it, and there are so many excuses. It's really thrown into the face of ninja way. However, in his position, Trumim is also forced to. Therefore, when the ninja coalition formed by its three major ninja villages has set off one after another to start a siege war against Konoha, Trumi Ming still finds an excuse to drag it slowly, as long as it can. Moreover, facing those stubborn elders, she also had her own rhetoric. That is, don't look at Konoha, only one village, but the power is the strongest among the 5 ninja villages, especially after returning from Senjujima. Therefore, instead of letting the ninjas be the vanguard to send their deaths, it is better to delay as long as possible. When Konoha and the other 3 ninja villages are defeated at the end, the ninja village is dispatching the ninja coalition to win the final victory. In this way, not only is the greatest contribution, but also the least casualties. Just like that, he just convinced a few old guys. Therefore, the ninja coalition forces in New Iron Village have already been formed before they can still stand still and delay sending troops. Senator Suzujan. How should I put it? I really hope you know that I am doing you a big favor secretly. How should you thank me? I think the best way is the country of water and fire. The 2 countries are married. Terumi thought happily, completely falling into an info state. King, the right-hand assistant on the side, saw Master Shu Ying falling into an info again. His body was slightly shaking, his face was flushed, and his face was helpless. Hey, who 0.0 makes spring come. However, at this moment, the young Chojuro, Trumi Mei's proud disciple, the future 6th generation of I's Shui Ying, led a guy with a mask and hurriedly broke into the Shui Ying office. Chenjuro, what are you doing recklessly? Before you come in, won't you knock on the door first? Seeing this, as an old senior, he couldn't help but reprimanded. Terumi Ming came back to her senses. She knew her disciple's character very well, knowing that there was no emergency, he would never be so rash. Immediately, Ming raised his right hand and motioned to Ao to stop talking, and then turned his gaze to Chojuro and the members of the arm of Uin village who followed him. Nagajuro, is there an emergency situation? Ming, with a keen sense of smell, immediately realized that something big might have happened. Chapter 187. The elder group wants a drink. Old Ming, cough cough. Master Shuai-ing, it's not good. Zulan town was attacked. Senior Yagao is in danger. There is ... and ... Chojuro spoke with an extremely painful expression on his face. Also, brother Chenjiro has already sacrificed. After a long time, Chenjiro clenched his fists to tell the bad news. Although Chokuro and Chojuro are not brothers, they belong to the same family. Chojuro had been taken care of by the former before, and it was heard that he was killed. He was naturally grief and indignation. Specific situation. Ming loves this disciple very much, but now is not the time to care about his mood. Her gaze turned directly to the members of Anbu, and she asked. Upon hearing the words, the ANB members quickly and respectfully reported what happened in Zulan town. Who said to Terumim and King. He even clearly mentioned that Konoha was one of the two who attacked the town of Zulan. The only Naruto Senjujuan. As for the other person, he didn't hear Yugo and Fu's conversation, so he didn't know her. Kamikaze. After Terumim heard the name of Senjujuma, her face suddenly changed, and her heart couldn't bear it. Live shouting. The big thing is not good. It's not too much for Senzuzuma to go to Zulan town to find Yugao. She felt that if Yugao could fight Senju a battle, and then die heroically, this person's Yulai also died well. After all, compared to someone with a novel idea like Ming, he could die in the hands of the Senju's Yujian. Those who lay down, that would be considered lucky for their 3 lives. Who will let him? He is the strongest and most apathetic man in the world. If you want to die, you must die in his hands so that you can come to the world in vain. Since I am not worried about Ren's Elias' life safety. What is Ming worried about? In fact, she was worried about nothing more than one thing, that is, she kindly wanted to help Senzujuma. The plan was destroyed by Senjujuma himself. How can this be said? Is this the fate of the two of them? Sure enough, when Terumim was chanting in her heart, the big thing is not good, the elders. This old guy has already hurriedly rushed in. These old guys also broke into the water shadow office very rudely, but this times King didn't dare to say more. After all, these old guys are much older than him. There is one, or I brought it. His teacher. How many elders? Something? Terumi asked, knowingly. What's the matter? Don't you know as a water shadow? A fierce old woman. As soon as she spoke, Terumi was choked. Mrs. Yu, don't worry, if you have something to say, it's like this. Our elders group just received the news. Yugao's secret hiding place, Zulan town was attacked, and the leader, it is the Senjujuzuma. Another old man with a grey beard has a good attitude. One reason blamed me for, I warned you to hide Renzulai in the water. It's not safe. Terumi Ming said with a cold snort. The dead old woman didn't give her face. She naturally wouldn't give her face. The elders didn't expect Terumi Ming to have such a tough attitude, but this was embarrassing. Indeed. In fact, they should have listened to her in the first place. It's a pity that the old guys are worried that once Renzulai leaves the country of water, he will leave them. The scope of control would be more troublesome, so Terumi Ming's proposal was rejected together. No. No, we are not here to pursue this matter. Elder Whitebeard has a face, said embarrassingly. And the ferocious mother-in-law you snorted without even looking at Ming. What's the matter then? Terumi Ming asked again knowingly. Let me talk about it. The ferocious Granny couldn't help it anymore, and she rushed to speak again. Damn it. The Senjuzuma, who dared to personally attack the 6-tailed people from Yunin village, who is tolerable, unbearable. The elder asked you, as the water shadow, to immediately send troops to rescue Renzulai, and the Senjujuzuma team was brought to justice or killed on the spot. According to reliable sources, Takaya and Zaozu also brought a small attendant, and 2 of them we sent. The most elite ninja troop in the ninja village. I don't believe it can't take her down. Granny Yu's voice grew louder and louder, and it was deafening. I don't know, she is so old. How do you keep such a good temper? This is naturally no problem, Terumi said immediately after hearing this. People in my own village being attacked, let alone an important person, even an ordinary villager. She is a water. Ying is also obliged to send someone to rescue him and catch the murderer. At this point, Granny Yu's request was not excessive, but Terumi knew that the matter. I am afraid it is not that simple. Sure enough, after Granny Yu finished speaking, Elder Whitebeard spoke again. In addition, the group of elders suggested that Shuai Ying immediately mobilize the ninja coalition established in Yuan village to make the fastest speed to Konoha. Terumi Ming heard the words. He opened his mouth and said, I'm afraid this is wrong. We have already agreed upon it at the beginning. Waiting for Konoha to fight with the other 3 ninja villages will lose both. We will go out again. In this way, 740 can avoid unnecessary casualties. When Elder Whitebeard heard this, he finally revealed his true face, scoffed at it, and said at the beginning, it was then, now is now. The situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly. You are too young. Yes, an elder agreed. Before, we thought that there are thousands of people in Konoha village, sitting between the hand posts. In order to avoid unnecessary casualties, it's not impossible to wait until the last to send troops. But things are different now. Did you not hear it just now? Granny Yu said again. Now, we already know thousands. Xiao's Eugene was in the small town of Zulin, and it was impossible for him to return to Konoha for a while. Since there is no Konoha between the hand posts, so when we don't send troops at this time, we will wait. But Terumi wants to continue to delay. But this time, this trick is obviously has expired. No, but without Konoha between Senju, it's just an ordinary shinobu village. Elder Whitebeard spoke again. If we don't send a ninja coalition quickly, then, let alone eating meat, I'm afraid I can't even drink the soup. At this point, Terumi finally knew the real purpose of the elders. It turned out that they were, I want to get a share in the 4th Ninja War. Chapter 188 Terumi Ming's determination. Oh, we don't know if we can win this battle. Also want to get a share? Terumi laughed at herself in her heart. But of course she would not say these words. Seeing that Terumi stopped speaking, the elders looked at each other. Simply accepted from the decision made. Once this matter, that's it. The ninja allied forces in Yuan village, now, immediately, march towards Konoha village. Elder Whitebeard said, patted the table. Then, led several other elders, and again, Saifenglai left the water shadow office in a violent manner. Presumably he went to the barracks to issue orders. Master Pin Shuai. At this moment, even Assistant Shuai, King, can no longer survive. Terumi did not speak, but just raised his hand, motioning King not to speak. She is meditating. She feels that this elder group in Yuan village, is sure. There is no need to continue to exist anymore. That's right. She wants to set foot on the back road between the 1,000 Hands pillars and abolish the elders group of Yuan village. Bamboo Forest Town. The beastly-tailed Yugo is burning with the raging chakra flames, and looks very handsome. Gas. At this moment, he is condensing the tail beast jade. It is only a moment of time. The little tail beast Yu has swelled to the size of his head. After the tail beast jade was formed, Yugo threw his hands vigorously, and smashed the tail beast jade to Cayenne Zaozu. Between. The tail beast jade did not stop spinning during the flight. It was still absorbing. The natural energy T in nature is constantly expanding and becoming bigger. It's like a snowball, getting bigger and bigger. When the tail beast jade flew in front of Senjujima, its size had already exceeded Senjujima, the whole person. Moreover, the huge power contained in the tail beast jade is not the ordinary big jade spiral pill. Comparable. The power contained in it is even dozens of stronger than the super-large jade spiral pill times. Therefore, where the tail beast jade passed, everything was destroyed and the earth opened up cracks, forming a huge gully extending forward. Before the tail beast jade hit Senzu's Eugian, the place where he was standing has become a ravine, has left him no place to stand. However, as far as Senzu's Yuma is concerned, he is not in a position to gain a foothold. After all, he didn't want to borrow from the ground before he could avoid the tail beast jade. In silence, a pair of peacock wings grew behind Senjuzazu, the wings lightly swinging. Suddenly, he flew up into the sky like an eagle arrogantly. It rushed to Yunwei in between. Oh, want to run? How can it be so easy? Yugo seemed to have expected Senjujuma to be able to avoid the frontal attack of the tail beast jade. With a stroke of his right hand, the tail beast jade seemed to be spiritual, actually following his command. Keep track of Kaiane Zaozu. After Kaiane Zaozu Jin rushed to Yunliu, he was about to take a rest. Suddenly, under his feet, a piece of cloud began to twist, and immediately afterwards, it exploded directly, and then, a cloud of pitch black. The energy body of a huge spinning powder hit him. If you don't break it, it won't stop. Right. The brain of the thousand-hand column is here. For an instant, it spun up quickly. Okay, then I will break it. After a stern shout, after a stern scream, it turned out he really hit the tail beast jade directly. I drop it. This is the tail beast jade. When the big snake pill faced the tail beast with 3 tails, the tail beast jade used by Huamingren only dared to use the third watch Rashomon to resist. And it seemed to be suffer. And now, there are 6 tails facing Senzaozu, which is equivalent to 6 tails with full strength. Rhinoceros cooperated with Renziali's own strength to fully display the tail beast jade, but he actually wanted break it directly. This idea, don't be too crazy. Of course, for others, it may be crazy, but for my own strength now, for the confident Senjuzazuma, this is just a trivial matter. It's just that this time, the ninjutsu performed by Senjujuma is no longer a casual gesture. It can be displayed in time. He actually started to seal. Lin. I saw the hands of Senjuzazu quickly form a seal on his chest, and then he hit the tail beast jade. He has completed dozens of complicated tasks in less than 1/10 of a second. The not printing action. Immediately afterwards, there is a fire attribute natural energy between the thousand hands column, the right hand, and water attribute natural energy. His left hand slapped on his chest, displaying a ninjutsu he had never used before. Boiling escape. The world has evaporated. Since fully mastering the 5 elements of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth, Kaienzu's Eugian can already do 2. Combine any 2 kinds of natural energies to change a new attribute. Come out. It's just like the dust escape he used before, except that dust escape is a bit more advanced. Time combines the 3 attributes of wind, fire and earth. Therefore, Chendun is the elimination of blood, and boiling. It can't be called the blood following the elimination. However, even if boiling escape does not belong to the elimination of blood, it is displayed through the hands of Senju. How can it be small when it comes out? When the 2 properties of fire and water are completely mutually restrained, they blend together perfectly. Its Valent broke out immediately. The place where Kaiane Zaozu was standing. The whole world seemed to boil in an instant. Sincerely, the sky was originally densely covered with clouds, but, under the power of boiling, it turned out to be in an instant is evaporated. Even the moisture in the air is evaporated in an instant, the whole. In the space, there is even a sense of illusionly how. And the most surprising thing is that the powerful tail beast jade that looks extremely powerful, even it's boiling. The pitch black energy ball, which keeps spinning, seems to be out of balance and is boiling. No, the energy dissipated. The energy that was originally very regular clockwise rotation. The law was also, when it breaks, rotated clockwise for a while, and rotate the wheat counterclockwise for a while. All in all, the huge pitch black tail beast jade suddenly boiled. Then, Like hot water boiling violently in a pot, it began to shrink quickly. In less than a second, the entire tail beast jade was completely evaporated. The whole tail beast jade boiled over the stone. Then it was instantly evaporated without a trace. This scene fell on Inigo's eyes. He was more shocked than the tail beast jade collapsed in the palm of Kaienzu's Eugean. This is too powerful. Chapter 189. Boiling Escape? He can use Boiling Escape? After being shocked, Yugao instantly realized that it seemed that the power of the 5 elements has mastered a very proficient speed, so that we can merge the 2 types of sex, creating Boiling Escape. If it's boiling, the 5th generation Eye Water Shadow Terumi Ming will also use it. Ninjutsu Evaporation of the World. Yugao has never seen it before. So, this fear. The ninjutsu decorated by Eye is a thread created by Senjujima herself. Yugao was still smart, and he analyzed it in an instant that evaporation of the world is the self-created ninjutsu. However, what he didn't know was that Senjuzuma was facing the tail beast jade. Temporary creation created this ninjutsu. If he knew about this, I'm afraid he'll be frightened. Who doesn't know that it takes a lot of time to create a new advanced ninjutsu? There are some people, even throughout their lives, can only create 1 or 2 low-level ninjutsu. But Senzazu, in an instant, a ninjutsu with such a terrifying might was created. Do you want other people to live? Of course. The reason why Senjuzuma was able to create a new ninjutsu so quickly, I have to say that, thanks to the help of the system. Since mastering the vitality, Kaienzu's Eugean's understanding of everything in the world has far exceeded. For ordinary people, the same is true for the creation of ninjutsu. 290. Tailed Beast Jade is nothing more than that. I want to ignore what you have to do. After Senjuzazu used Boiling Escape to evaporate the tail beast jade, it was like a god descending. It fell in front of Yugao. Yugao even had an illusion for an instant, feeling that the Chizuzuma is like one god. I am afraid that only God can kill him and the 6-tailed rhino, the tail beast jade made by force. However, Yugao, whose self-confidence was extremely inflated, came back to his senses and heard the sound of words. I was very dissatisfied. I have a lot of moves. Since you want to see, let you see. Water escape, strong acid foam, Yugo said, raising the reed tube in his hand, and blowing out countless bubbles again. It's just that the foam this time is no longer beautiful and colorful, but gray and yellow. The color, above, still exudes some pungent blue smoke from time to time. Undoubtedly, these foams are some highly corrosive strong acid foams. Once the foam, when it explodes, everything around it will be corroded by strong acid, and might not be as powerful as blasting. The bubble is strong, but the danger is no less than the bursting bubble. Yugao is very shrewd. Since the impact of the explosion can hardly cause damage to Senjujima, then switch to strong acid. He still doesn't believe it. The body of Kaienzu's Eugean can be so strong that even strong acid can rot. The degree of eclipse. You know, even the hardest diamond in the world is a younger brother in the face of strong acid. It's a pity that Yugao was wrong, and Senzuzuma really didn't hate his acidity. Is this another trick? Kaienzuzuma was very disdainful, and strode towards Yugao without seeing him. Jai-in. A wind wall appeared on his body. Those strong acid foams, as soon as they hit the wind wall, they were blown away by the strong wind, and hit them all. Can't touch the Senjuza room. Even if Yugao reacted extremely quickly and quickly detonated the remaining strong acid bubbles, it still remained. It was useless. The strong acid spilled after the bubble exploded, was blocked by the wind wall, and then flew away. The invisible wind wall is not afraid of the so-called strong acid at all. Seeing that Kaienzu's Eugean came in front of him 2 or 3 steps, but at this moment, Yugo's face showed a cruel smile. He forgot to tell Senjuzuma that the strong acid foam just now was just a bait. I didn't even intend to use those strong acid foams to hurt Senjuzuma. Just let him relax his vigilance. The bait that led him to his side. Sure enough, as he had expected, Senjutsu was still fooled. Insect to the room. At the moment when Senjutsu was near Yugao, he displayed his hidden killing trick. In the state of the tail beast's coat, Yugo secreted a strong corrosive liquid around his body, and moved towards the Cayenn's column, spilled on his body. Mistakes at such a short distance. The Senjutsu post cannot avoid the oncoming large area corrosive liquid. Moreover, even if the wind wall he created, in front of the frogs, is a younger brother. The invisible wind wall has also been corroded. Under normal circumstances, if a certain part of the wind wall is destroyed, the surrounding wind elements will immediately add it to make the wind wall still intact. But this kind of strong corrosive liquid, in fact, is a corrosive liquid, rather than a corrosive energy. After it corroded the wind wall, it actually prevented the agglomeration of wind elements, making the wind wall no longer self-repair. Because of this, the wind wall was opened by this corrosive energy, and then other corrosive properties passed through this gap and splashed onto the body of Senjutsu. There was a burst of green smoke, and between Cayenne's Aozu, I could feel a tingling pain in my chest, and then immediately after, the clothes on the mouth melted instantly, and a huge black pus was corroded out of the chest wound. Moreover, the wound was still corroding, and the flesh and blood was festering rapidly, fast. Already it's not visible to the naked eye anymore, and Jane's just blinking. The wound will double speed. The rate of corrosion is simply shocking. The person who was in the Cayenne's Eugene suddenly remembered it. Yugao once used this trick between the frogs to burn boar. Even the second oldest among the tailed beasts. The corrosive energy that can burn, it's said to be one. It fell on the human body. Cut. This is the end of despising me, Yugao, or rather a six-tailed rhino than Yugao said coldly. I didn't despise you because what I said is the truth. That is, you are too weak! I have been staring at Senjutsu, whose chest is corroded, suddenly raised his head and stared at Yugo's face. Said, "What?" Yugo thought he had heard it wrong. However, he saw the expression on Senjutsu's face. He didn't seem to be joking at all. Realizing something was wrong with him, I quickly looked at Kayane again. The corroded chest between the hand posts. What is called not to is fine. I was taken aback. Yugo's current situation, it's okay to call it not Xiang. He was shocked at first glance. He saw the chest between the Senjutsu, although it was still corroding quickly. But the recovery speed of his chest is faster than the corrosion speed. Chapter 190. Can you use insect bite? While the flesh and blood are constantly being corroded, it is also constantly being thundered, forming a cycle. Only anyone with a discerning eye can see it. This cycle can easily be broken, because the speed of rebirth of flesh and blood is too fast, and the speed of corrosion cannot catch up with it. Pace. In other words, after more than 10 seconds, the Cayenne's Eugene will feel like nothing happened. Again intact. No. It's impossible. Healing ninjutsu can't do it at all. While the flesh and blood are constantly being corroded, it is constantly being reborn, forming a cycle. It's just that as long as anyone with a discerning eye can see it, this cycle can easily break. Because the speed of rebirth of flesh and blood is too fast, and the speed of corrosion can't catch up with it. Pace. In other words, after more than 10 seconds, the Cayenne's Eugene will feel like nothing happened. Again intact. No. It's impossible. Healing ninjutsu can't do it at all. While the flesh and blood are constantly being corroded, it is constantly being reborn, forming a cycle. However, as long as anyone with a discerning eye can see it, this cycle can easily be broken. Because the speed of rebirth of flesh and blood is too fast, and the speed of corrosion cannot catch up with it. Pace. In other words, after more than 10 seconds, the Cayenne's Eugene will feel like nothing happened. Again intact. No. It's impossible. Healing ninjutsu can't do it at all. The corrosive damage between frogs cannot be recovered by any kind of healing ninjutsu. It's impossible for Tsunade, who has mastered the strongest healing ninjutsu. Why? Why can you do it? Yugo looked shocked and incredible. Such a terrifying healing speed is it was beyond his imagination. If there is such a powerful and abnormal healing ninjutsu in the world, how can there be a ninja that is so light? Yi is dead. It can't be said to be invincible, but it is immortal at all. You don't need to know this. Senju Zuma did not answer Yugo's question after hearing this. Just coldly said, because the root of healing his wounds is not ninjutsu, but his unique healing power. Strength. Focus on healing. Unless the feather high frog can completely corrode his whole person into thick water in an instant, otherwise, it is impossible to kill him by corruption. Because, you are going to die, signed the Z family and said, then. His hands turned out to be. It started printing again. Seeing Senja's humor Yugo suddenly panicked. Rhino began to be completely animalized. In a hurry, Yugo directly gave the control of his body to the six-tailed rhino. In the state of incomplete body-tail animalization, Yugo has a cayenne-shaped exhausted consciousness. He controls the mane, the right to lead. Rhino gives him strength and it is up to him to play. And in a state of complete tail animalization, the situation is completely opposite. This time, it was Yugo who gave all his power to the rhinoceros, who controlled the dominance. Moreover, Yugo would lose consciousness completely. Therefore, after Yugo gritted his teeth and gave all his power to the rhino, he closed his eyes and fell asleep. Past. At this moment, the six-tailed rhinoceros completely awoke. At the same time, Yugo's body has undergone tremendous changes. He is transformed into a huge. Yes, at least there are clams that are hundreds of meters tall. Yes, this is exactly the six-tailed rhino. Woo! As soon as the six-tailed rhinoceros appeared on the stage, he immediately let out a disarming roar. Then, it just opened a huge mouthful of teeth. I spit out a large pool of rot from my mouth. Corrosive liquid. I have to say that this time the amount of corrosive liquid, and the amount made by Yugo before, the pressure, the roots are nothing compared. This bit of strong acid can probably fill an entire small pond. The corrosive liquid produced by Yugo has not been half-stuck. It is enough to corrode. The wind wall also caused damage to the Cayenne Zuzujian. It's dying. Such a big puddle of corrosive liquid falls. Come, then you still have to corrode the Senzu Zuma and the earth on which he is standing. If there were spectators around, I'm afraid I would be scared to death. However, in the face of such a behemoth, Senzu Zuma, who bears the brunt, is still not shy at all. It fell under the head and face in the strong corrosive liquid. It looked like, when there is nowhere to hide, Senjazazu suddenly stretched out his right hand. There is a curse on the palm of his right hand. The incomparably complex curse imprint of the text. In an instant, the curse dissipated, and the curse imprinted. In the next moment, Senzu's Eugen performed a move that didn't belong to him. To Dunhuang Kun Marsh. The space above the head of the Cayenne Zaozu suddenly formed a huge swamp. The six-tailed rhino. Strong corrosive acid sprayed out. All happened to fall in the swamp. If you follow the previous development, the corrosive strong acid should be like corroding a wind wall. Eroded the swamp, and then all fell on the body of Senjujuan. But that's not the case. It's strong corrosive acid enough to fill a small pond. After falling into the swamp, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, silent. Not even a wave was lifted. Come. Middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot middle dot dot dot. Look for flowers. Middle dot middle dot middle dot. The corrosive liquid is so. Was it swallowed by the swamp? In fact, the corrosive liquid has not been swallowed, because Huangquan Swamp was originally made a yellow spring space. Any object that falls into the swamp will fall into the yellow spring space. Huangquan, but the land of the dead. After solving the corrosive liquid, Senzu Zuma didn't stop. He used the instantaneous spell. He came to the six-tailed rhinoceros in an instant, and then opened his right hand again. Insect bite. With the deep voice between the thousand hands pillars, the ground where the six-tailed rhinoceros was, suddenly, a huge mouth of the abyss appeared, and the huge mouth leapt from the ground, bitten on the six-tailed rhinoceros. The six-tailed rhinoceros hurriedly struggled. Finally, It relied on the flexible body of Clam 6. Body, escape the fate of being swallowed by a bite. However, it also paid a price for it, and the tail behind it was hardened. Yuanji's mouth was snapped. After the abyss bite off the rhino's tail, he swallowed it in one bite, and then retracted again into the ground. From beginning to end, the abyssal mouth did not reveal its true appearance. However, how can the six-tailed rhinoceros not know what the abyss is? Yellow spring swamp, insect bites. These are the moves of Chongming. Sure enough. Now Chongming, this man, has it been sealed in your body? The six-tailed rhinoceros started to speak. Its voice is a bit hoarse, like a leisurely sound from ancient times. Yes, Senzuzuma didn't deny it at all. Poor Nanao Shigeki, who was seriously injured and fell asleep, is recovering from his sleep. It never expected to recover from the injury. Even so, the power has to be borrowed. And, moreover, it still cannot tolerate forced borrowing that it does not agree with. If Nanao Shigeki is still exhausted, he will probably be vomiting blood. In the distance, Fu and Kianayu are still playing inextricably, but in fact, anyone with the discerning eye can see it. Fu was completely in the upper hand. Suppressing Kianayu had nothing to fight back. Suddenly, Fu felt a familiar power coming from the bamboo forest. Fu quickly looked at the bamboo forest. Vaguely, she saw a huge mouth in the abyss, biting. He dropped a tail behind a white clam. Fu was dumbfounded in surprise. She knew very well that Senzuzuma had only sealed Nanao Shigemi in the palm of his hand. It's not like her. Signed a contract with Shigeki Nanao and became human. Column Force. Wide. Chapter 191 Final Kill. Without signing a contract, Nanao Shigeki can actually borrow the power of Shigeki Nanao. How can this not allow? As Renzieli, Fu was shocked. She once again refreshed her understanding of Senjujuan. What happened to this guy? It can be done. 7. This is too awesome. Fu felt once again that her choice to follow Senzuzuma was undoubtedly made in her life, the most correct choice. Well, Fu admits that, in fact, her life, basically, the village chief and elders gave. After that, she hadn't made much choice at all. The camera returns to the bamboo forest. Senzuzuma looked confident and walked toward the six-tailed rhino. At this moment, his body is covered by a horrible natural energy eye and Nanao Shigeki. The Force A is wrapped up. Every time we take a step forward, the world seems to tremble for it. Zero. There is simply emptiness one step at a time. The feeling of breaking the void in one step. At this moment, the six-tailed rhinoceros has even predicted its own destiny. Later, he will end up like Nanao Shigeki. The man in front of him is called Senjujuma. Men is forcibly extracted from Renzilius' body, and then sealed. But the six-tailed rhino is not Shigemi. The latter is sinister, cunning and timid. Let's run away first. The six-tailed rhino, as a tailed beast, has its own pride. Even in the face of Senju, formidable enemy, it has never retreated. Instead, in order to survive, it decided to cooperate with Kaienzu. Fight between the columns. The six-tailed rhinoceros opened its mouth suddenly and took a deep breath of air. Immediately afterwards, I saw that its belly swelled a little, and then, its belly. It began to shake violently, as if something was violent in its stomach. Burning fiercely. Senjujuzuma is very clear, it should be a kind of corrosion between used frogs that is higher than the tail beast transformation. Super acid with much higher sex. The six-tailed rhinoceros used its ultimate move. It is highly corrosive. Even its wetness. The soft clams can enjoy the super acid of 9 eclipses. One by one knows the wolf, seeing, when the six-tailed rhinoceros belly seems to be corroded by the known wolf, finally, the corrosive liquid that has been brewing in the stomach for a long time, spit out between the alley and thousand hands. Go with, knowing that a wolf is no better than a frog, as long as it is contaminated by this super acid, it can continue to corrode until the object is completely corroded. It can be said that Zilangu is a bit similar to Hayuo Amaterasu. The latter does not burn the target to death. It will not go out, and the former will not stop if the target is corrupted without falling. Even if it's a Senjutsu who has concentrated healing, if you get a little bit of it, knowing that the wolf is dead, I am afraid I can only cut off part of his body to save his life. Such an embarrassing thing, Senjutsu would naturally not want to happen. Vibi. The moment the super acid was sprayed out, moisture and dust in the air, if you touch it, was corroded in an instant, and for a while, the air was filled with a pungent acidic smell. Tau. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that even the distant flowers and trees are exposed to this strong acid. The impact of decayed instantly. Even Senjutsu was able to inject exhaustion to his skin, producing a kind of burning. It feels that the skin is beginning to lose its original ruddy luster. Even the clothes on his body have a kind of decayed feeling. That is the gas volatilized from the acid solution, corroding everything around. What a terrible knowing wolf. No wonder, the six-tailed rhinoceros will use it as the final killer move at the bottom of the box. When a trick comes out, the first thing that can't stand it is probably its stomach. It's estimated that it will create something that knows it. I am afraid that the stomach has already been riddled with holes, and even the hole has been corroded. However, clams are a kind of magical creature. Even if they are strangely damaged, they can rebirth. Therefore, the six-tailed rhinoceros has no life concerns. Senjutsu, who had already known that the six-tailed rhino used a killer move, did not dare to be careless. Busily close your breath, and even close all senses, so that the volatilized corrosive gas cannot enter into his body, corroding important organs in his body. Seeing that, the super acid has been poured over, and Kaienzu's Eugene Yippee draws a horde, once again, perform Nanao Shigeki's moves, Huangquan Marsh. Suddenly, a swamp appeared in front of him, which just happened to spray the super acid. All caught. As soon as the super acid and the swamp were relieved, a web snare was immediately made. A chemical reaction occurred. Above, there was a plume of dark smoke from Miran, and also accompanied by a pungent nose. The taste of. Immediately afterwards, something more shocking happened. The yellow spring swamp that was created out of thin air has also been corroded out of a hole. Inside the yellow spring marsh, there is another yellow spring space, and this so-called super acid. Has even the space been corroded? Through this hole, super acid sputtered out of it. Senjutsu seemed to have no time to react, but was sputtered by super acid. Did it? When the six-tailed rhinoceros saw it, this was its first thought. However, in the next scene, his huge Ahu body began to tremble violently. When I got up, that was its panic. Spit spit, spit spit. Then, the sound of corrosion continued to sound, and in almost an instant, the Senjutsu was already corrupted. It is eroded, and the speed of the disappearance of flesh and blood is simply not too fast. However, after the flesh and blood disappeared, what comes out is not a bone skeleton, but just a section that is very similar to a human skeleton would. This is a avatar one by one. Kaienzuzu has long realized that even the space created by Huangquan Swamp can be corroded and penetrated by super strong acid, so after he used 1.7 of Yellow Spring Swamp, he also summoned a wooden clone to replace himself. As for his body, at this moment, it's just above the head of the six-tailed rhino, a kilometer high in the sky. Weird power middle. 10 feet. Hearing the earth-shaking roar from above his head, the six-tailed rhinoceros realized it. The body between the columns is above its head. It hurriedly looked up, and saw Senjutsu falling from the air at a very fast speed, and the right foot obviously does not condense any natural energy, but it makes people have an illusion. It seems that his foot is no longer an ordinary foot. It has become a super huge tons of feet. That is a kind of momentum. The same moves Tsunade used to use the strange power of talent to display. There is no such aura. Chapter 192 Yugo's death. However, the performance of the Kaienzu's Eugene was impressive. Let the target shudder upon seeing it. Even, this target is the fourth-ranked six-tailed rhinoceros among the tail beasts. At this moment, the six-tailed rhinoceros is afraid of a its only idea is to run quickly, far away. Away from this terrible guy. It has survived for thousands of years in this life and has only seen the strength of one person. It is enough to compare with Senjujuma. That is the old man, the 6 immortals. No, this guy is even stronger than the 6 Tao immortals in aura. How is this possible? Realizing this, where can the 6-tailed rhino dare to stay more, squirming and goof? The body wants to escape the scene as soon as possible. Don't look at it just creeping, but the speed is very fast. However, its speed is useless. Senjuzuma has already targeted it. 1 second. 2 seconds. In less than 2 seconds, Kaienzu's Eugene had fallen from a height of 1,000 meters, and then, he stepped heavily on the 29 6-tailed rhinoceros. Boom! The soft body of the clam is extremely elastic and can avoid 90% of the damage. Yes, even if only 10% of the weird power and Tanza's feat displayed by the Senjuzuma are left. Strength, that is also extremely scary. Suddenly, the clam's body, like a hard rock, began to crack. Not because Yu's body is not soft enough, but because the strength of Tanzu's feet is really too powerful, too scary. Instigate. The moment the 6-tailed rhinoceros was hit hard, a large pool of black blood was vomited from its mouth and the rotten meat, presumably, it was the meat in its stomach that was corroded by the decay of the wolf. The black blood and rotten pieces of meat exude a foul smell, extremely disgusting, and, unexpectedly, it is also corrosive. After falling to the ground, it quickly corrodes the ground into a giant. The big pit is coming. It seems that the 6-tailed rhino is more than just a serious injury. Of course, Senjuzuma didn't think that the 6-tailed rhinoceros was capable of that. Sure enough, the 6-tailed rhinoceros with a crack in its body suddenly split up, and, like Kaienzu's clams, they were classified into thousands of small clams and began to run around. Oh, want to run away in the chaos? No way. Maybe face thousands of little clams running around. Others will be at a loss for a while, no knowing which one to attack. But Senjuzuma is not like that. He has already locked Yugo. Breath. Which little clam has a plume height on its body? Which one is the body? Other. It's just an energy body split by its own energy. Senjuzuma quickly swept over one of the little clams that had fled eastward. The little clam looked flustered, squirming quickly, trying to escape, but it was useless. The next second, a figure appeared in front of him and blocked its way. In fact, these little clams are not small, although they are only 1,000th of the 6-tailed rhinoceros. But the one intercepted by Senjuzuma was also 2 meters tall. Because the 6-tailed rhinoceros was seriously injured, the feather height sleeping in its body has recovered some consciousness. When he saw the scene in front of him, he felt the weak breath of the 6-tailed rhino. After that, I knew that something was wrong. Seeing that his body was seen through, Yugao quickly manipulated those little clams. He kept moving towards Kaienzu. The pillars rushed over, trying to stop him. Unfortunately, it's totally useless. The 6-tailed rhinoceros is dead end. To deal with these little clams, palm one by one between the hand posts. They are crisp and neat, and directly bomb them. Seeing the broken corpses of little clams fell by their side, looking at the unstoppable man before him, Yugo finally realized. Today, I'm afraid it's his death date. The expression on Senjujuma's face is very decisive, and it doesn't seem like it will leave the enemy's life. People. However, when facing death, Yugao had no regrets in his heart. Just like Mizuichi Trumamai said, he can fight to the death with the legendary god of ninja. In the end, dying in his hands was undoubtedly an honor for Yugao. After all, there are too many unknown people in the world who are not qualified to be worthy of a shot at Senjutsu, and he is one of them. So he has no regrets about this battle. If he has regrets, the only regret solution, even. And so, to the teacher who wanted to help him, I'm afraid I made a mistake to my teacher. A thought came up. In the last time, he had to ask Senjujuma a question himself. This world, there really is a tail beast taken out of Renziali's body without harming the human way of life? Yugo suddenly asked. At the same time, his pale and feeble face also appeared on the dragon bat's body. Faced with the sudden question, Senzazu was stunned for a moment, then immediately replied, of course, otherwise, how can Fu survive? At first, Senju Zuma thought that Yugao was going to compromise and traded his tail beast for himself. Life. But after careful consideration, he felt that things must not be the case. The reason why Yugao asked this question was probably because he wanted to solve the knot in his happiness. What he wants to know most is whether his teacher wants 717 to harm him, or is it true just want to help him. And Senzu Zuma's answer undoubtedly gave Yugao truth. That is, his teacher did not harm his heart at all, but for his own good, he wanted. The beast was taken out of his body and let him live on him, who has never liked being treated as a human being. The life of ordinary people. Sure enough. Thank you. Untied the knot in his heart, Yugao was also free. He knew that he should firmly believe in the teacher. The bond between disciples. Because of this kind of bond, nothing will break. You do it. This was the last word Yugao said. Hearing words between the thousand hands pillars, without any hesitation, I decided to do it. Boom. With a strange punch, Luo slammed Yugo's body severely. Yugao suddenly flew like a kite with a broken line. After landing again, the original appearance has been restored. He is still so quiet and elegant, but unfortunately, his eyes have been closed, and, Chapter 193. After Yugao died, those Xi-ocean clams running around disappeared in an instant. The six-tailed rhinoceros naturally hasn't died yet. After the death of Renzulai, it can be free from the seal and return to nature. Of course, the dry hand was a step ahead, and before the six-tailed rhinoceros escaped, it was also sealed on the arm of the right hand. In this way, the entire arm between the dry hand posts looked like a tattoo, covered with strange spells, which made him look full of mystery. However, this is only a temporary seal. As long as they return to Konoha village, they will be sealed in another container between the dry hands. Although you can seal the tail beast on your body, you can borrow their power when necessary, but with his current strength, is it still necessary to catch the tail beast's power? No need at all. After sealing the six-tailed rhino, he stood up between the dry hands. Fu didn't know when. She had already returned to the dry hand post. It seemed that her movements this time were much cleaner, and soon, Qian was resolved. Fu looked at Yugao, who was already dead, with a cold expression. However, in her heart, she was obviously still a little touched. After all, both of them used to be human pillars. Fortunately, both of them are now free. Although, one person is alive, and the other person is dead. However, Fu could see from the corners of Yugo's slightly raised mouth that when he died, he must not have suffered any pain, and was even happy because he was relieved. Let's go. The matter has been settled, and Senju Zuma does not want to stay in the water country. As he said, he walked in Konoha's direction without looking back. Hearing the words of Ganshu Zijian, Fu Kai recovered from the trance, and hurriedly followed. Fu Gang left the bamboo forest with Fu Gang between the Ganza pillars. Now it can no longer be called a bamboo forest, because there is no longer a shadow of bamboo except for some huge potholes. However, even if the bamboo forest disappeared, the shrewd Uran, relying on their experience, quickly found it there. Chojuro was the captain of this group. When they arrived, the leader of the team was originally Mizuichi miming, but when she was about to arrive, she suddenly said that something was going on. After handing the team to Chojuro, she slipped away. Chojuro, who was not surprised by this, looked helpless, but he could only rush over with the support team. Unfortunately, when they arrived, it was already a step too late. After seeing Yugo's body lying quietly on the ground, Chojuro's heart couldn't help but tighten. It seems that it is a step too late. There is no joy or sorrow on Chojuro's face. He only knows that from now on, Uin village will no longer have six-tailed strength. Sure enough, after a Wu Ninbu Anbu knelt down and checked, he shook his head at Chojuro and said, Yugao is dead. and the six-tailed rhinoceros on his body has been taken away. Chojuro nodded and replied, I see. At this time, another group of Yuran who came to support him rushed over from the small town of Zulin. The voice has not arrived yet. The bodies of Captain Shenkuro and others have been found, but only halfway through the conversation. The person who came here did not continue to speak, because needless to say, anyone with eyes would know what was going on. Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, a mister appeared in front of Chenjuro and the others with 5 heads. One of the heads belonged to Chankuro. After seeing his brother Chenkuro's head, Chenjuro's eyes suddenly burst into red. His hands also clenched tightly. As Renzi Gao, although he was also dead, he still left a whole body. But his elder brother had only 1 head left. How could Chang Jilang not be angry and excited? Senjajima, am at odds with you. Chojuro swears. The other side. After successfully collecting the second tail beast, Ganzuzuma decided to return to Konoha village first. After all, such a tossing, 2 or 3 days have passed. During this period of time, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Harong, presumably have also completed their missions, and got Mayo and Goto. The 3 of them can meet in Konoha village, and then decide whether the 3 of them will go to Turtle Island together or what to do. Although, I heard no rumors along the way between Ganzazu, saying that the Ninja World War broke out, and it was very fierce. Fortunately for other countries, it is rare to see the shadow of the outbreak of war in China has been reduced to a battlefield. The other 4 big countries united with the small neighboring countries to form a coalition of ninjas and launched a fierce attack on the country of fire. In other words, the war broke out in the fire country. But even so, there is still no trace of anxiety between the hands. He believes that his brother and Kakashi and others are capable of handling this matter. What's more, at this stage, it's just a war between Zongren and Xirenin. The shadow-level figures in various Shinin villages will not show up so early. As Naruto, it is not good for him to personally take action on these Xianin and Zongren until the big ninjas. After the village's shadow-level figures have played, it will not be too late for him to make another move. Walking on the country road, perhaps because there are only 2 people, Fu has a brighter personality, and he is still humming a brisk song. The singing is not very beautiful, but it is also crisp and sweet, full of youthful breath. Seeing that, if you continue to move forward, you are about to leave the country of water. But at this moment, the footsteps between Kai and Zaozu suddenly stopped. Fu was very curious, why the Ganzu's Eugean suddenly stopped. When she followed the Ganzu's Eugean's gaze and looked forward, her pretty face turned red. Good shameless woman. Fu cursed in a low voice. Looking at the dry hand post, she still stared straight at the other person, and there was a strong jealousy in her heart. If you dare to go out dressed like this, it really hurts. Indecency. After thinking for a while, Fu only remembered an idiom taught her by Ganzu's Eugean. Also, what's the situation with that proud upper? It must be fake. It must be so. For an instant, a lot of dissatisfaction arose in Fu's heart. However, he didn't notice it at all, and his eyes remained on the woman. He has vaguely guessed who the other party is. In Naruto world, there are not many female ninjas with shadow-level strength, and they are not old women but beautiful women. Tsunade and Xionin count as 2, but since they have seen both of them before, it is naturally impossible not to recognize them. Chapter 194 Marriage. Join hands. Therefore, the dry hand post can be almost 100% certain. At this moment, the mature beauty standing in the middle of the trail, blocking his way, is definitely the 5 generations of Shui Ying Zhaoming of the Land of Water. Although she hadn't seen the real Terumim, from the fact that she was able to compete with Tsunade's arrogant upper siege, Dry Hand Post can infer that she could not be wrong. For Terumim, Fu's description is not excessive, it is a bit exaggerated. Terumi likes to wear low-cut outfits to bring out her proud breasts. In addition, she also likes to wear high-slit cheongsams, showing her long white legs in fishnet stockings. In short, it's how to dress up sexy. This kind of dress is actually very common in the Naruto world. The Temari that appeared in the early stage also likes to wear it like this, but she lacks the proud capital. It's just that, living in a closed, hidden village of Shinobu, I haven't seen Fu in the world, and how can I see others dressed up so hot and sexy, so it is inevitable to be shy after seeing Tsumime's bold dressing up. It turned out that Tsumime told Chojuro and the others before that there was something to be done, just to stop the hand-wringing at this intersection. After all, she is a strong shadow level 230. And she has her own special induction method. She has already sensed the departure between the dry hands before reaching the bamboo forest. Therefore, she naturally has no need to rush to the bamboo forest. As for why she had to leave Chenjuro and the others alone with Ganshaozu, the reason, probably only she knew. Tsumiming always thought that the hand-straying pillars were all alone. At this moment, seeing a pretty girl next to him, she couldn't help but glance at Fu. However, she has experienced a lot after all. Unlike Fu, who is an unborn girl, she can tell at a glance that the relationship between Ganzaozu and Fu is very simple. She is just a small attendant next to him, at least for now. Therefore, Tsumime was not jealous just now. After all, in her heart, Dry Hand Pillar was the only man she recognized, and she even regarded him as the object of her marriage. Keek, okay. The last sentence is purely Tsumime's nympho. For Ganzuzuma, Tsumime is indeed one of the few big beauties in Naruto in terms of beauty. Compared with the beauty of Konoha such as Urong and Tsunade, it is not much more attractive. Moreover, in addition to the breath of an imperial sister on her body, that touch of charm is even more touching. Normally men are rarely indifferent. However, the dry hand post is not an ordinary man after all. His gaze stayed on Tsumiming's white and proud chest for a while, and he immediately took it back. It turned out to be the current Shui Yingzao in Uin village. Unexpectedly, I could meet you here, he said lightly between the hands. Although the tone is very plain, the murderous aura has overflowed the screen. Obviously, Ganzuzujin felt that Tsumime would be fine if she didn't come to ask for something. If she had troubled him because of the death of Uliu from the village of Uin and the capture of the tail beast, he would not mind the tricky things. As expected of the legendary god of ninjas, the most plain words come out of your mouth, they are so domineering and mighty. No more, I can't stand it anymore. As Tsumiming said, her body trembled slightly, and her face showed flushing after the sex. Senjuzazu looked at Tsumiming in front of him with a speechless expression. What is the situation of this guy? Is it a joke? Fu, who had never seen the world, didn't know what had happened, and looked blank. But for no reason, her pretty face was still flushed. Fu, have you forgotten what I said? Always calm your mind. Seeing the situation between the hands, he couldn't help but speak. Hearing this, Fu was only an agitated spirit, withdrawing his distracted mind and calming his own mind. Tsumiming heard this, and she was also an energizing spirit, instantly regaining her seriousness. It turns out that she is the seven-tailed man's Uli, Fu. But it is strange, why is the no-tail beast on her body? Could it be you? Thinking, Tsumime suddenly thought of something. His big beautiful eyes waited for the hands to dry between the pillars, a look of not to dry hands, and the pillars did not answer Tsumiming's words, but Tsumime knew that he had acquiesced. It turns out that Yugo's teacher is correct, and there really is a way to take the tail beast from Renjuli without hurting Renjuli. It's a pity that Tsumime murmured here and stopped. Very much. Obviously, she had vaguely guessed that Yugao was afraid of something unexpected. So, you stopped us on this trail to try to be fair for the people in your village? There was a slightly impatient look between Senjuzazu. When Tsumiming saw it, she knew immediately that it was not the time to sell her with Ganshuzu. If she really annoyed him, she probably wouldn't be able to walk around. Don't even think that she is now Lord Shuiying in Uin village. In the eyes of others, it is estimated that her life is not as good as an ant. No, Tsumiming immediately vetoed it. The reason why I came to you alone is because I have something to discuss with you. Oh? Senzuzuma would only respond with oh. In fact, He had guessed long ago that Yu Ming did not bring anyone with him, nor was there any ambush around. She came to see herself alone, and she must have come to him for something. Therefore, he deliberately pretended to be impatient just now, in order to let Yu Ming be recruited as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would not have time to play the game of selling with her. When Yu Ming saw this, she didn't dare to delay any more time, and she explained the reason why she came to find the hand-raying pole. That's it. I have a proposal here. I intend to marry you in village in Kainaba village. Gansu Zijian and Fu looked blank. This guy, do you know what he's talking about? Especially Fu, in the beautiful star eyes, there was even more anger. Damn, this exhibitionist is really here to snatch the Lord between the pillars. However, Yu Ming soon realized that he had made a mistake, and hurriedly corrected him. Ahem, I was wrong. It's not a marriage, it's a cooperation. Well, it's a cooperation. Oh my god, I accidentally said what was in my heart. Don't mention how embarrassing Yu Ming is. Fortunately, there is only one word missing from marriage and cooperation, and it is normal to make a mistake by accident. However, after hearing her explanation, Yu Ming saw the dry hand post. Her face remained as usual, and she did not know whether she should be lucky or disappointed. Chapter 195, Yu Ming's Ambition. As expected of the man Yu Ming had chosen, he was able to calm down even when this happened. However, you can't pretend to be a little excited, so that the new Jia can know whether you care about the new Jia. Don't you want to marry a slave family at all? Yu Ming sighed in her heart. In fact, the actual situation is not what Mei Ming thought. The reason why Qian Zhao's Yujian was so calm is because, at exactly this moment, the cold electrons and sounds of the system sounded in his mind. The task is released. Please make your choice as soon as possible. 1. Agree to Yu Ming's joint proposal. Task reward. Obtain the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang, and master a full set of yin and yang attribute spells. 2. Do not agree to Yu Ming's joint proposal, and kill Yu Ming, so that the dragons in the Misty Village will be headless. Task reward. Obtain the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang, and master a full set of yin and yang attribute ninjutsu. Regarding this, I waited for a long time, and finally waited until the system released the selection task again. Before, he thought that when he collected Shigeki Nanao and 6-tailed Rhino, the system would issue a selection task, but unfortunately, there was not. It seems that the stronger his strength, the more difficult it is to trigger the selection task. After all, the system seems to have nothing to reward itself. Fortunately, at this time, the system still released a selection task. And this time, the reward for choosing the task is also very powerful. Once the task is completed, you can directly master the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang. The 5 elements attribute Dry Hand's Yujian has long been fully grasped, and now coupled with the power of yin and yang, he has fully grasped the power of the 5 elements. I'm afraid, even if it is the reincarnation of the 6 Tao Immortals, it is not his opponent. 6 Immortals, but the founder of Ninzong. But to be honest, if there were no system-issued missions, after hearing Yu Ming's proposal, Ganzhao would definitely refuse her without hesitation. After all, as Tuiying and Granny Gandai said, he does have the ambition to conquer the entire Hokage world. Since he has this ambition, he must be shocked enough to survive the whole world. And with the power of the country of fire and Konoha, it is undoubtedly the best way to shock people's hearts by destroying the other 4 great nations and 4 great ninja villages. It is precisely because of this that Ganzu's Yujian has never even thought of joining forces with other shinobu villages, unless that shinobu village is willing to surrender to Konoha and become Konoha's family. But now, since the system has released the mission, Ganzu Zuma is willing to listen to what Yu Ming will say next before making his own decision. If her suggestion doesn't work, Don't blame him for choosing the second option, and destroy her here. Then you are going to talk about how Uin village and Konoha are going to join forces? Ganzuzuma gave Tsurumim a chance. Tsurumim could hear the killing intent in Ganzuzuma's words. She knew that if her proposal made Ganzuzuma dissatisfied, her life would probably be explained here, and she would end up just like Yugo. She didn't expect that the man she believed in her heart was so domineering. He is not a man who will show mercy because his opponent is a beauty. Honestly, although I am the 5th generation of Water Shadow, but the actual power in Uin village is not me, but the old immortals of the elders. Tsurumi hesitated, and finally she decided introduce from the facts and tell the whole story. She is a smart woman, knowing that this approach is the most correct in front of a domineering man like Dry Hand Post. In other words, the military power is in the hands of the elders. Even if you agree to join me, in fact, I can't help Konoha much, because the ninja coalition formed by Uin village is already under the leadership of the elders. I'm heading to Konoha. When Tsurumim said this, his confidence was a little lacking. She was worried that after hearing these words between Ganzazu, she would decisively deny her proposal and stop listening to her nonsense. However, Tsurumim's worries were unnecessary, and Ganzuzujin became interested in hearing this, because he knew that even if he agreed to join forces with Tsurumim, he could justifiably destroy the Uin village, at least the elders of Uin village and their ninja coalition. In this way, his goal of shocking the world was also achieved. 0. Seeking flowers. After the war, no one would dare to say that Konoha, the country of fire, was able to win the 4th Ninja World War because of the support of Uin village. You continue. Kaien Zaozu said with an interested expression. Tsurumim was surprised when she heard the words. She didn't understand why she became interested after hearing that Uin village could not help. But when she thought about it, she immediately understood the purpose of the Dry Hand Post. It turned out that he didn't even bother to join forces with other shinobu villages. It turned out that he was confident that Konoha could win the 4th Ninja War. As expected of the man I value. With this confidence, there is no man in the world that can match it. After comprehending the attempt to dry the hands between the pillars, Tsurumim suddenly had confidence in her proposal. I want to initiate a reform in Uin village and abolish the elders, but I can't do it alone with a few cronies. Therefore, I hope Konoha can take advantage of this war in the ninja world and completely eliminate it. Those old guys and the ninja coalition led by them have allowed me to take sole control of the Uin village. Tsurumim said her ambitions, but unexpectedly, she looked lazy and charming on the outside, but in fact she also had ambitions. Of course, don't worry, if Konoha is willing to help me with this great help, I will naturally repay it. Tsurumi Mitsubishi was afraid that he would misunderstand the Ganza column because of his ambition, and then continued. At that time, I am willing to lead the entire Hidden Fog village to the Land of Fire and become a shinobu village under the rule of the Land of Fire. The only condition is that I still serve as the water shadow of this Hidden Fog village. Tsurumim is willing to take the Misty village to return to the country of fire? You heard it right, this is great news. Of course, Ganzuzuma wouldn't suspect that he had heard it wrong. He was just a little curious, why Tsurumim did this. You know, after the abolition of the Daming Mansion, Uin village will no longer be. Ninja village is so simple, it rules the entire water country. From a shinobu village that governs the country of water, it becomes a shinobu village under the rule of the fire country. I am afraid that anyone who has no water in his head will not want to. Chapter 196 The Power of the Five Elements Yin and Yang. Why do you want to do this? And what benefits will this do to you and Uin village? There was no nonsense between the Dry Hand Posts, and he asked the question in his heart bluntly. After the 4th World War, the pattern of the entire world must have been basically settled, and the 4 major powers are estimated to be destroyed. Each shinobu village, if it ends well, it will become a family in Konoha village. If it ends badly, it is estimated that the village will be wiped out. Therefore, I feel that instead of the village of Uin being wiped out because of those stupid old people, it is better for me, a water shadow, to be a sinner and lead Uin village to the country of fire. In this way, at least the entire hidden village can be preserved. Trumi Ming gave her answer. It turned out that she could see thoroughly. She knows very well that Konoha will eventually become the biggest winner in this ninja world war, and the pattern of the whole world, 060, will also undergo tremendous changes. In fact, Trumim was still a little worried about this bold decision he made before he had personally seen the Ganzu's Yuma. After all, Konoha village is the power of one village against the entire world. Other people, including the shadows of the other 3 ninja villages, believed that they would win this battle of ninja world. They believe that no one can use the power of a village against the power of the entire world. There has not been in history, and it will not be possible in the future. Of course, the reason why they think so is not that they are narrow-minded, but because they have such a worldview. After all, such things have never happened in this world. Even if the 6 Tao immortals, the founder of Nin sect, were alive, it would not be possible. It's a pity that they encountered the dry hand pillar, so they are destined to refresh their worldview, and also pay the price for refreshing the worldview. Trumi Ming was able to break her worldview, in fact, because she helped the nympho between the hand-reeing posts, because she didn't believe that she would look at the wrong person. However, after seeing Ganzu's Yuma in person and personally feeling the domineering in him, Trumi Ming knew that he had no need to worry about it. She only needs to believe that the man she believes will rule the world. "You are quite prescient," groaned between the dry hands. He paused for a while before he continued, "Okay, I accept your proposal. Since Trumi Ming has spoken himself, let Konoha destroy the elders of Uin village and join forces with the ninjas they lead. The original intention is not violated. Why didn't Gansu Zujin accept her proposal? Although the task options given by the system, the second option can actually be considered. But now killing Trumim, although it can indeed make Water Country and Uin village temporarily without a leader, it will help Konoha, who fights hard on the 4 big countries and the 4 big ninja villages. However, it is very clear between the hand-to-hand posts that it is only temporary. Trumi is dead, and Uin village will soon select a new water shadow. That is to say, Shenjuro will become the 6th water shadow in advance. Moreover, the death of New Day Imushu Ying will arouse the hatred of the villagers of Uin village towards Konoha village. Therefore, this option does not benefit Konoha in the long run. That being the case, it might as well choose the first option. After all, the first option is easy to reach. Sure enough, after making a choice between the dry hands, even if the task has been completed, the rewards of the system will follow. Congratulations to the host, for successfully completing the mission. Get a reward, get the power of Yin and Yang, and master a full set of Yin and Yang attribute ninjutsu. As the system's icy electrons and voices sounded in his mind, he felt that countless ninjutsu with Yin and Yang attributes appeared in his mind. In just a moment, he had completely mastered all Yin and Yang attribute ninjutsu, and because he mastered the power of the 5 elements Yin and Yang, his strength skyrocketed instantly, reaching an unprecedented realm. Fu may not have noticed anything about this, but Trumi Ming, who is a strong shadow class, immediately felt that the strength of the man she identified in front of her had skyrocketed in an instant, reaching to the point of breathtaking horror. Trumi Ming's body couldn't help trembling again, and her proud breasts also swayed endlessly. Very attractive eyeballs. Ah, why is this? He is already so strong. How can he be able to guarantee 0 in an instant? Could it be because of the slave family? It was because the new Gia was his destined woman, so the appearance of the new Gia stimulated his man's instinct once again, causing his strength to skyrocket again. Yes, it must be so. Ah, no more. New Gia. Trumi Ming's body is shaking more severely, and she doesn't know what the situation is. The dry hand post seemed to have not seen it, and patted Fu's head, who was still in a daze, to signal her that it was time to go. After that, with the Fu between the dry hands, he walked around Trumi Ming, and left here without his head. Trumi Mei's body trembling stopped then, with a look of dissatisfaction with desire. Humphrey, what, are they so unattractive? They obviously performed so hard. Between the dry hands, wait, I will seduce you. On the way, Masters Eugen. It seems that there is something you want to ask Dry Hands Eugen, but, seemingly because of shyness, halfway through the conversation, he didn't continue. What's wrong? Seeing Fukieo's face flushed between the dry hand posts, she couldn't help asking. Not to mention, Fu's shy look is really beautiful. Master between the pillars, what's the matter with that young lady? Is she unwell? After hesitating for a long time, Fu asked timidly after all. However, she was still innocent after all, thinking Terumi Ming's body was shaking constantly because she was sick. 4.5 Hearing the words between the dry hand posts, he almost fell to the ground. Cough. After an awkward cough, Gansu's Eugen said, well, I don't know. If you want to know the answer, you can only ask her yourself. Oh, although Fu didn't get the answer, he still nodded obediently. Maybe, if Gansu's Eugen took her back to find Terumi Ming, she might actually ask this question. What a silly girl. However, this topic is finally over. Nothing happened all the way. 2 days later, Senjija Makazufu appeared in the country of fire, and it was only half a day's journey away from the destination, Konoha village. Chapter 197, Encountering Yuukai Harong. After entering the country of fire, the shadow of war can be seen everywhere. Almost every 2 or 3 seconds, there will be explosions and screams. The scene was extremely tragic. However, the casualties are generally the ninja coalition led by the 4 major ninja villages. As for Konoha ninjas who have been prepared for war have rarely suffered casualties. Only one time there was a large-scale casualty. It was 3 days ago when Konoha sent a daring stormtrooper to completely detonate the 4th Ninja War. However, it was not Konoha's ninja who sacrificed, but Otonin. In this regard, Ganzuzuma is not worried at all. He is quite confident in the strengths of Ganzuzuma, Kakashi, Metkai, Jiraiya and others. Besides, they also have Naruto and Gaara. Adult Zula is the trump card. How could he even be unable to deal with the Ninja Coalition forces? Therefore, Ganzazu also encountered several small-scale wars along the way, but he did not intervene, but took the path to avoid the place where the war broke out, and focused on his journey. However, at this moment, I suddenly felt a strong breath from the dry hand column, which was quickly rushing towards him. Not to mention it was a dry hand, even Fu felt it. Master 01 between the pillars, it's not good. It seems that some powerful guy is catching up. Fu said worriedly. She can feel that the strength of the incoming person is extremely powerful, far in her world. Don't worry, said between the dry hand posts. He already knew who came. With such a familiar and unique breath, as long as he has seen it once, it is impossible for him to admit his mistake. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a figure to appear in the field of vision of Ganzu's Eugen and Fu. He is none other than Yuukai Harong. Obviously, Yuuki's ideas coincided with the Ganzu's Eugen, avoiding the place where the war broke out, and taking a small path to concentrate on the road. So he just happened to meet the Ganzu's Eugen, who was also rushing back to Konoha village. Master Dry Hand, it really is you. Yuukai was very happy to see the dry hand post. As soon as Yuukai Harong appeared, Fu could feel his strength even more. Not to mention that she was not his opponent now. Even if Nanao Shigeki helped him before, I am afraid it would not be his opponent. But Ling Fu was shocked that even such a powerful guy was nothing but a subordinate of Dry Hands Eugen. It seems that Lord Between the Pillars is indeed the most powerful person in the world. Fu thought silently in his heart. Okay. Gunsako nodded to Yuukai and didn't ask him whether his mission to capture Maya was completed. After all, it was enough to tell from Yuuki's calm and relaxed expression that the hand-to-hand post was enough. He must have easily completed the task of capturing Maya. Sure enough, Yuukai Harong went on to say, report to Master Shima, Yuukai Harong has not let down your high expectations and has completed the task you explained. After speaking, Yuukai Harong's gaze fell on Fu's body and couldn't help but ask, Sama-san, who is she? Ganzuzuma then spoke again, I forgot to introduce to you, her name is Fu, from Tokigahara. She is a disciple. He hesitated between the dry hands, before speaking. He has no plans to accept disciples, but after all he has coached Fu, so there is nothing wrong with saying that she is his disciple. When Uchiha heard this, he couldn't help showing his envious eyes. Although his strength is strong enough, if he can become the disciple of Lord Handyman Zuma, who is not willing to mention himself personally. Fu was also very surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect that Kaiane Zuzujin would accept herself as a disciple. This is really not too happy. It turns out that you are Zilifu from Nanao village in Tokigahara, and you will be lucky enough to meet. After all, Fu is now a disciple of Shirasuma. And Uchiha quickly said a few words of courtesy. There is no Takian village in the world. Now, there is only the Taki family. Fu heard this and immediately corrected. Zabarong was stunned for a moment, but he soon understood, and the gaze that looked at the dry hand column became even hotter. Ganzuzuma really deserves to be the only Hokage-sama in his mind. While hunting for the tail beast, he actually made the entire ninja village surrender to Konoha. At this point, Uchiha felt that he must not do it. It's not that he didn't have the strength to destroy the entire Tokigahara village, but he still couldn't make the whole Tokigahara village willing to become Konoha's family. After all, he did not have the mighty spirit of the hand-handed post. Wrong. Senjuzazu suddenly spoke. Have you seen Madara? I have something to do with him. Hearing this, Uchiha quickly replied, well, I just ran into him on the way back. However, when he was on the way, he saw that the war was very lively, and his hands were itchy, so he went over. Destruction. Do some damage. This is Uchiha Madara's original words. Uchiha can't say it truthfully. Are you far away? Asked the dry hand post again. Not far. It takes half an hour. Of course, if you are Hokage-sama, it will be faster. Zizabarong answered truthfully. Oh, that's good. Ganshaozu nodded in 440, and suddenly said, let's do it. Uchiha, you first take Fu to Konoha, I will go to Uchiha Madara, and then I will follow him. Let's go to Turtle Island to collect Urwai and Yao from Union Village. You used to be a member of Akatsuki's organization, and you will summon the Outer Golem, right? Very good. You can seal the three tails in the Outer Golem. As for the future, he said in the post, motioned Uchiha to touch him, and then whispered a few words in his ear. Handsome Uchiha finished listening and nodded, expressing his understanding. I see, Master Shima, I will definitely do what you told me. Yeah? Then, take Fu back to Konoha. I won't go back, said between the hands of the hand, motioning Fu to follow Uchiha to return to Konoha. Although Fu was a little bit reluctant, she wouldn't disobey her when she did the hand-to-hands, so she nodded reluctantly. However, Fu knew that Senjuzumu actually regarded her as a disciple, and they would have a chance to meet in the future. As for the secrets of Kusujama and Uchiha, it is naturally impossible to tell now. That is the big plan that Senjujama had already wanted to implement a long time ago. In short, after Ganzao Zujin collects the 2 tails and 8 tails of Union Village, the meeting will naturally be resolved. Chapter 198. After Uchiha Fu left, he just turned back on his way. Uchiha was right. In less than 10 minutes, he had already met Uchiha's class. This guy is really ferocious. And I don't know which small country's ninja coalition army is. There are good people, and he buried it all alive in a pit. The ground has been restored to its original state, and it seems that nothing has happened, but there will still be screams from the ground. For such a tragic and inhumane scene, the hand-raising post did not move at all and did not mean to blame Uchiha Madara. After all, war is so cruel, isn't it? Those small countries, since joining this war voluntarily, they should know that they will pay a miserable price. Oh, it turns out that our Naruto-sama is here. Only then did Uchiha Madara turn his head and see the hand-raising pillars behind him with a cold face. Although he was joking, he could tell from his eyes that he respected the dry hand pillars. How's the matter going? Gansuzuma had actually noticed the curse mark on the palm of Uchiha's right hand, but he still asked knowingly. The things Naruto-sama explained, Uchiha Madara will of course die desperately and perfectly. Five-tailed Pluto is now in my palm. Uchiha Madara raised the palm of his right hand, showing off. Although Uchiha Rong also successfully completed the task, Uchiha Rong captured the wild Mitsuo I Sasuke, and he captured the five-tailed Muang with the helper of Zuli. The two are already quite different in terms of strength. Therefore, after successfully arresting the five-tailed Mew King, Uchiha Madara inevitably wants to show off. He wants to get the affirmation of the handling post, even if he alone is enough to capture all the tail beasts back. Of course, you have to give him some time. However, Uchiha Madara was not proud for too long, because in the next second, he subconsciously saw the right hand of the dry hand post. In the palm of his right hand between the dry hand pillars, there was not only a complicated curse mark, but also another complicated curse mark on his arm. This is! Uchihaban's proud arrogance was suddenly gone. It turned out that when he finally caught the five-tailed Muang, he had already captured the six-tailed Rhino and Nanaoshigami. Uchiha Madara realized once again soberly that he was still far behind compared with the handling post. Shizuoma didn't care what Uchiha Madara was thinking. That's good. Ziziba wrong. I have asked him to return to Konoha first, and then, the two of us rushed to Turtle Island to catch the last two-tailed brigade and eight-tailed Ox Ghost together, said between the dry hand posts. Okay. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara would dare not follow. At the moment, Gansuma Zuma and Uchiha Madara, the two powerhouses of the Naruto world, headed towards a goal. Turtle Island. Turtle Island is a floating island. There is no specific location, only an approximate location. In terms of approximate location, it should be on the sea where Thunder Country belongs, far from Union Village, let alone other Shinobu Village. With the approximate location, Ganzou's Huma and Uchiha Madara were not in a hurry. Even if they rummaged through all the seas near the Land of Thunder, they could find Turtle Island in a short time. But having said that, the reason why Turtle Island is different from other small islands, it will drift around, that is because it is not a real small island, its body is actually a huge giant tortoise. This giant tortoise is so big that it is estimated that the 5 ninja villages are not as big as it is. Otherwise, Naruto would not choose to practice in Turtle Island when he cultivated in the 6 modes in the later stage. It is precisely because of the size of Turtle Island that it is easy to find it for Gansuma Zuma and Uchiha Madara. 2 days later, the two figures had already appeared in the territory of Thunder Country. However, this is an uninhabited island land, so they did not encounter any Yunren. Of course, this is not Turtle Island. To find Turtle Island, it is not lucky. It is estimated that it will take so many days. However, the luck of the two of Ganzou's Huma and Uchiha Madara was not bad, and soon they found the figure of Turtle Island in a place where the sea was turbulent. The giant tortoise that constitutes the Turtle Island is now in a state of deep sleep, so looking from a distance, anyone who doesn't know will mistake it for a small island, but will not know that it is actually a giant tortoise. However, although the luck of Ganzu and Uchihaban were good, it seemed that some people had better luck, and they were one step ahead of them to board the Turtle Island. On the Turtle Island, 2 guys wearing black robes with red auspicious clouds pattern. These distinctive clothes, in fact, have already explained their identity. Yes, the 2 of them are members of Akatsuki's organization. Moreover, they are not others, it is Uchiha who has taken control of Akatsuki's organization. I heard that Konoha has collected a lot of tail beasts, and even the 5 tails, 6 tails, and 7 tails have fallen into their hands. Absolutely spoke first. That's right. Uchiha nodded with soil. The movement between the hands is very fast. So, we are going to get ahead of them and get the 2 tails and the 8-tail bull ghosts first, Juifu asked. He didn't understand why Uchiha would do this. Since Konoha has already collected most of the tail beasts, he should simply let them collect all of them. When the time comes, they won't be able to grab them. Anyway, The four-tailed Zoudi's How Monkey King was in the hands of the Xiao organization, and it was useless even if the other eight-tailed beasts were collected between the hands. No, Uchiha shook his head and denied the idea. Since the hand-to-hand post has been one step ahead, let him collect the other eight-tailed beasts for us. At that time, our Xiao organization will grab it again. It turns out that the two people's ideas coincide. Then why are we coming to Turtle Island? He couldn't help but said again. Of course it is, to create a little trouble between the dry hands. It can't be that simple for him. Just collect all the other eight-tailed beasts. If that is the case, he will have time to return to Konoha to support War 1 at the end. We want to snatch the eight-tailed beasts from the hands of the hand-reeing pillars. I understand. I finally understood a little bit why Uchiha brought him to Turtle Island. Chapter 199 continued. You want to hold the hand-reeing column so that he can stay on Turtle Island and cannot return to Konoha to support. Then, as a mercenary, we will secretly support the four great ninja villages and their ninja allied forces to fall Konoha. Let the dry hands lose his strongest backing, right? Uchiha took the soil to hear the words, nodded, and affirmed the supreme speculation. After that, he continued, however, we don't need to help the four ninja villages capture Konoha, because if the four ninja villages won the war, let us know. Organizationally, it's not a benefit. The only thing we have to do is to make both parties both lose. Before Uchiha's leader had finished speaking, he was the first to say both lose and loose. As expected of Uchiha, you are more promising and ambitious than Uchiha Madara, said in admiration. Only by letting the entire world fall into chaos, Akatsuki can get the most benefit from it, right? And, when the time comes, when the hand-to-hand pillars come out from Turtle Island and are busy supporting Konoha, it is we who snatch the eight-tailed beasts he collected are most advantageous. At this point, I absolutely have to admire Uchiha's ambition to bring soil. Don't worry, as long as you collect all the tail beasts and summon the 10 tails, I will definitely help you. 830 will let Uchiha Daido become the most powerful person in the world. 6 Uchiha leaders definitely promised. After hearing the promise, Uchiha took the soil at ease. Before that, he had received the news because the fellow Oshimaru came in disorder and used the reincarnation of the filthy man in advance to summon the character Chiba Madara, which is his master. As a result, Ziziboban has now been subdued by Ganz's Eugian, and there are even rumors that he has been resurrected. Regarding this, Uchiha's leader was so angry that he almost didn't want to do anything to Oshimaru, but fortunately he was stopped by Jubei. Oshimaru is a genius, at least in some forbidden techniques, an absolute genius. Akatsuki needs him. Therefore, he must have nothing to do. Therefore, Uchiha took the earth and swallowed this breath and spared the life of Oshimaru. However, because of this, Uchiha's leader is a little flustered now. After all, he has been faked the identity of Chiba Madara, playing tricks within Akatsuki's organization, just to realize his own ambitions. If Uchiha Madara knew about it, he wouldn't let him go easily. After all, the original intention of Uchiha Madara to assist Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan in creating the Akatsuki organization was to change the country and build a bridge of help to world peace through interpersonal communication. Although Uchiha Madara is actually using the three of them to facilitate the final implementation of his Moon Eye project, this is actually his original intention. However, later, the reason Akatsuki's smoky atmosphere was to provoke wars between various shinobu villages, to contain the sinister rebelliousness, and to plan to collect 9 tails to rule the world. All of this was actually planned by Uchiha alone. It can be said that Akatsuki has completely abandoned its original intention when it was founded. It is precisely because of this that Uchiha brought the soil to know that Uchiha Madara was resurrected, and he was worried. However, with an absolute guarantee, Uchiha's worries about taking soil are completely unnecessary. As long as he can collect all the tail beasts, summon the 10 tails, and become the 10-tailed human pillar power, Will he still be afraid of his master Uchiha Madara then? No need at all. Does six-way Uchiha bring soil? Uchiha belt soil is full of expectations for the near future. As long as he can become the leader of the 6 ways of Uchiha, even if he does not need the assistance of his master Uchiha Madara, he can still complete the Moon Eye project and create a perfect world where there will be no death and the existence of Rinohara. Thinking of Rinohara's innocent appearance, Uchiha's hideous face that had been ruined with soil revealed a rare hint of tenderness. However, at this moment, he and the J beside him suddenly became vigilant. "Are you coming?" The words Ibodito and Abe almost said in the same voice. It turned out that the two had already sensed the breath of Yoshizuma and Uchiha Madara. Not only is here, but it is Gansuma's Yuma and Uchiha Madara who are here. Juetsu reminded him that he was familiar with Uchiha Madara's breath. Of course, I don't know where Uchiha takes the soil. On the other side, Gansu's Yuma and Uchiha Madara controlled their respective wooden dragons and flew all the way towards Turtle Island. Turtle Island looks like an ordinary island from high above. Except for the countless sharp rock thorns standing above, it is a bit dazzling. Of course, the huge tail on the back of Turtle Island can easily reveal its identity. However, under normal circumstances, the head and tail of the giant tortoise are hidden in the sea. It seems that someone is already waiting for us. Before landing on Turtle Island, Uchiha Madara spoke up. "Okay." The dry hand post only faintly responded. Uchiha Madara felt it. How could he not feel it? Moreover, he also knew that the other party was 2 people, and both were strong men above the shadow level. In terms of strength, he is even stronger than Uchiha Rong, and a bit worse than Uchiha Madara. If it was in the past, if there was an opponent that was comparable to Uchiha Madara between the dry hands, it would have attracted his attention. But now, Gansu's Eugene is different now, especially after he has mastered the power of the 5 elements of yin and yang. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to these 2 shadow rank powerhouses who were obviously waiting for them to arrive. Unlike the hand-raid post, Uchiha Madara's face changed again and again. Through the familiar breath, he already knew who the 2 guys were waiting for them on Turtle Island. "It seems that there are still 2 old people," Uchiha Madara said helplessly. Hearing Uchiha Madara's words, the hand-to-poster instantly guessed the identity of the opponent. "It's your disciple Uchiha who brought the soil and Zetsu, right?" Ganshaozu asked. "How did you know?" Uchiha Madara was surprised when he heard this. Not only did Ganzuzuma guess the identity of the 2 through his words, but he also knew that Uchiha Daido was his disciple. In this world, apart from Ju, no one should know that the master-disciple relationship between him and Uchiha Daido is right. However, if these words were spoken from the mouth of the hand-raid post, Uchiha Madara felt nothing to make a fuss. After all, after the resurrection of Gansu's Eugene, it seemed to become an omnipotent godlike existence. Since he is omnipotent, what's the matter if he knows a little secret about him? Chapter 200 Uchiha Rong and Uchiha's Land. For Uchiha Bun's question, Ganshuzuma did not give an answer. He felt that there was no need to answer these questions. Of course, Uchiha Madara didn't dare to continue asking. In this way, the 2 quickly landed on Turtle Island. The 2 of them came very fast. Uchiha could not help frowning when he saw the situation. Before he had time to prepare, they had already arrived. However, Uchiha Daido did not panic because of this. After all, he is no longer the kid behind the crane. The place where Senjuzuma and Uchiha Madara landed is not far from the place where Uchiha Belt Soil and End is located, only 100 steps away. After landing, Senjuzuma didn't say a word, and took Uchiha Madara to Uchiha with Musazazu. He wanted to find out, these 2 guys dared to show up here, and didn't run away when they saw him. What kind of medicine was sold in the gourd? 4 people, the existence of 4 powerhouses beyond the shadow rank, met in one place, but from the beginning to the end, the 4 did not speak. It can be seen that the 4 of them are quite calm. However, the anger on the island seemed to be frozen at this moment. Even the turbulent sea seems to have slowed down a long time. Finally, Under Uchiha Madara's icy gaze, the Uchiha leader couldn't help it. Teacher, don't come here unharmed. Uchiha asked with some soil. Unexpectedly, you still remember my teacher? Zizabo Madara snorted coldly, and said, it seems that he doesn't want to see Uchiha take soil. After all, he had heard that the Akatsuki organization was now degenerate, and the culprit of all this was his disciple Uchiha, the leader, who caused it all. Uchiha Madara can't remember that his original intention to help Yahiko and the three people to create the Akatsuki organization was to use it to kill. This completely violated his original intention. Now, it's not the time for you to relive your feelings of mentor and apprentice. The dry hand said between the posts. Let's say, what is the purpose of you waiting here? The words between the dry hands are as straightforward as they are always, and overbearing. He. After hearing the words, Zippo could not help but sneer. Our purpose, of course, is to create trouble for you, so that you cannot be satisfied, and collect all the tail beasts. Just because you two want to stop me? Hearing this between the hands of the hand, he looked at Uchiha with Earth and Zetsu, with a disdainful expression on his face. That's right. Chu also said, if you want Miao and Yao on the island, you have to ask us to speak with each other. Uchiha Madara is not happy. Never. Do you know what you are talking about? I order you to bring the soil to Uchiha and subdue him. Uchiha Madara ordered. Uchiha Madara felt that he had created it with his own shadow, and he would listen to his commands anyway. However, Madara Uchiha was wrong. Absolutely heard the order given by Uchiha Madara, but remained indifferent from beginning to end. Command? Absolutely. Didn't you hear? I order you to bring Uchiha to subdue the soil. Don't you dare to listen to my Uchiha Madara feels her face damaged, angry, can't help but stern. It seemed that this was a reaction, but what he said shocked Uchiha Madara. Sorry, Lord Uchiha Madara. I just remember that you asked me to obey Uchiha's orders from Lord Uchiha before you died. You never said that I have to listen to your orders again after you are resurrected. Must speak. When Uchiha heard this, Madara was stunned. Wasn't it made by his shadow? Although, he did explain to him before the interim and asked him to obey Uchiha's orders. However, in terms of priority, his order should definitely be taken as the highest priority. That being the case, why dare not to obey his orders? Could it be the character Chiba Madara seemed to have thought of something, and said, Uchiha leader, what did you do to the best? Although Uchiha Madara realized that something was wrong, he still thought it was during the time he died. Here, Uchiha took the soil and moved his hands and feet. He didn't even think of it. Maybe there is another possibility. That is, Jhaju is not his shadow at all. In fact, Kurazatsu was the product of Kiguyaham's will at all, but poor Uchiha Madara had always thought it was a product of his own will. For flowers. As for the true face of Kurazatsu, Gunsuzuma knew very well, but he had never told Uchiha Madara, so the latter still didn't know, and Kaienzao's Eugene did not intend to expose Haiju's true face now, otherwise, his big plan behind him would be ruined. Oh, do I need to fight against Chu? Teacher, you are old. Although Haiju was created with your own shadow and will, he will follow the stronger person he thinks. Blue is better than blue. I have already surpassed you far. Teacher, you shouldn't be born again. Look at you now. The man of the first generation, now you have become someone else's subordinate. It's really sad. Uchiha takes soil more and more vigorously. Take soil, I don't remember teaching you so much nonsense. Uchiha Madara was scolded by his own disciples, and immediately became furious. With a single palm, he attacked Uchiha Sado. A purple thunderbolt blasted from Uchiha Madara's palm, slashing towards the Uchiha belt soil at an extremely fast speed. However, Uchiha's leader did not fight back. He immediately rushed up to see Uchiha's belt soil, helping him to completely resist the purple thunder and lightning. When Uchiha saw this, he instantly understood that his shadow and volition product Haju was completely betraying him. Jesu, do you really think that you are the product of my will, So you can stop me, Uchiha leader? Do you really think that you and G can retreat with your whole body today? Uchiha Madara said coldly. Teacher, although you are still very strong, you have to admit that the disciple has also improved a lot. Just so, let you see my new ninjutsu today. Absolutely, it takes a little time to condense and investigate this trick. Carrot, I have to trouble you to hold them both, Uchiha said with soil. It can be seen that even in the face of the two legendary powerhouses, Gansuma's Yuma and Uchiha Madara, Uchiha is still quite calm. Obviously, he is quite confident in his own strength. In